Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Chapter 251, Chapter 251, Old. The evening was approaching and Anko finally returned from her errands for Tsunade, providing the said woman a very humorous sight. She might have looked pristine, but her expression told it all without her even having to open her mouth. From the utterly fed up and aggravated look, Tsunade instantly knew Anko had a very demanding few hours. And if the exasperated frown wasn't any indication, then the way she clutched a bouquet of roses, crumpling them without even noticing, gave Tsunade a pretty neat idea of what happened. She totally did not peek from behind the curtains when she noticed Anko's and Hayashi's chakra signature stop in front of the Senju compound. So, Tsunade drawled, comfortably sitting in an armchair in the living room, lowering her book a bit to look at Anko with her sparkling eyes. "When are you getting married?" she teasingly asked, and had to instantly duck as the bouquet of roses flew through the place where her head was just a split second earlier. Not another word. Anko angrily huffed, squeezing a kunai in her hand, causing Tsunade's mouth to shut with an audible click. Tsunade's lips stretched into an amused smirk. Oh, she was going to milk this from all it was worth. Anko huffed and puffed, laying on the ground in the courtyard behind her house while Tsunade stood above her, smiling at her in a very irritating way while clicking her tongue in TSK, TSK, TSK gesture. The ruthless woman even added waving her pointing finger at her just for dramatic purposes. Alas, Anko was far too tired. The only thing she could muster to do was give Tsunade a stink eye, but from the still amused expression, Anko reckoned it was not as scary as she hoped. "I must say, you have quite a bit of stamina." Tsunade grinned. "Why you did this on purpose?" HAAA. Anko huffed out, realizing she had been had. "Of course I did. I had to see what exactly you are capable of if I am to make a proper training schedule for you." Tsunade rolled her eyes at Anko. "You would never go all out against me unless you were angry beyond measure. Our little discussion earlier today told me you would have subconsciously held back." Tsunade shrugged, not saying, "because you look up to me," in order to not embarrass Anko more. It was quite endearing to see Anko so hung up on what she thought of her, if a bit misguided. A shame she would have to beat that out of the girl. It wouldn't do if she compared herself to Tsunade too much and stunted her growth because of it. The dash. Anko took a long breath. There must be a better way to do this than relentlessly tease me for 2 hours straight. She let out at once, needily gasping for more air right after she was finished saying it. Small details. Tsunade crouched down and put her hand on Anko's chest, slowly feeding her lungs with medical chakra, reinvigorating her stamina reserves. "Don't worry, a few years of training and you will be ready." Anko's expression eased up and a grin formed on her face almost instantly. She could almost imagine her sensei's broken body, beaten black, blue, crimson, right under her feet as his life was leaving him. Anko shuddered from a sudden rush of pleasure due to her imagination. Tsunade inwardly snorted, "Well, no wonder she looks up to me that much. Considering how ecstatic her face looked when she imagined beating the crap out of Orochi. What the heck did he teach her anyway? There is definitely something very wrong with that girl." Tsunade awkwardly thought, maybe that's why Hayashi fell for her so quickly. A sudden realization dawned on her. He is a Hyuga and they are all closet masochists. Growing up while practicing the chakra pokes of excruciating pain would ensure that. Figures Hayashi would look for a sadist to match him. Then again, Tsunade couldn't begrudge Anko her personality quirks. She was a ninja and they were supposed to be weird. It was just an unspoken rule of the profession. "Are you sure I can do it?" Anko asked in a quiet unsure tone, like a child seeking reassurance from her parent. Tsunade gave the young girl a genuine smile. "I am supposedly the best medic in the world. If I can't break your body enough to make it stronger, strong enough to beat down Orochimaru, then no one can. I will do my best." Anko promised, looking at the darkening sky and the rising moon witnessing her resolve. Hey, Tsunade's eyes glinted with untold cruelty, suddenly making Anko feel a massive desire to back out. "Of that, I have no doubt. I will either break you or I will break you and make you stronger. Don't worry. An untold amount of pain is guaranteed. I will use my medical expertise to very slowly rip all your muscles apart, heightening your pain tolerance, and then rebuilding them a bit stronger, all the while you will study chakra and jutsu, focusing through the pain, training your concentration." Anko creased her eyebrows as a droplet of sweat rolled down the side of her face from the intense glee Tsunade was showcasing at the prospect of tearing her apart from inside out. Maybe this wasn't such a good idea. You know I am a sadist, right? I don't enjoy pain. I enjoy causing it. You will learn." Tsunade quipped, making Anko experience a chill rushing up her spine. Anko was about to open her mouth to protest when the back door to the courtyard suddenly flew open and Naruto rushed outside. Anko, Anko, Anko. I won against Sasuke today. The excitable ball of orange stopped in his tracks as his brain finally caught up to his eyes, registering the situation. Anko was on the ground, looking very fearful, while a strange blonde woman crouched near her with amusement sparkling in her amber eyes. He honestly had no idea what to think, so his brain went with the first thing it came up with. The blonde one was clearly attacking Anko. Naruto had to do something. He pointed at her and screamed, "Oi, what are you doing, auntie?" causing Tsunade to almost trip. He really is annoying, isn't he? Tsunade mumbled, glancing at Anko who groaned, the back of her head hitting the ground in a huff. Oi. I am not a dash. Naruto started screaming bloody murder. Naruto, stop pretending. She knows. Anko screamed louder, knowing that only being louder than him would stop him once he started going with his facade of an idiot. Naruto quieted down, looking at Tsunade as if studying her with his eyes, before he turned back to Anko. So, who is she? Your friend. Why did you tell her? Couldn't you at least ask me first? You know I don't like people knowing about my secrets. Is she trustworthy? Are you sure? Do you know her well? Won't she tell some dash? Naruto. Anko interrupted his tirade of questions, knowing he only did that to get a rise out of her. Unfortunately for him, she was far too tired to go and play kunai tag with him through the village. She sighed, idly rubbing her forehead, lamenting her fate. She just knew Naruto will try to mess with Tsunade but, oh, well. That's Tsunade Senju. Our landlady if you will. Deafening silence spread through the courtyard, strangely contrasting with the orange-clad figure who was giving Tsunade a complicated stare. Tsunade instantly understood. The boy knew she was a part Uzumaki and most likely was currently deciding how to behave around her. On one hand, she was a family. On the other, he never even met her and didn't trust her much. Anko, intimately aware of Naruto's thought process, scrambled to the side of the courtyard, as far away from Tsunade as possible, the second she saw his eyes brightening in a mischievous light. No way, isn't she supposed to be like, ancient? Oi, did you just call me old, brat? Tsunade evenly asked, her eyebrows twitching. Naruto, reacting to the word brat, put his arms on his hips and cheekily swayed from side to side. I only said the truth. Grandma. Oi. Don't call me that, brat. I am barely in my late 40s. Tsunade loudly rebuked, irked. Naruto just pointed at her and shouted, yeah, that's exactly what I mean. By average ninja life expectancy standards, you long overstayed your welcome. Needless to say, after that, she had beaten the everlasting crap out of him in an attempt to teach him some manners of talking to a lady, completely ignoring his screams about child abuse and brutal old women, or something. Chapter 252, Chapter 252, Emergency Council Meeting 1. Danzo impassively stared at the worry-free clan heads as they slowly filled the council room, walking in lazily and without any motivation despite the large threat that appeared just a day ago. Their attitude was frankly unforgivable in his opinion. This was supposed to be how the people supervising clans full of trained killers acted. Nara looked as if he pulled an all-nighter, ready to fall asleep where he stood. Akimichi gorged on his third bag of chips, the previous two crumpled empty bags discarded in front of him on the table. Yamanaka, who watched his two friends, looked like a helpless sissy. Hyuga looked as if he desperately needed to go to the toilet but tried to hide it behind a straight face. Danzo also noticed him from time to time glancing at Mitarashi, who sat in the Senju seat by proxy. Now that was simply a disgusting thought. Mitarashi herself had her feet on the table, rocking in her chair while looking as carefree as possible. As if she could hide anything from him. The girl was clearly in pain from the bruises her surprisingly modest clothes hid. For a moment, Danzo pondered how she got these bruises, but then he discarded such thoughts. Considering Mitarashi's personality and rumored hobbies, he didn't really want to know what she did in her free time. She was not nearly skilled enough to be much of a concern anyway. Abirame was the only one who showed at least a smidge of decorum, but Danzo really had no idea if it was because of the man's stoicism or something else. The only visible thing from the man's face was his nose, and that was not a good thing where body language reading was concerned. Inuzuka, not important. It was at times like this that his resolve to get the hat increased. How could he leave the village in the hands of these slobs? Oh, Hiruzen, the willfully naive fool. He desperately held Konoha together while the clans grew complacent. Clearly, the village needed a strong militaristic leader who would rule with a firm hand, not afraid of dishing out just punishments in his quest to set things straight. Just look at the Orange Menace pranking the village. The kid was what? 7. 8. And he already managed to evade some Chunins. What does that say about the quality of Konoha's forces? Really? Danzo always thought of himself as a needed man. The recent happenings in the village just confirmed it for him. The Uchiha planned a coup. What was he supposed to do? Wait and let them do it? Of course, he would counterstrike first. That was the whole point of having an inside informant. So they wouldn't be caught off guard. But no. Hiruzen simply had to try and negotiate with Fugaku, showing the men the village's higher-ups knew about their treachery, making Itachi distrusted. At that point, the whole thing was at the point of no return. The Uchiha clan simply had to go. And if he managed to grab some of the Sharinganais lying around, well, the better for him, no. Unfortunately for Danzo, the Yozora smashed that plan to pieces, smug bastards. They even dared to slaughter his root and brag about robbing the Uchiha eyes from him. He would not have it. It was time Konoha got serious and hunted these fools. Now, the only thing that remains to be answered is how should I manipulate my fellow councilmen to make Yozora pay? Danzo pondered as he noticed everybody was ready for the meeting to start. Hiruzen Sarutobi sighed as he watched the eyebrow of his longtime friend, Danzo, minusculely twitch every 3 seconds or so. It was a clear tick that the man was irritated. That would be fine. Irritated Danzo was grumpy Danzo, but it was nothing world-ending. At best, it was a sign of a headache-inducing meeting. But no, the whole thing became a serious problem when Hiruzen noticed the corner of Danzo's mouth twitch alongside his eyebrow. That meant Danzo was enraged. And that was not good for anyone. Especially not him. Oh, I can already see the paperwork that will rain upon me like a vengeful banshee once Danzo does something reckless. Hiruzen frantically thought. He was aware of what got his friend so upset. Anybody would feel a bit off if a group of famous rogue ninjas decided to repaint your living room with blood and intestines. Well, at least it was not Danzo's blood and intestines, right? Hiruzen couldn't see what was the big deal. Covering his eyes with the hem of his hat while chewing on his pipe, Hiruzen pondered, the last thing I need is Danzo lobbying for hunter ninjas to be sent after Yozora. Now, how to manipulate this meeting to prevent that, I wonder. Letting out a frustrated breath, Hiruzen deeply sighed. If only everybody was as easy to fool as Naruto. The world would be a better place. Anko sat in her seat, trying to avoid Hayashi's gaze while inwardly feeling giddy, anticipating the happenings of the upcoming meeting. She could discern that Shikaka felt the same as her. The man was subtle, but Anko noticed he tried to hide his smile by laying his head on the table in the guise of being sleepy. It was such a natural sight she would have dismissed it if she didn't spend hours meeting various heads of clans allied to the Senju. Inoichi also threw her a short worried glance, showcasing he was aware that something concerning the Senju clan would happen during the meeting. The question of involvement of the Yamanaka and the Kimichi clans took hours to resolve because Shikaka wanted them to know while Anko was vehemently against it. In the end, they decided it was fine to inform them that something is gonna happen and that they should support Shikaku if it came to that, but no important information was to be divulged to them. Choza seemed uncaring, happy with munching on chips, while Inoichi was as always too curious for his own good. Honestly, the man was bigger gossip than most of the old ladies in the marketplace. He just hit it well. Abirame seemed comfortable. And stoic. Too stoic for his own good. The man was a mask of hard-to-surprise coolness. There wasn't much that could cause him to show a reaction. Anko sometimes wondered if they have bugs bugging the entirety of Konoha. For example, the men didn't even twitch when it was revealed Itachi slaughtered the Uchiha clan. Everybody reacted but Shibi. Even the perpetually asleep Shikaku was for once awake and had this put-out look as if he just heard something extremely unpleasant and disappointing. Smart bastard. Anko was sure the men deduced what the massacre was about in under a few seconds after the announcement, while she needed Lady Tsunade to explain to her what that entire thing was about. As for the Inuzuka matriarch, not important. Just then, the Hokage deeply sighed before wearily standing up from his seat, sweeping the room with his tired gaze, showing a vulnerable look despite knowing it fooled nobody. The man had to enjoy his manipulations far too much if he didn't stop even in a room full of people knowing about his tendencies. After all, there was a reason why no clan had let Hiruzen in the talking distance of their heirs unless it was for the pre-academy motivational speech. Shall we start, then? He more stated than asked and gestured for the ANBU to seal the door. Hiruzen then started calling the names of the clans, doing attendance checks. The civilian representatives who had no idea that something was going on. Nara. Yamanaka. Akimichi. Hyuga. Senju. Senju. Senj. Hey. Hiruzen pointedly narrowed his eyes at the unperturbed Anko. I ask for the third and last time. Is the Senju clan present? Wheel, Anko drawled, putting some chakra into the seal on her wrist. A second later, a loud crash resounded from the direction of the door as an ANBU flew through them while breaking them, and then rolled on the ground until he stopped a few feet in front of the Hokage seat. Alive but in a whole new world of pain. You gotta ask her that. Anko simply shrugged, pointing at Tsunade who stood in the middle of the door, yet another beaten ANBU guard groaning on the floor behind her, while she was giving Hiruzen a predatory look. Yes. The Senju clan is present. Tsunade grinned in the same way Tobirama always did when he was going to enjoy hurting somebody. Somehow, both Danzo and Hiruzen couldn't help but suddenly feel nervous as they remembered their sadistic teacher. Chapter 253, Chapter 253, Emergency Council Meeting 2. Tsunade. Hiruzen exclaimed in surprise, "When did you come back?" He was the Hokage, damn it. One would think a presence of an S-rank ninja in his village, no matter if she belonged to his own forces, would be noted and relayed to him. Damn, Izumo and Kotetsu, new at the job and already slacking. Exactly like their fathers. Hiruzen glumly thought. Just yesterday, Tsunade waved her arm as she slowly walked towards the center of the room, closer to the Hokage, instead of heading to the Senju seat. This was instantly noted by the other clan heads. Hiruzen, though, had his head spinning because of something else. Did she say yesterday? An S-rank ninja was inside of MY village for more than 24 hours and nobody noticed. No report from the barrier team. The barrier is set up to flare like crazy the second one of my students enters the village. As their sensei, it is my duty to prove myself all-knowing, and being aware of their comings and goings was a big part of that. How could she just sneak in? Worse yet. No patrol spotted anything unusual. No casino showed a marginal improvement in their earnings. No bar complained about drunk violent blondes. No Danzo complaining about CRA for Tsunade. When the hell did the world become such a strange place? He pondered his life choices as the leader of a village full of trained killers, now that they proved utterly incompetent. Naturally, Hiruzen completely disregarded that Tsunade was Senju, and therefore knew many secret entrances to the village not known even to him. For him, she was still the small flat girl who wanted to be the best medic in the world after witnessing her beloved grandfather dying during her childhood. Same as Orochimaru was still that little pale kid with a penchant for snakes who just might have been a bit morally deranged. Yeah, sending him to work with Danzo might not have been the best decision for his already crumbling moral compass. Poor Danzo, who knows how Orochimaru corrupted him. Hiruzen wistfully mused, he did become a bit heavy-handed in recent years. While Hiruzen was experiencing the effect his old age had on his sentimentality, Tsunade finally arrived in the center of the room, standing tall with her arms crossed below her chest with a very self-satisfied grin on her face. Her eyes glanced at Danzo in a way the men would notice. Catching his attention, Tsunade very slightly lifted her forearm, making her breasts bounce. Today, she had a generous cleavage and even an old, supposedly emotionless, coot like Danzo was not immune to her charms. Especially not the small temptation genjutsu targeting only his chakra signature. Well, for all Tsunade knew, the man could have been a eunuch or batted for the other team with the amount of time he and her sensei spent bickering. She had to safeguard her plan would go off without a hitch. Danzo indeed found himself affected and glanced at her cleavage, stiffening the second he noticed the mark on her left breast. He knew that mark well from his research these past few days. What the? Yozora. Wait, wooden spikes made of mokuton. She slaughtered my root. His eyes filled with horror-induced panic as he frantically looked at Hiruzen. He knew the old monkey was a pervert ranking on the upper levels of Jiraiya's scale and indeed, the old man was blushing while also glancing at Tsunade's chest. Nothing. He is saying nothing. Wait. He doesn't see the mark, does he? Danzo remembered. Tsunade had perfect chakra control and knew a genjutsu that hid the effects of her old age even from Sharingan and Byakugan users. Of course, nobody is seeing it. The bitch. He silently seethed, glaring in rage at the blonde woman. He couldn't simply accuse her of being in an organization full of rogue ninjas, telling the council he needed somebody to study her naked chest to provide the proof. That sounded like something Hiruzen would come up with. Ridiculous. It was the same situation as his arm or eye. He was seen as a cripple. Telling him to show them his supposedly mutilated arm or missing eye was incredibly rude, and if somebody did that, it would have been the equivalent of making enemies on the council. He could have easily wiggled out of that accusation with some simple wordplay, abusing his status of cripple alongside his position on the council and his lifelong loyal service to the village. After all, what would be his motivation to betray the village when he gave his body parts to serve it? After spending his entire life safeguarding it. Accusing him of anything without a certain factual and irrefutable proof was political and career suicide. Tsunade was the last Senju. She was the last member of the founding clan of Konoha. Saying she betrayed the village without providing ironclad proof was like saying she shat upon all of her dead clan members' graves. And everybody knew how she loved her clan. She even left the village in grief after the Second War, supposedly unable to withstand the pressure. Her brother's death was just the last straw. Tsunade was a hardened ninja, after all. One death would not cause her to completely crumble. But receiving every other week an invitation to a funeral of yet another dead family member since she was 10. Even Danzo, the believer in the necessary ruthlessness, had to, at the time, admit that if anyone deserved a long break, it was her. Moreover, she was the hero of the Second Ninja War and the most beloved person in Konoha right after the Yellow Flash. Literally nobody died in the hospital in the Third War because of her. People noticed. As long as an injured person reached Konoha's hospital, he would survive even if half of his body was missing. Tsunade was just that good. People still loved her despite her long absence from the village. Accusing a person of such a reputation of an act of treason. Danzo might have been old but he was not senile. All he could do was silently stem in his rage and quietly watch the meeting. He did not have his root anymore. He had 5 guys who would get slaughtered if they tried anything against Tsunade. He knew when he was beaten. No, it was time for a tactical retreat and regroup. He could always remake his route. Konoha had enough orphans for that. Oh, I will have my revenge, Tsunade. Just you wait. A few years and I will make your life a hell upon earth. Yozora will fall once I become Hokage. Danzo inwardly swore. Smirking, Tsunade gave Danzo a winning look, enjoying the emotional torture she heaped upon the old warhawk with just a single gesture. Yeah, he now knew her allegiance. Big deal. What was he exactly gonna do about it? Call her up on it? How she wished he would be that stupid. Label of a pervert would suit the old cripple nicely, driving his already butthurt ego into the ground. Better yet, it would give her a reasonable excuse to clobber the old coot through the entire village too, crippling him for real. After all, accidents happen all the time, no. A girl can dream. Tsunade wistfully sighed and turned back to Hiruzen, taking out a miniature scroll from her pocket, enlarging it with a single flare of her chakra before throwing it to the old man. That is why I came here. She answered his questioning look as he caught the document. You wouldn't believe all the things I learned about my place in this village in my visit to the fire capital. Sensei, when were you going to tell me about it, I wonder? Hearing that, Hiruzen didn't need to be a prophet to know what the scroll was about. Needless to say, his heart skipped a beat when he saw the seal of the fire daimyo. Chapter 254, Chapter 254, Emergency Council Meeting 3. I would have been happy ignoring Konoha my whole life, but no. You just had to do the stunt with the Uchiha clan, had you not? Tsunade pointedly gazed at Hiruzen whose eyebrow involuntarily twitched at the accusation, which could as well be a full body flinch considering the people in the chamber knew at least something about reading the body language. Well, no more. My grandfather didn't create this village to be a chessboard for some old bastard's amusement. Her cold stare briefly stopped on every single elder, causing them to frown, ending on Danzo, to whom she gave a look a few degrees frostier than the others. For those who still didn't get it. Tsunade glanced at Tsum. Itachi didn't go quite as mad as he was portrayed. He simply followed orders, didn't he? Sensei. Even Tsum Inuzuka understood Tsunade's meaning after she pointed it out so bluntly. Inuzukas were fiercely loyal to the third Hokage due to their pack mentality. He had a half-century to cement his position as an alpha in their minds and he certainly did not slack off in that regard. Hiruzen became shocked and inwardly winced at the piercing look Tsum threw him. He found himself between Tsunade and a hard place. On one hand, he could play stupid but he knew the suspicion was cast and this could potentially tear the village apart in the near future. He definitely didn't miss how Hayashi Hyuga narrowed his eyes at him. He protected the village with his life for over half-century and now these upstarts wanted to take his pound of flesh. As if. It was all for the will of fire, Tsunade-chan. He said in a calm voice, adding the suffix to show her place. He knew there was no point in trying to keep these facts hidden. The Uchiha clan wanted to rebel. The final result was definitely unfortunate but not unexpected. Treason is treason, after all. No matter what I did, they simply wouldn't let it go. And in the end, I never ordered their massacre. He sadly shook his head. Bullshit. You, Hiruzen Sarutobi, let that happen. She emphasized her words by banging her fist on the table nearby while staring at her sensei. You knew something was wrong for years. You were the reason why they were relocated to the outskirts and lost most of their political power in the first place. All because Danzo told you so. You know how prideful and vain Uchihas were. You must have had an idea how this would end up. Especially with that twit Fugaku as the clan head. Don't try to screw with me by telling me you had no idea, sensei. You are not called the professor because you like Ika Ika, schoolyard crush. Tsunade deadpanned, making Hiruzen feel self-conscious as a small blush appeared on his wizened cheeks. Tsunadeheim, Kohara decided to interrupt the dressing down Tsunade was delivering to Hiruzen. Even your grandfather would see the greater good in the unfortunate demise of the Uchiha clan. He always preached that others should see the village before their own clans. Uchiha simply went too far. I would think I knew my grandfather better than you, old hag. Tsunade snorted, stopping Kohara short, earning herself a glare from the short old woman. No matter how hard you try to portray my grandfather as some idiot who would sacrifice anything for the village, I have known him. As big of a goof as he was when it came to politics, he was still a ninja and knew the importance of backup plans. Say what you want, but my grandfather was Senju first, Hokage second. Anyone who knew him more deeply was aware of that fact. That's also why Danzo holds more respect to my uncle, rather than my grandfather. My uncle simply hid his preference for our clan better. Tsunade stated, causing everyone to ponder what she just said. How could it be any different? He created the village for his clan, for the children so they wouldn't have to fight. How could you sit there and tell me he would gladly sacrifice these same children for the village? Are you daft? What do you mean? Tsum asked, now fully invested in the discussion. Ah, what a drag. Shikaku murmured, Itachi didn't spare even children. Considering our esteemed Hokage and his elder Koharu just indirectly admitted that it was an order of some sort. And the chamber grew somber at that. The various clan heads felt their very own turmoil of emotions because of the revelation. The elders furiously thought about how to word their defense in order to prove what they did was fully for the village. The civilian representative simply stared, feeling out of the place and suddenly scared to let out even an eep. After all, if an entire clan was eradicated just because they got out of hand. They all started considering their previous behavior during those meetings and sudden fear started to creep up their spines. The Hokage just mournfully puffed his pipe, passively watching the whole council room. It was interesting how just a few words could accomplish what he in his entire career could not. Tsunade in just a few seconds shut up the entire council room. He found himself impressed despite it being at his expense. Maybe it really is time to retire, huh? After a brief silence, Tsunade started speaking again. My grandfather certainly didn't create the village for you, the conniving bastards who scheme how to use the labors of my family to get more power and influence, corrupting this place in the process. How dare you take his name into your mouth, bitch? She returned Koharu's glare, adding her killing intent on the top which instantly shook everybody in the room awake from their own contemplation as cracks appeared on the walls from the pressure emitted from Tsunade, making Koharu flinch as far back in her seat as she possibly could at the very physical representation of Tsunade's intent to do her harm. Inwardly satisfied, at the horrified face of the woman due to the inhuman levels of killing intent saturating the air, Tsunade looked back to the Hokage, finding his pipe fell from his mouth. She coldly smirked, Hiruzen lost his marbles long ago. He believes in the will of fire so much, he became deranged. He let civilians run our ninja village as if they owned us. At that, many of the sweating civilians cringed, fearing for their lives. He let his elders walk all over him in order to appease them because of some misguided sense of camaraderie. Elders frowned, not daring to interrupt again due to their instincts screaming at them to be quiet, and the saddest of it all, he totally forgot or willfully disregarded most of what my uncle tried to teach him. That will of fire was just a guideline that made all the clans closer. Nothing more than that. Alas, as long as something fit Hiruzen's image of the will of fire, all was a fair game. Tsunade glanced at Danzo in a way that would be painfully obvious to Hiruzen what she meant. And notice, he did. It wasn't hard to put two and two together for Hiruzen. He knew Root did more bad than good but he still didn't want to believe Danzo fell so much into the darkness. After all, if he couldn't believe in his oldest friends and comrades, then who could he believe? The Senjus created this place. Tsunade continued, we were never the biggest fans of formality but the hierarchy set up by my uncle and grandfather should have told you what place my ancestors envisioned for our clan. The very lands Konoha stands on are fully owned by my clan. We are the founding clan. We gave each of your clans a sanctuary. We handpicked 4 noble clans of these lands, giving them stature similar to nobles in the Fire Country. We promised a better future for the clans. And we delivered. She swept the clan heads with her unflinching and hardened gaze as if they were a bunch of misbehaving children. Yet, when the Senju clan needed help, where were you exactly? Sarutobi. You knew Senju were hunted down but what did you do? You let it happen. That's what. Tsunade turned to the shocked clan heads. I had enough. I have already signed the paperwork with the daimyo and enacted the preventive clause of the Konoha Creation Act. From now on, Konoha is an autonomous territory within the Fire Country under the rule of the landowners, the Senju clan. She declared with finality. The civilians and clans who had no idea what would happen were left speechless, not knowing what exactly to do. Who could blame them? Their homeland just became a different country right in front of their eyes and the only thing they could do was to gape. Danzo's breath hitched. This was the whole reason why he helped Senjus on their way to the afterlife during the First and Second Wars. Damn you, Hiruzen. You and your sentiment. Why couldn't you just let me deal with your bitch of a student when I offered? Naturally, Hiruzen knew about some of it. After all, it was in the time when the Root program was just starting, hence the organization was still a legitimate part of the village. They both discovered these clauses of the Konoha Creation Act. The Senju clan were simply too dangerous, being able to take the power from the Hokage at their whim. Hiruzen wasn't even protesting. He was just so tired of it all. He knew Jiraiya would never become Hokage. That only left Tsunade. That was honestly half of the reason why he was searching for the whereabouts of his wayward student during all these recent years. He was well aware she was the only candidate fit to become the Hokage. What was the point of trying to prevent this? It would have happened sooner or later, and he hoped sooner rather than later. He actually felt enormous pride that at least one of his students had it in them to oppose him in such a blatant manner. That at least one of his students would have the balls to keep Konoha safe. He also found it somewhat hilarious that, in the end, it was not Orochimaru or Jiraiya but Tsunade with these proverbial balls. He has spent so much time trying to prevent her from learning about her birthright, and now, here they were. He, completely glad she actually learned about it and took the reins as there was no other option either way. Life was funny like that. To think it would throw him such a curveball in his old age. At least, one of his students was not an utter failure. For the first time since the Kyuubi attack, he felt oddly at peace. Tsunade raised her head high and looked straight into Hiruzen's eyes, daring him to say a word. And as my first order as the owner of these lands, I hereby declare you, Hiruzen Sarutobi, fired from the position of Hokage. Her composed but firm voice rang through the room, astonishing the occupants even more. Well, she could have said it more politely, couldn't she? Hiruzen's sweat dropped. Chapter 255, Chapter 255, Emergency Council Meeting 4. Sensei, you and your advisors, Tsunade glanced at Koharu and Hamura, have a day to vacate your offices. Hiruzen just resignedly nodded, whereas both Hamura and Koharu widened their eyes in astonishment at being dismissed like this. The lifetime of service was not worth even a polite dismissal. That rubbed both of them the wrong way. And while Hamura was the calmer of the two and stayed silent, only observing the happenings while thinking what to do to salvage his situation, Koharu had a bit of a temper. What? Why? You can't just kick us out without a proper reason. She screamed while involuntarily standing up without even realizing it until her bones protested with a dull ache. Tsunade looked funnily at Koharu, her look relaying exactly what her thoughts about the old woman's intelligence were. I can and I just did. Every Hokage can appoint and dismiss the advisors at his leisure. Hiruzen's dismissal from the Hokage seat automatically means your own dismissal. Your lifelong appointment to the position was only because of Hiruzen's relationship with you. I find it funny you actually fought so much against him on so many issues and yet he didn't use his right to outright dismiss you. After all, you two were supposed to be his greatest allies. That's what the Hokage advisors are there for. To support the Hokage. You must have forgotten that bit in your old age. She snarked. You two grew far too complacent in your seats. You think you can do whatever and nobody would give a shit. Well, think again. It was obvious Tsunade was not amused by Koharu's attitude. After she delivered her verbal bashing unto the old woman, she calmed down and decided to completely nail their careers to the ground without any chance to save them. And if you want a proper reason. Tsunade momentarily halted, causing Hamura to stiffen as the old man knew nothing good would be said next if Tsunade's tone was any indication. I know well it is impossible to properly falsify a mission order, like the one for the Uchiha massacre without you two knowing about it. You not only betrayed your Hokage and went behind his back. You conspired to end an entire clan, from elderly to toddlers, and as such, you were part of what most of us would call high treason. Shouldn't you be happy to not be thrown into prison straight away? Where the heck do you get the balls to argue against your dismissal? I will never know. She amusedly shook her head at the two old people who looked as if they sucked a moldy lemon. The clan heads now looked at them with a mix of disgust, wariness, and hostility. Sure, most of the time, they were at each other's throats. There was also the fact that nobody really liked the arrogant Uchihas. But they were clans and could sympathize. They could easily imagine themselves in the position of the Uchiha clan. It was far too easy to imagine the Yamanaka clan as a threat with their mind jutsus. It was far too easy to imagine the Nara clan as a threat with their inborn smarts and shadow jutsus. It was far too easy to imagine the Hyuga clan as a threat because of their Byakugan abilities. In short, every clan had something that made them dangerous and different. They all had to have a measure of trust between themselves to cohabitate a single village. Every clan had their secrets, their own ways they could endanger the village at any given moment. But that was how Konoha was always supposed to work. The entire premise of the village upon its founding was based on building at least basic trust between clans and making them work together for a common goal. These political spats in the council room were just that. Momentary spats that faded from the mind the second the clan heads left the council room. Frankly, the biggest dispute between clans could be said to be the past Hyuga-Uchiha hatred, and even then the Uchihas and Hyugas could seamlessly work together to accomplish missions without a single complaint. They simply preferred not to interact and usually stood on the different sides of many issues. But that was it. Konoha depended on trust between clans and the government. The second the Uchiha clan was pushed to the outskirts, the village broke a very vital requirement for the coexistence between the clan and the village. Tsunade felt ashamed for her sensei when she heard he could not appease the Uchihas. She couldn't really comprehend how hard it would be to let them back to their previous compound in the center of the clan district. That was all he needed to do. Let them go back home and leave them a free hand to do what they wished like any other clan. As for the Uchiha becoming too ambitious after getting the said free hand, the other clans would simply hammer their ego down whenever they tried to stick out. That's how Konoha worked for almost 50 years. The clans kept each other in check. As for Danzo, he was still reveling at the fact Tsunade did not mention him. He was not an elder of the advisory council. He was now in the Konoha council in one of the elected civilian seats. Danzo refused to believe Tsunade didn't know it was him who forged Itachi's orders. Narrowing his eye, he wondered what she was playing at. Now, I could become the new Hokage. Tsunade started, but I already am an equivalent of daimyo for Konoha. Hence, the new Hokage will be Shikaku Nara. She offhandedly said, causing a loud bang to resound from Shikaku's direction, followed by a painful groan of the man whose head just impacted the table due to his almost heart-stopping shock. Shikaku couldn't believe his ears. He lifted his head from the hard wooden table, completely ignoring the bruise right in the middle of his forehead. Whipping his tired body up, he leaned forward with a frantic expression. "You can't do that to me," he shouted almost hysterically, getting weirded-out gazes from most of the clan heads while Inoichi and Choza simply mirthfully chuckled. Only Shibi was as stoic as ever, but even his amusement could be deciphered from the buzz of his bugs. "Ah, lucky you." Choza boomed and patted Shikaku's back, laughing his ass off at the misfortune of his friend. He knew how much the Nara men despised any notion of becoming the Hokage. Yoshino will be pleased. Inoichi joined the teasing, making Shikaku's face scrunch in a grimace. Don't worry, Shikaku." Tsunade grinned. "I only need you to do the paperwork and tend to the council. I am sure you will enjoy the fulfilling experience. I already sent a job offer to Yoshino for the spot of your secretary. Aren't I thoughtful?" Shikaku could just flop back into his seat as despair started to claim his soul. This is just a nightmare. Yes. I will wake up in the morning and the world will be a lot less insane. I am sure of it. Becoming Hokage. Having my nagging wife as my secretary. God. All that paperwork. All that nagging. All that nagging during the paperwork. All that nagging to do the paperwork. Yes, simply a nightmare. He thought as he started to close his eyes in hope to wake up. Just imagine Yoshino's reaction when she finds out you are the new Hokage and she is your secretary. Tsunade slyly said, causing Choza and Inoichi to snort, knowing well Yoshino's personality. All that nagging to do Yoshino instead of the paperwork. Maybe Tsunade is right and this isn't such a bad idea. Oh, who am I kidding? She is just trying to manipulate me. Such a drag. Shikaku wearily sighed in defeat. It was far too troublesome to argue his case. Chapter 256, Chapter 256. The best man for the job. Troublesome blonde. Yoshino heard a frustrated scream from the Hokage office and briefly stopped organizing the appointments before mirthfully chuckling and continuing her job. I will have to send Tsunade chocolate or something. Now that Shikamaru is mostly in the academy, I was getting bored at home. She hummed. Inside the Hokage office, Shikaku was frantically reviewing papers, signing off on some of them while discarding others into the trash can while mentally cursing the inefficiency of Konoha's administration system. Alas, fate is a bitch. Once upon a time, he spent innumerable working hours in his capacity as the Jonin commander laughing his ass off at Hiruzen's suffering, knowing nobody in their right mind would ever choose him to be the Hokage, and yet, here he was. Life sucked. What do you want? Shikaku gruffly asked, not even deeming it important to look at Tsunade who came for a sudden unannounced visit. His daimyo or not, he was not happy with her right about now. He didn't see a proper bed for over 24 hours and that's considering the emergency meeting was just 2 days ago. He could already imagine his bleak future. Nothing. Can't I visit my third favorite Hokage in my free time? Tsunade jested, emphasizing the word free, causing Shikaku to spontaneously snap his pen in half. He slowly lifted his fed-up and unamused gaze towards her. You did this on purpose, didn't you? Tsunade, from her position on the couch, shrugged in indifference. Yeah. Do you even have to ask? She lifted her eyebrow at him. We both know you had enough time to put the facts together and analyze your situation from every possible angle imaginable during your paperwork time. Entertain me. What did you come up with? Why did I make you the Hokage instead of taking the hat myself? She was really interested in the conclusion Shikaku's mind would deliver. He threw the stacks of paper a vindictive look before sighing and rubbing the bridge of his nose. Well, I guess I could take a bit of a break. Looking back at Tsunade, Shikaku gained a thoughtful look. The only thing I came up with is my experience in administration from my tenure as the Jonin commander. That is really the only thing I can offer to the village in this position. He reasoned. Jonin commander was a bit misleading term. It was not the person sent on the most dangerous missions as one would believe. No. Jonin Commander was a full-time desk job. Shikaku was not away from Konoha even once since he became the Jonin Commander. His duties primarily laid in deciding which team would be sent on which high-rank mission, reviewing missions to make sure there is nothing immediately fishy-sounding in them that could get their ninjas killed, and then he had to deal with paperwork consisting of things like finished mission reports and the like. It was a job that required incredible analytical capabilities coupled with heaps of practical experiences in the field. The only time a Jonin Commander played an active combat role in the village would be during a war, where he was supposed to be one of the main tacticians. Hence, it is a position held only by Nara. And it was also a good job where you got paid for slacking the day off during peacetime, hence the Nara clan made the deal with the first Hokage to be prioritized for it. Let's be honest, Shikaku lazily continued with a measure of amusement in his tone. If we measure one's worth by his rank and abilities, I am solid 3. I am an elite Jonin who, depending on their prowess and jutsu repertoire, could comfortably fight 3 other average Jonins. On that same scale, Sarutobi is a solid 25, which is quite impressive in itself when one considers an additional opponent means the combat prowess has to rise exponentially to cope with the increase. That's most likely why the second Hokage chose him instead of Danzo as his successor. Danzo was better at plotting while Hiruzen had more immediate combat potential. They were at war and such a choice was a no-brainer. Tsunade snorted, "Sensei always told us he was chosen because his will of fire was the strongest. Allegedly, that is really how my uncle justified his choice." She started, beaming with mirth. "When I was a kid, I found it fascinating. Now, I think that my uncle pulled the most available and cheesiest bullshit to quickly justify his choice before he went on a suicide mission that, in the end, won us the first war. It's sad that Sensei took his words as gospel and became almost fanatical about the will of fire." Tsunade sighed. "I am sure Sensei's retirement will be a bittersweet thing for him. His own punishment of sorts where he can only watch how his beloved village changes from what he thinks is best for the will of fire while he is unable to intervene." Shikaku was looking at her weirdly but wisely kept quiet as she monologued. Noticing herself rambling, Tsunade looked back at the men behind the Hokage desk, "But back to you." Shikaku slowly nodded, his mind processing what she just told him. "Back to me, there are high tens of Jonins who are more or less on the same level as me in the village. And that is not even counting those who mastered elemental jutsu that naturally counter to my shadow manipulation." He distractedly mused. "I may be smart but that is not necessarily a necessity to become a Hokage either. It is heavily assumed that somebody who got so far as to be considered for the Hokage position is actually smart. But what is most important is the combat capability, or rather, his war deterrent value to the village. Hence the entire administration mess I have to deal with now. Man, couldn't Sarutobi at least try to make it less troublesome? He was in the office for the last 40 years. What the heck was he doing?" He petulantly complained while wearily rubbing his forehead. "So he figured it out, eh?" Tsunade chuckled, her eyes sparkling with mirth as Shikaku gave her a deadpan gaze. "You simply chose me to be the poor sod who has to rehaul the administration system of the village," he concluded, causing Tsunade to smirk. "I stand by what I said in the past. I did it to reward the Nara clan for their continuous and loyal service to the Senju clan. It is high time that your clan's standing increased," she said smugly. "Bullshit," Shikaku muttered. "Plus," Tsunade wryly continued, ignoring Shikaku's cursing, "you are far better paper pusher than me." She had to duck under the flying paperweight. Shikaku's eyebrow was twitching in annoyance while the corner of his lips twitched in amusement. He was indeed not the best candidate, no, scratch that, he was not even one of the considered people for the position. But he could also understand what Tsunade did. Now that she was back in the village, there was no need to have a strong combatant as a Hokage. The village still had Hiruzen Sarutobi, Jiraiya, and now Tsunade available. The overall war deterrent of the village soared despite the Hokage being a weakling, as Kyumo would undoubtedly dub him. Instead, Tsunade put Shikaku, someone good at administration, into the position of Hokage, something that has to do most of the time with administration. If this was shogi, Shikaku would praise her resourcefulness and willingness to say, "fuck you," to traditions. From the reports, Shikaku knew that Suna had massive economical problems because their Kazekage, while strong on the battlefield, was shit at administration and diplomacy. To a lesser degree, the same could be said about Iwagakure, a village that was far too militaristic to work properly, Kumogakure, a place that was mostly stagnant, hence their drive to obtain bloodlines, or Kirigakure, which was just a few months prior a right mess. The Kages were all strong people with strong beliefs and convictions, but the important thing was what they were not. They were not the best people for the job. They were not administrators. They were fighters, killers, assassins. Their mindset was not primarily set to build and develop their villages but to destroy their enemies. It was a ninja thing, honestly. HAAA. Just tell me what you want with me so I can get back to my paperwork. God forbid Yoshino finds out I took a break. he tiredly said, making Tsunade smile at him. The dynamics of Yoshino's and Shikaku's relationship may seem unhealthy at first glance, but the Nara men knew what they needed in life, and the two get on shockingly well under all that Yoshino's nagging and Shikaku's troublesome complaints. Tsunade knew they were happy, and Yoshino was always able to verbally kick Shikaku's lazy ass back to work. Frankly, that was the reason why she made the woman his secretary. "Who said I am here for you?" Tsunade remarked, making Shikaku raise an eyebrow at her. "No, I am here for the guy who is heading this way," she elaborated. "And who is that supposed to be?" Shikaku asked, but was interrupted as the door opened, revealing a sheepish Yoshino. "Danzo Shimura is here to see you, Shikaku. Should I let him in?" Chapter 257, Chapter 257, Danzo's Ploy. Danzo had a few bad days behind himself. When he came back from the emergency council meeting he organized, he found out the 3 of his 5 remaining Root ANBU were killed while guarding his house. He couldn't even think about how Tsunade managed that feat, considering she was present at the said meeting. He was far too angry and, he loathed to admit it, slightly fearful. His house was, after all, overstuffed with protective seals and traps. On another, more important, note, his power base in the village was slowly evaporating, and all it took for this to happen was 4 days. It was maddening. Years of work gone just like that. First, his root was annihilated, which was arguably a crippling blow that set him back by at least a decade, but it was not that big of a deal. He could recover from it. All he needed was time and good usage of his 5 remaining subordinates. Second, Tsunade came back like a whirlwind. And then everything went to shits. First, she got Hiruzen out of his seat with one expert and utterly unavoidable move. She simply exerted her right as the descendant of Hashirama, and nobody could refute that. But that single move shook the village on a fundamental level. And she did that without even using a single punch. Danzo really did not expect a brute like Tsunade to use politics and good arguments of all things. If that was it, then all would have been great in the world, but Tsunade just had to dismiss Koharu and Hamura, smoothly taking out the more important half of Danzo's support base in the council as if to spite him. Worse yet, the second half that resided among the civilians was properly cowed by Tsunade's ploy. At any other time, he would have applauded her, thinking that there was finally somebody acting as a Kage should, not covering before the civilians. Now though, she effectively crippled him politically in under 20 minutes flat using only words. It was him who was supposed to be the master manipulator in the village, damn it. And then, when he thought it simply couldn't get any worse, he came home and found 3 of his remaining 5 operatives dead, their bodies mockingly placed on the couch so they would be the first thing he saw after entering the living room. Danzo's sense of urgency increased manyfold after that. He was being attacked by Tsunade, who was pretentious enough to even let him know his failings are the result of her sabotage. And he could not do anything about it. As desperation and a bit of despair set in, he decided to go to the Hokage and try his luck on influencing the men a bit. While trying to fool a Nara was indeed very foolish, Danzo knew the trick in tricking them was in being indirect. He could not manipulate Shikaku directly, using misdirection on the facts the men knew about. Shikaku would have analyzed it in seconds and see right through Danzo. No, Danzo had to use facts Shikaku had no idea about, then he had to portray his agenda believingly and logically with the support of facts that Shikaku did know, so he could make his own image. It was all in the wording and the hard facts he was about to use. He would not directly state Tsunade was in the criminal organization Yuzora. The Nara and Senju clan were allies, and in the end, it wouldn't really even matter. No, his plan was simply to get Yuzora declared as the enemies of Konoha first and only then oust Tsunade as a member and then branch from there. The fact that Shikaku had no reaction during the emergency council meeting when she showed the Yuzora mark, Danzo reasoned that the men had no idea about it. It was time to exploit that lack of knowledge. Oh, Danzo had no doubt this would be a rigorous path filled with many obstacles, and it was apparent he would have to avoid Tsunade detecting his machinations. For that purpose, he made sure she would be swarmed with paperwork by the civilian businessmen who were renting land from her. Danzo Shimura is here to see you, Shikaku. Should I let him in? That sentence brought Danzo back to the present. He always could pull wool over Hiruzen's eyes, and while Shikaku Nara was definitely a whole magnitude smarter than the old monkey, he was also a lot less experienced. Yes, send him in. Danzo heard Shikaku's voice sound from within the Hokage office. It was showtime. Without even waiting for Yoshino to present him, he calmly but confidently strode past her, right into the office with his head held high. Thank you for accepting me on such short notice, Lord Hokage. Those words left his mouth with a great reluctance while he discreetly looked around the empty office. Now that Hiruzen's things were no longer inside, it was really somewhat barren. For some reason, the sight brought sadness to Danzo's heart, which he promptly squashed. No problem, Shimura-san. Shikaku's eye twitched, almost as if in amusement. You will have to excuse me, but I do not have much time nowadays. Please state your business so we can move on. Danzo frowned at such bluntness. He loved obedient bluntness from his subordinates, but this was time for politicking. There was no place for such straightforward dismissal. Very well, he said, put out, I came to warn you about the threat of Yuzora. As you probably know, they are responsible for a series of murders inside of our village. That simply can't go unanswered. We will look like fools in front of other villages if that comes out. He coldly stated, fully counting on the information getting out. He did put a lot of work into making preparations to spread rumors about it. You might not know about it, but Yuzora is a less-known group of S-rank criminals who 7 years ago made a fool out of every single hidden village bar Konoha. These incidents, however, can be called just small pranks compared to the outright act of slaughter that was committed in our village. Will you let the murder of our villagers go unanswered, Lord Hokage? Danzo thanked his foresight to register fake identities for his root ANBU and make them full-fledged villagers. At least now they could not simply be overlooked. About that, Shikaku sighed, causing Danzo to lean forward. You will have to consult with her. He pointed behind Danzo, who stiffened. Slowly turning around, Danzo was caught flat-footed as the air shimmered around a certain spot on the couch, revealing a smug-looking Tsunade who eyed him like an animal who is desperately clutching at straws to run from her. So you have a problem with Yuzora, eh, Danzo? Tsunade grinned. How do we know the 200 kills are not your job though? Excuse me. Danzo snapped, not expecting such a comeback. You are quite famous in the village for being a schemer and someone with a lot of secrets. It would have been so easy to prearrange the evidence. Picking a target such as Yuzora, a group that seldom shows itself, was definitely smart. They are not very well known to the average ninjas, while they would hardly defend themselves from the accusation since nobody heard from them for years. Yes, with your track record, this is definitely something you would have done, Danzo. So, give us proof it was not your doing. Tsunade relished pinning the blame on him. He might have been the next coming of sunshine out of the ass in the civilians' eyes, but anyone above Chunin rank knew well who Danzo Shimura really was and what he did for a living. Or at least, they knew some rumors that were enough of a warning to get mixed up with him. I was at the council he gritted his teeth. Inconclusive. You could have prepared it beforehand. You know that. Your entire trade is about things like that. Tsunade indifferently shrugged. You demand proof I did not commit a crime perpetrated on me? Danzo crossly asked. Bullshit. Tsunade chuckled. There was no crime perpetrated on you. There was, however, a crime perpetrated in your living room. Now, if I know anything about you, it is that you are a quite accomplished seal master focusing on security seals. How could anyone just walk inside your own living room that is overtrapped with various seals, set up a crime scene without setting even one of the said seals off, and then leave with no one the wiser about his identity? And on top of that, you want us to believe it was actually done by a group of people who nobody saw or heard from for the last 6 years. Are you taking us for total idiots? Tsunade looked mockingly at him as if he was stupid, causing him to gape at her audacity. The realization of what exactly he was overlooking as if slapped Danzo right on the head the second Tsunade uttered these words. Yeah, no. Pull another one. Shikaku nodded in agreement. He knew something was suspicious in that entire matter, but now that Tsunade pointed out Danzo's house was basically a death trap for anyone other than the owner, he gave Danzo a suspicious look. Parts of over 200 bodies were found in your house. Are you sure you don't have anything to say about that? Hearing Shikaku, Danzo shut his mouth with a click. In a huff, he turned around and walked right through the door without even excusing himself. That bitch played me from the start to the beginning. He gravely thought as the door closed behind him. Inside the office, Shikaku looked weirdly at Tsunade. You know he will get away with it, right? There is no conclusive evidence to prove his involvement. I still have no idea why you are letting him live. From what you divulged about the Uchiha clan's demise, he deserves to be executed. Moreover, I am not stupid. This is personal for you. I can see that. Putting the facts together was not a hard thing, Tsunade. He is definitely responsible for the Senju clan's demise too, and you either have proof or at least heavily suspect so. You would never be so ferocious towards him if it was not like that. He drawled. So, why not just kill him and be done with it? Tsunade lifted her eyebrow and snorted in distaste. Killing him? That would have been a mercy. He did a lot of nasty stuff, but he also did a lot of good for the village. So, no, Shikaku. I don't want him dead. I want him to live. To live in despair and desperation. To be frustrated, scared, on his toes at all times. To feel his hope slowly fade. I want him to suffer the worst fate imaginable for a ninja. The feeling of uselessness and hopelessness as a trap closes in. I will systematically take away his options, destroying any and all influence he has in the village, leaving him alone, isolated, and without any support. And when I deem he gave up enough resistance, I will permanently seal his chakra and throw the keying matrix to the sea. She finished with a finality that inwardly horrified Shikaku, causing him to slightly shiver. Giving her a deadpan look in order to cover the chill that went up his spine, Shikaku groaned before quietly muttering, "Troublesome woman." Chapter 258, Chapter 258, Plans. A week after Rei and Pakura finished their business in Sunagakure, Rei alongside his girls were sitting in the dining room of his mansion in the village on the other side, enjoying their breakfast. It was during the said breakfast that Tsunade finally came back, surprising them. Well, look at that. The lost lamb finally found her way home. Rei invitingly smiled at Tsunade, gesturing to an empty chair while Konan wordlessly stood up in order to prepare another set of tableware for her. Tsunade slightly blushed, reminding herself that informing no one of her activities might not have been the best idea, but these thoughts quickly perished under her excitement. She couldn't wait for Rei's reaction once she revealed her accomplishment. Sorry. I just needed to do something. Before anyone could interrupt, Tsunade quickened her talking pace. On the other hand, I have finished and I acquired a gift for you, Rei. She exuberantly exclaimed, widely grinning from ear to ear with a praise-me look in her vividly amber eyes. Rei stopped his fork midway to his half-opened mouth and looked at Tsunade. He was incredibly curious about what she was up to. Disappearing for more than a month. That was something he would have expected from Mei, and if it happened, it would have indeed been frustrating. As for Tsunade, he trusted Tsunade to know better. Mei would most likely have caused a scene in a few days, but Tsunade had no such problem. Hence, Rei let Tsunade be and waited until she came back home from whatever self-imposed quest she went on. A gift. He lifted his eyebrow at her while putting his fork down. Yes. Tsunade beamed. Did I forget some kind of anniversary? Rei turned to Konan with an appalled look and whispered loud enough for everyone to hear, causing many of them to giggle. Including Konan as she shook her head. Turning back to Tsunade, Rei furrowed his brows at her. It was not common in their household to give each other gifts. Sure, there were birthdays, but even then, while not completely dismissed, it somehow became unimportant as time went by and they lived together. Rei was aware most of his seals were perceived as gifts by the girls even though he never intended them to be such. With Ringo and him constantly forgetting themselves in their individual research to the point of forgetting their own birthdays and having to be dragged to the parties by Tsunade or Konan. With Konan and Tsunade taking care of the Bairi and Yuzushio Trading Company. With Pakura taking care of the administrative village affairs while Mei was her everyday daredevil, ordinary gifts were something they simply did not exchange anymore. There were many other ways to show they cared about each other, after all. Hence, Rei was really curious about what Tsunade was about to pull off. Even the other women around the table started to get curious. Tsunade was never one to be extremely excitable. Not like this. From Tsunade's expression, they could all feel that whatever revelation she was about to drop on them, it will most likely be enormous. Tsunade approached Rei and leaned closer towards him with an expectant smile upon her lips. She started only to stop herself for a second and, a small burst of smoke suddenly appeared, notifying the people in the room about the use of a low-powered storage scroll, preventing them from getting jumpy. Rei suddenly found his vision obscured by a hem of a hat, narrowing his eyes while grabbing the hem and yanking the hat off his head, only to owlishly blink as he somehow saw the Hokage hat in his hand. I have used the Konoha Creation Act and became the daimyo of Konoha. Tsunade proudly proclaimed, causing the people in the room to incredulously gawk at her. Congratulations. Konan was the first who shook herself out of her bewilderment and graced Tsunade with a warm approving smile. Way to go. Mei cheered. Won't the Hokage miss it though? She cutely tilted her head with mischief sparkling in her eyes. I doubt it. My new Hokage didn't notice his hat missing for 3 days straight. Tsunade shrugged, as long as I return it in under a week, it can be written off as him being forgetful. Gee, have fun with the paperwork. Ringo good-naturedly interrupted with a snort before returning to her cereals. What's that supposed to mean, you red-headed hag? She became a princess and you snort at her. Have you no manners? Mei indignantly defended Tsunade, only to get an annoyed and deadpan stare from Ringo. First, you have red hair too, you midget. Second, I am from Kiri. They did not exactly teach us manners in the academy. Just look at yourself. Ringo scathingly clicked her tongue, getting a scowl from Mei in return. You. Needless to say, the two bickering redheads were quickly toned out by the other occupants of the room. If you need help with anything, just say. I will probably have my hands full with managing Swangakure since I don't have people who will happily do my job for me like someone. Pakura gave Ringo a pointed look, her lips thinning as she noticed Ringo was too preoccupied with Mei to notice her disapproval. Giving up her endeavor, Pakura shook her head and gazed back at Tsunade, but I will always make time for you. She promised, knowing she was the best at the pure administrative work out of all of her sister wives. Thank you. Tsunade nodded, but I really don't have many responsibilities. I made sure of it when I took over the position of the daimyo of Konoha. I gave away a bit of my influence to other Konoha clans, but with it went most of my paperwork and negotiations with people. There is not much workload for me. She explained, causing Pakura to become introspective. Should I do the same? Pakura thought with a pondering look, and just like that, the people in the room knew nobody sans Rei would be able to get her out of her funk anytime soon. The only one who was not cheering was Rei, who stared at the Hokage hat in shock as if somebody murdered his puppy by disemboweling it. It didn't take long for the rest of the cheering crowd to notice him acting weird. Especially since despite answering the congratulations, Tsunade's eyes didn't leave his form. She was really not liking his far too stunned look. Something is not right. Tsunade understood and slowly approached Rei, putting her hand on his shoulder. Are you all right? Is it that shocking? She asked with a tone of uncertainty. Rei blinked again and slowly looked at her, wordlessly opening his mouth only to close it with an audible click a few seconds later in a show of speechlessness. A difficult look passed through his visage before a long insufferable sigh tore from his throat. Yeah, he drawled, I have to say, this is totally my fault. I just had to jinx it, didn't I? He chuckled helplessly. I should have told you to let Konoha be for the time being. He gave the bewildered Tsunade a reassuring smile as he put his hand on the one she placed on his shoulder to make her understand he was not angry as he said his next words. With this little stunt, you totally ruined my plans, Tsunade. Chapter 259, Chapter 259, Ruined Plans. I have ruined your plans. Tsunade exclaimed, subconsciously taking a step back. She was totally confused and utterly shocked. She only wanted to give Rei a pleasant surprise, but somehow she did the exact opposite. That was too much for her distraught mind to handle as she flopped back down onto her chair. Rei didn't give the woman even a second more for self-pity or any other undue thoughts. He stood up and approached Tsunade, giving her a tight, reassuring embrace with a comforting back rub. Hey, I already said it is my fault. Don't worry. This just means I will have to. Rei's eyebrows twitched, readjust my long-term plans. Inwardly, he was not pleased. Not at all. He knew he couldn't blame Tsunade though. He had only himself to blame. Lately, everything went far too good to be true and he might have grown a bit complacent. Naturally, everything went fine because he put in an enormous effort to actually safeguard that everything would go just fine. He was never going in head first. He always planned. He always had Konan find out the most intel she could before any self-imposed mission, and then he made sure to consider as many eventual repercussions as possible. He did not play this deadly game blindly. He would like to believe he was playing it smartly and from the shadows. Heck, people still had no clue how he looked. He made damn sure to prevent Bingo Book from posting his, Conan's, or May's image all these years ago by destroying any and all the villages had. There was a vague description of their looks, but, well, to be honest, that was as helpful to the hunter ninjas as making Jiraiya into a godfather was for Naruto. It took a while, but Tsunade eventually relaxed her body in Rei's embrace, but she was still radiating with disappointment. It was obvious she expected high praise for her effort, and yet. Well, I think it is high time for you to divulge your so-called plans, husband. Conan calmly stated with a small but sharp smile, causing Rei to inwardly cringe while he outwardly tried to appear as indifferent as possible. And also the reason why you kept it secret, if you wouldn't mind. Conan added. After all, I can stomach not knowing what you want to do. I have lived with you since I was a little kid. I have grown immune to your own brand of stupidity and learned to support you through it. But I won't stand for something as trivial as misinformation to cause trouble in our relationship. She evenly declared with finality. Sighing to himself, Rei knew Conan is doing this mostly for himself, rather than because she was upset. She was one of those who never complained and always supported him no matter what he wanted to do, but she was also never afraid of stating her opinion about it or even blatantly force him to do something she deemed beneficial for him as long as it had to do with his relationship with his wives. This was not even the first time she took such a firm stand on a matter pertaining to their family. Rei simply knew when he was supposed to, shut up and do as his wife says. Well, at least I have a long night of apology sex to look forward to. Rei wryly thought. Yes, Conan could take a firm stand against him, but after a few times of that happening, Rei understood she never enjoyed it, and he always found her in his bed the following night, unusually clingy, eager to please, and her face scrunched with such an apologetic expression it almost broke his heart each time. Ah. Rei awkwardly started, thinking what to say and how to justify his actions in words that would logically explain his desire to follow the plot up to a certain point. I wanted Hiruzen to be the Hokage for a few more years, you see. He was doing such a good job at keeping the village stagnant in his policy to let civilians run the matters for him. Just look at Konoha's Ninja Academy. Rei said, getting a chuckle out of most of his wives. They slightly lower the standards almost every year since the Kyuubi attack. The clans have too many internal problems like Hyugas or Karamas, or simply do not care about politics too much like the Narashikacho Alliance, the Aburames, and the Inazukas. Frankly, Konoha is one crackpot of lazy madness and it is a wonder it is still standing. There is not much value in getting it under us. He rightly stated, getting a pitiful look from Tsunade. Alas, Conan's firm and hard gaze was far more important in this situation and unfortunately for Tsunade's ego, Conan was far too good at spotting Rei's lies when she wanted so he was forced to be ruthlessly truthful. Well, Rei was truthful, somewhat. He simply didn't say it in words, he meant it in his mind. He simply wanted Hiruzen to stay Hokage until the Chunin exams in Konoha in 5 years. Orochimaru crippled and Hiruzen dead was too good of a result to not aim for it. Tsunade becoming the Hokage just because the village had nobody else capable of taking over the position would have been just the proverbial cherry on the top. To that end, Rei was vehemently avoiding Konoha. Sure, his actions all over the world affected Konoha in some way but overall, it was really not by much. The biggest interference to date was placing a seal on Naruto with the goal of making him smarter, but that would have had a small effect on the plotline if Rei only wanted to preserve the events up till the Chunin exams. Even Naruto befriending Sasuke after the Uchiha massacre would have had no effect on that as far as Rei could predict. Hiruzen would have had his village weakened by Danzo and the civilians on the council behind his back no matter what. Orochimaru would have attacked no matter what. The clans would have been too lazy or busy to even complain no matter what. But now, Tsunade made Shikaka friggin' Nara the Hokage. After all, who else would be lazy enough to not care where the most important symbol of his station was located for 2 freaking weeks straight? It was a total bust now. Not only Konoha would get better after this, but Tsunade was basically a daimyo of the lands around it, which meant Rei's initial intention of keeping Konoha weak was no longer an option. He simply couldn't do that to Tsunade. As such, Konoha would have to get stronger from now on. As such, Rei could no longer be assured Orochimaru would be stupid enough to attack during the Chunin exam. Heck, Hiruzen was no longer the Hokage, so one of his reasons for the attack was gone. Yeah. Rei had no idea how the plotline would go now. Will the attack happen? Will Orochimaru employ more allies? IWA. Kumo? Will he try Suna again? Actually, with Bakura that ship sailed long ago. Rei only now realized. Ah, screw it. What will happen will happen. I reckon you wanted to try something with Kumo and IWA, then. Conan instantly grasped what he was not saying by deducing it from what was already said. Rei gave her a small eye roll. Obviously. These two are the only ones I have no leverage over, and they both have a too solid foundation to just quietly take over or install our Kage in them. There is no event in sight that would make such an endeavor easy anyway. I see. Conan hummed, mentally going through the latest intel on both of these villages and trying to find something. Konoha was of no concern, so you had time to focus your efforts on tougher nuts to crack, so to speak. She distractedly continued. Rei kissed Tsunade on her hair when he felt her tensing again before speaking. Yup. Not that it matters now. Tsunade rules the village, and that means I will not just stand and let her wrestle with it alone. He said, getting a grateful snuggle from the blonde. So, what now? Conan asked. Do you need something from us? Should I start causing disturbances in Kumo and IWA? We can still think something up. No. Rei harshly interjected before releasing yet another sigh. Look. I kept my plans secret because I honestly couldn't justify giving you more responsibilities. You already have quite a bit of work. Ringo. I did persuade into accepting the position of the Mizukage, but that simply doesn't count. He exclaimed, getting a deadpan stare from Ringo. Returning an eye roll, Rei continued, she really only has to spend less than half an hour per day on her paperwork, and even then she mostly uses shadow clones for it. Compared to the other Kages, she is totally worry-free, as other people do most of her job for her. Bakura loves administration, so I had no qualms about having her become the Kazekage. She knows her limits too, so there is no way she would have overworked herself either. But you, Conan. Or Tsunade. You both are overzealous. Conan's eyebrows twitched while Tsunade froze in Rei's arms. I have seen it in your work for the Bairi Company, and since then I decided to not involve you more than necessary. On top of the duties for the Bairi Company, Tsunade has her medical research, and you, Conan, have an entire spy network spanning a whole continent to care for. I have never even dreamed of pushing another full-time job on you. As for Mei. All of them looked at the happy-go-lucky girl who munched on her cereals, ignoring the conversation in its entirety. What dash? Mei carefree tilted her head when she noticed the stares. Anyway, Rei decided to continue, I think. We should just focus on slowly improving the 4 villages under our control without alerting Kumo or IWA. There is really not much to do about this, I guess. He slightly grimaced. His new plans would need a bit of thinking, but then again, nothing ventured, nothing gained. Looking back at Tsunade, Rei schooled his expression and smiled. So, still up for that breakfast? He asked her with a small nudge. Tsunade raised her head, lifting her eyes to his. For a second, she held their eye connection as if looking for something in his eyes, before she smiled and nodded in agreement when she didn't find it. Yeah. Chapter 260, Apprenticeship 1. With his previous plans ruined, Ray decided to be a bit more passive in his future approach, and most importantly, he now always consulted his plans with Conan. Well, not that he had any other option anyway after the last debacle, right? Kumo and Iwa were totally forgotten and left to their own devices. These two were frankly the strongest villages in the elemental nations, and as such, Ray deemed it far too troublesome to even try subverting them in some way, especially since they had no idea about the existence of the village on the other side yet. Iwa, despite losing a sizable bulk of their force in the Third Ninja War, was quickly on its way to full recovery. The thing was, Ray was only aware of that thanks to the monitoring of their purchases from the Bairi Company and Conan's spy network. Anoki was damn good at keeping things under the wraps. They were 80% recovered and nobody had any idea. Iwagakure really deserved its moniker of the most militaristic hidden village. Kumo, on the other hand, didn't have many losses in the Third War despite their borders being penetrated by Kiri. Their forces were bolstering and the village enjoyed its momentary title of the strongest hidden village. After all, after the Kyubi attack, Konoha really had no way to contend for it. Instead of expanding, Ray decided that solidifying their secret hold on the 3 foreign villages and developing them was the way to go. After all, there were still numerous either financial, political, or militaristic problems present in these villages, just waiting to be resolved. And while that was going on, the village on the other side was in dire need of more high-level personnel too. Izumi Uchiha nervously fidgeted while sitting on the waiting sofa right outside Conan's office. She had no idea why she was called in by the woman and her mind was fabricating various scenarios that made her quite jumpy. Conan was widely known as one of the most important kunoichis in the whole village. As a member of the Uchiha clan, which was totally new in the village and wanted to prove itself, Izumi wanted to make a good impression on Conan. The problem was, Conan did not socialize a lot. Not outside of her job or family. Hence, the people in the village had no idea what to think about her or the personality she hid behind that cold exterior of hers. Yes, she was extremely respected, but so was Itachi Uchiha, and look where that led the Uchiha clan. At that moment, Izumi let out a whiny sigh as she realized that such a comparison was a bit too much and completely unfair to the people who saved her clan from assured extermination. Calm down, girl. You are too tense. What's the worst that can happen? Izumi wryly thought, trying to think up and compare the worst imaginable fate to calm her nerves. It's not like she could drown me in even more paper than my clan already does. With that reminder, her mood plummeted and she didn't even notice how her nerves calmed down as her mind was filled with annoyance. Elder Isamu seemed to be grooming her for the leadership position in the future, which entailed a lot of paperwork on top of a lot of other paperwork, spiced up by some more paperwork, and to top it off, she got paperwork. At times, Izumi wondered if Isamu was making fun of her. Wasn't being a clan head supposed to be a bit more exciting? Unknown to her, it was simply a test if she was smart enough to use Sharingan for it. Which, she didn't pass. Hence, her current predicament. The door finally opened and Conan looked at the grouchy Izumi, lifting her eyebrow. Good morning. Come in. She said and went back in. Not long after that, Izumi found herself sitting opposite Conan who watched her like a hawk with a judgmental gaze, making her feel uncomfortable. Izumi, though, refused to budge or show her discomfort. To appear confident no matter how squeamishly shitty you felt was the very first lesson Elder Isamu instilled in her. Conan opened a file on her table and looked at it. Izumi Uchiha. Most promising of the current generation of the young Uchihas. Already awakened her Mangekyo Sharingan. Tsukuyomi confirmed. Preferences for Genjutsu, meaning a keen intellect and good chakra control. That's where Conan paused for a bit before reading out loud the next part. Moderately stupid as far as using her bloodline goes. Never found the trick of using Sharingan for the paperwork. Watching her wrestle with it is funny as heck, though. Signed, Isamu Uchiha. Conan looked back at Izumi with amusement written on her face, enjoying the slack-jawed expression the girl portrayed. That jackass had me doing the paperwork for a month without telling me about the shortcut. Izumi exclaimed in deep disbelief while subconsciously standing up before bonelessly slumping back into her seat. There was a lot of paperwork involved in the assimilation of the Uchiha clan to the village. Especially for the Uchiha clan leader. It was nice to know Isamu Uchiha had an unparalleled work ethic and knew the trick of making others do his job for him. Looks like I have no reason to worry for the future of the Uchiha clan. Conan inwardly mused. A wide range of emotions flickered through Izumi's face before Conan deemed her entertainment satisfying enough to move on. Do you know why you are here, girl? The 13-years-old young woman blinked at Conan before instantly straightening up in her seat when she realized she was still in front of her immediate superior. Gulping, she tried to give a composed reply, and no. and promptly scolded herself for the small stutter. You are here on recommendation from Isamu Uchiha to become my apprentice, Konan informed her. Izumi furrowed her brows and pointed at herself, me. You. Konan nodded. Why? Izumi asked in bewilderment. Why not? Konan tilted her head. You don't want it. But. Izumi frowned. She thought she would be the next clan head. That would mean working under Isamu Uchiha and learning the ropes of leading the clan. Not doing grunt work for Konan. Sure, working for Konan meant her future was assured if she did well, but she simply didn't understand. Your Mangekyo, you have Tsukuyomi and Kamui, right? Konan gave the girl a knowing smirk, causing Izumi to stiffen. How? Izumi's head snapped back to Konan and her tone became guarded. She didn't reveal the second ability of her Mangekyo even to the elder Isamu. There was no way Konan could have known. I am not the village's spymaster for nothing, girl. You tried your Mangekyo in one of our training grounds. Did you really think I wouldn't know? Konan rolled her eyes. All of the trees in the village were made by the wood release. It was a child's play for Konan to connect her chakra to these trees with her own wood release, having them act like her own sensory field. She might not be able to keep herself informed of all the happenings in the village on the other side to the degree May could with her boil release, but that didn't mean Konan did not monitor the village at all. Izumi looked at her hands. If you chose me because of my eyes, then I am sorry, but I can't use my Mangekyo. I would go blind. She fearfully whispered. That single attempt at using her ability scared the living heck out of her. The searing pain in her eyes told Izumi enough about the damage that was being caused to her eyes. She grew up as an Uchiha. It was instilled in her that her eyes were the most important part of her. Any thought of damaging them sent a chill crawl up her spine. After that particular training session, despite her hatred for Itachi, Izumi found a newfound respect for her peer. She couldn't even imagine the determination he had to keep damaging his eyes for power. Konan looked at Izumi and sighed. The girl was serious. You know, the guy who helped Itachi with the massacre was a master at using Kamui. She revealed. As classified as that information was, Konan would rather have a motivated student than a fearful and depressed one. I chose you as my apprentice because, firstly, the Uchiha clan needs a connection to the higher-ups of the village. The Uzumaki, Kagaya, and other clans do have ninjas in reasonably high positions, so this could even the political playing field for the Uchiha clan. In the village on the other side, Rei ruled. What he said went and there were to be no questions asked. That was a fact. But Rei didn't begrudge the clans playing politics and pursue self-betterment to a degree. That sparked a desire for development and strengthening themselves. Seeing other clans in the village getting richer or stronger made their cohabitants determined to reach the same heights. This competition was good as long as the clans had no say in the most important matters. The second reason for why you are here is, Konan continued, your fighting style with Kamui and Genjutsu could be very similar to mine once trained enough. Like Itachi Uchiha, you are a hit-and-run type of ninja. So, are you willing to become my apprentice? Do I even have a choice? Izumi meekly asked. Of course you do. Konan rolled her eyes. Except, no, she did not. But the girl doesn't need to know that. Konan inwardly frowned. The second Isamu Uchiha recommended Izumi for this position. It was obvious her chances at becoming the clan leader were null and void. Ah, well, I created a miracle with Mei and Ringo. I am sure with Rei's help, I can make another one. Who knows, maybe she will end up as the clan head if she does well. Izumi silently contemplated her situation. This would take her away from the clan for quite a significant amount of time and most likely hurt her chances of becoming the clan leader. On the upside, she would definitely grow strong. Extremely strong if Konan does right by her. But then again, Konan was not doing this out of the goodness of her heart either. It was obvious this apprenticeship would simply be grooming to fill some kind of position in the village. After a while, Izumi just shook her head. Even if this was not extremely beneficial to me, there is no way I could turn down the opportunity to get a connection between the Uchiha clan and the village's leadership going on. If I did, I would have been made into an outcast in my own clan. She emptily chuckled. I accept. Konan simply snorted. She always found clan politics ridiculous. So, what's first? Izumi curiously asked, causing a particular glint to pass through Konan's eyes. Konan warmly smiled. Why, you gotta learn how to properly do the paperwork, of course. And suddenly, Izumi started regretting her choice. Chapter 261, Chapter 261, Apprenticeship 2. The day after Konan got her new apprentice and spent the dinner introducing Izumi to Rei and his other girls, all hell broke loose. Suddenly, the other three women also wanted their apprentices. Who wouldn't want a grunt who you can teach how to fill paperwork for you, after all? Sure, using the shadow clones was one alternative, but honestly, having somebody else to deal with it simply felt a lot sweeter. Only Ringo didn't care to teach anybody as she was quite satisfied with her current daily routine, saying that teaching would reduce her forging time too much. In short, she was far too lazy. Anyway, this resulted in a fervent lookout for their own apprentices that could eventually take over their departments. Naturally, for such a task, the requirements were quite steep, especially when loyalty was concerned. Pakura had it quite easy. She already had Maki who she was grooming to take over her position in the village on the other side. Maki was dedicated and after living years in the other-sided village, she fully considered it her home. It was a no-brainer that she would succeed Pakura in due time. After all, Rei made the village on the other side because having the backing of a whole hidden village or nation was what he needed. To be honest, he really couldn't be bothered ruling over it for more than was strictly necessary. It was really just a comparison of benefits and effort needed. He put enormous effort into creating it and he indeed got the wanted benefits, but in his opinion, it was better to dump the village on somebody else's shoulders. Somebody he trusted. Somebody who was gifted and experienced in the administration of day-to-day running of the village. Somebody like Maki after she finishes her apprenticeship for Pakura and climbs the ranks a bit. Needless to say, Rei's goal was to become a daimyo-like existence in the Spring Country. He would have his minister, Mr. Kazehana, who really wanted nothing more but the country to prosper and the civilians to live good lives. With such a good minister, there wasn't much Rei would have to do. And with giving command of the village to Maki, Rei will be free to do his hobbies and spend time with his girls. It was the ultimate dream of any sloth. Ah, well, all in due time. Back to Pakura. For the position of Kazekage, Pakura was grooming Temari. Even if Pakura never outright said so, Rei could tell and he actually approved. Gaara was a bit too unstable and young. Plus, people still despised him. Plus, there will be no overconfident, cheeky, exuberant, moronic, and brainwashed Naruto to beat some sense into the guy because of lucking out in their fight. Rei's interference with Naruto basically destroyed that possibility. There was no real reason to not approve of Pakura choosing Temari for the position. It might have seemed counterproductive since Temari watched Pakura kill her father, but surprisingly, the girl held no resentment towards her new mentor. Rei would even go so far as to proclaim that Temari actually felt a bit grateful and resolved to not disappoint. It was a bit adorable from the Pakura's small desert flower. Tsunade had an awkward time looking for apprentices. Rei knew she would have loved taking Shizune in again and bestowing her newfound knowledge upon the woman. But after all these years, Shizune was more loyal to Konoha than Tsunade, and that put a final wrench in these plans. That was not even mentioning their slightly messy parting when Tsunade tried to talk Shizune out of marrying Asuma after she gently probed her former apprentice and got the impression Shizune never allowed the guy to flirt and seduce other women during his long stay in the fire capital. Alas, Shizune took it the wrong way, and Tsunade didn't have enough patience to show her the light. In the end, that relationship sailed until Shizune got her head out of her ass. Tsunade's words, not Rei's. With Shizune out, Tsunade decided to walk the harder path and commit to training Anko to eventually be her replacement. Poor Anko was incredibly excited when she heard that she would spend the time Naruto was in the academy by training with Tsunade. She was even more excited when Tsunade for the first time showed her the village on the other side. The woman even reaffirmed her loyalty to Rei, informing him that Konoha never really gave her anything, so there was not much of a reason to be loyal to that village. Well, Anko's excitement quickly faded when Tsunade showed the snake charmer the training grounds. For the first time in her life, Anko actually missed Orochimaru's training. Sure, the man was brutal, but at least he was not a medical expert. Tsunade simply didn't care how damaged Anko was during the training. She simply fixed her and threw her back into the fray, whereas Anko had no choice but to adapt. If that was not enough, Tsunade then used the threat of an increase in this type of training to motivate Anko to learn medical books, something the snake mistress was starting to hate with a passion. Sure, she loved her poisons and knew about them more than anyone in Konoha, but that was that and this was this. Unfortunately for Anko, Tsunade's goal was to train a medic capable of heading the medical department in the village on the other side after she retires. And Tsunade was not taking no for an answer. Only her determination to once kill Orochimaru gave Anko enough resolve to pull through the training. Shikaku also proclaimed he will under no circumstances take more time from his already busy schedule to train a successor. But the men also demanded Tsunade trained one, citing her prowess as the reason. The smart bastard simply wanted to get out of his responsibilities. But Tsunade decided to be a bit devious, and after a brief chat with an excited Chunin called Kurina Yui, an idea that it would be hilarious if the next Hokage focused on illusions appeared in Tsunade's head. It would be a long time before Tsunade trusted Kurina enough to show her the village on the other side and tell the girl the whole truth, but she definitely took the girl under her wing and started training her. Not that she told Kurina what future she envisioned for her. That would come only after she trusted her enough. The most problematic of the lot was by far Mei. She decided to take Yujito and Yugura as her apprentices. Not that the two Jinchuriki got any say in the decision. Not even Rei could refuse her when she said, "But they are already my pets, isn't it only natural to train them to listen? What the hell was Rei supposed to answer with such logic acting against him? In the end, he simply gave Yujito and Yugura a half-pitying, half-apologetic look before approving of the decision right in front of the two poor sods. In reality, Mei chose her kitty, meaning Yujito, because they got really friendly over the years. As for Yugura, the kitty turtle, as Mei dubbed him because he was still child-sized despite being an adult, Mei picked him because of his ability to transform into full bijou mode. With her bijou, Auburn, finally about to mature, Mei was capable of using the bijou mode to an extent, and as such, it would have been nice to have two playmates. No. There really wasn't much Rei could do against such impeccable logic. He only hoped Mei would not impart her obsession with world-ending jutsu on her two new Victi-Air apprentices. Chapter 262, Chapter 262, Time Skip, Kirigakuru's Academy. When Rei decided to be more passive in his foreign policies for the following years, it meant the new age of development for the hidden villages under his command. Kirigakure was the first one that was heavily affected by that decision. It was not because of Ringo, rather than Yugura, who was like a chipmunk high on coffee. The guy really wanted to make Kirigakure better, and he definitely showed it by annoying Rei enough that he deemed it important to finally start the reforms in Kirigakure rather than spend even one more day with the exuberant former 4th Mizukage. Frankly, at times, Rei even regretted taking the guy in. Who cares about confusing Akatsuki and denying them access to the third tail if he had to suffer his overly excitable nature every time reforming Kiri was mentioned? For such a serious kind of guy, Yugura sure acted like a kid once he realized he no longer needed to carry the burden of being a leader. Years slowly started to pass by and Kirigakure felt the reforms fully. The very first thing that changed was the graduation exam. No longer did the kids fight each other to the death for the right to become ninja. That said, neither Ringo nor Rei felt that the tradition was fundamentally bad. It took a lot of discussions with Yugura, but in the end, even the turtle midget had to give in to their arguments. The tradition in itself was good. It just needed a big overhaul to be efficient. The final graduation exam was still a battle between the students, but it was no longer to the death. After all, the village had to know the approximate level of its graduates, plus such an event could serve as entertainment for the local populace, bringing in a bit of profit in the entrance fees. That said, the graduates were still told to do their best. The battles were still supervised by a Jonin-ranked ninja, so if any death occurred, it would imply the proctor is not apt to be a Jonin if he can't even stop an academy student from delivering a killing blow to another academy student. Hence, the proctors made damn sure to pay attention no matter how bored they were due to watching two novices fight. That was not the only reform for the academy. Not by a long shot. The academy curriculum was completely overhauled too, implementing chakra control exercises and some low-level water jutsu in preparation to learn Kirigakure no Jutsu as one part of the graduation exam. Honestly, the only reason why academies did not teach any useful jutsus or chakra control exercises was simple. Many students drop out or fail the graduation exam, and the villages simply do not want civilians with knowledge of how to improve their control over the chakra. After all, the more widespread such things are, the more people can experiment and actually make their own jutsus. People who are not affiliated with the village. People who are civilians and can freely travel. It would have been a disaster to start them on their training only for them to later on leave. The worst part, the villages would be unable to even mark them a nuke meme because, well, academy students are not yet a part of the ninja ranks. The solution to this problem was surprisingly simple. The village just has to guarantee that everybody would pass the academy. Granted, it was a nice little theory, but it was a lot harder to manage such a feat in practice. Basically, Ringo, which really means AO, created a system where every graduate has 5 chances to graduate from the academy. The graduating age was still 10 years old, but the graduation rules were a bit different. Everybody could fail a graduation exam 4 times, which meant returning to the academy for an additional year. Flunking once would be fine, but twice. Well, let's just say the entire class would be silently mocking such a person, not to mention those who flunked more than twice. Such a person would be blatantly obvious in the class, as he or she would be older than everybody else, signifying his or her ineptitude. It was meant to motivate kids in that position to work harder. Naturally, the teachers would watch those like hawks to make sure there are no special circumstances involved. The curriculum was not really all that hard. It was set up with 10-year-old orphan kids in mind. The clan children should have no problem at all and could probably graduate by 7 years old as long as they learned the necessary jutsu that were being tested. Heck, even the orphans should have no problem as long as they put in the necessary effort. That said, Ringo made sure nobody could graduate early. If somebody special was found, he or she would simply be offered a special tutelage for the remainder of the academy years. There was no need to send kids under 10 years of age to the battlefield. Such a practice was counterproductive considering the low percentage of them that would actually return. If somebody actually managed to flunk 5 consecutive years, it would be a hell of a suspicious matter. If a 15-year-old kid can't manage what an average 10-year-old can, then something is either very, very suspicious about him and his performance is faked, which should have been spotted by the teachers during all the academy years, or, the kid is simply so freakingly stupid, he is not fit to be a ninja. In such a case, there is no need to worry about him spreading chakra control techniques, much less worry about him actually creating a technique by himself. Hence, the major problem of Kirigakure was on its way to being solved. Nobody complained about bloody graduation exams that perpetually have the graduating class, killing off many late bloomers in the process and slowly crippling the Kirigakure's ninja force. And the actual number of graduating kids would effectively double with their quality improving. In just a few years, the Kirigakure's council predicted Kiri's forces to actually catch up to other major hidden villages number-wise. Naturally, such statistics caused the Kiri ninjas to revere Ringo as their savior. In her hands, the village was starting to thrive both economically and militaristically. Ao could only cry in the corner, muttering about not being given his just credit. And Ringo? She couldn't care less. Chapter 263, Chapter 263, Time Skip, Kirigakure. The academy was not the only place that received an overhaul in Kirigakure. Ringo was a knucklehead, but once she got something as her goal, she did her damnedest to finish it. That's the major reason why she became the wielder of Kiba in the past. She had no real chance to speak of when she was young. Sure, a strong lightning affinity was rare in Kirigakure, but bestowing Kiba blades to an orphan was an outrageous thought. Yet, Ringo managed to get them despite all the natural obstacles and prejudices in her way. Hence, Ray knew that if he wanted Ringo to properly start developing Kirigakure, he had to make her interested in it. And there were only two things Ringo thought interesting nowadays: him, and forging. Now, Ray could have developed a reward system and promise her more dates, snuggling, sex, whatever for doing tasks. That, however, felt hollow to Ray as Ringo was one of his wives, hence, these things were not supposed to be rewards but natural happenings in their relationship. Instead, Ray decided to go about it through Ringo's interest in forging. Alas, Kirigakure was an inland village, located almost in the middle of the water country that focused on sea trade. If Ringo wanted to develop better forging in the village, she first had to develop some outside village bases in major ports of the country. Then she had to develop the infrastructure and trade through the sea to get better materials for forging, indirectly developing the economy of the whole village. It certainly was no coincidence that most imports for this area came from the Uzushio Trading Company either. Sure, Kirigakure could have gotten their materials through the trading companies of the water country, but in the long run, that would be really foolish and expensive. This way, Ringo may have invested a lot of money, but the returns were directly paid in the development of the village and its businesses that would, later on, bring revenue, paying for themselves. Just to develop forging in the village caused Ringo to develop a multitude of other things too. Things that were necessary for the smooth running of the village. In just 3 years, Kirigakure became completely independent of the water daimyo, as they had their own businesses that were fully capable of financially sustaining the village. This resulted in the daimyo having much lesser influence over the village in general. No longer could the nobles of the water country demand some missions to be accepted despite being fully aware that the survival chance is almost zero. After all, what other reason than political pressure could a village full of superpowered killers have for sending its soldiers on a suicide mission? Why would a village even do that? They did missions to get money. Having a ninja killed during a mission was, on the other hand, always a loss. The village spent years of effort to nurture its ninjas, so throwing their lives away to please some rich fat fuck, as Ringo called them, was completely foolish. Some council members, especially clan heads, saw this deviation from the traditions as atrocious. Kirigakure was supposed to be a ninja village, and that meant their income should come primarily from taking missions. Their protests might have been silent, but Ringo and Ao took note of this. Ringo's response: "So, you basically want to be the glorified servants for hire for rich nobles, huh? You lot really did forget what it was like during the Warring States era, didn't you? Yes, the clans were hireable for a price, but other than that, the clans were also completely self-sufficient. They were not under anyone's rule and usually roamed freely, no matter what the territory owners thought. Yet, you would like us to depend on daimyo's generosity and work for him as if we were his loyal dogs. Are you stupid? He is just one fat and inept man, yet you cower in front of his supposed influence and beg for the scraps from his table despite each of you being able to single-handedly wipe out an entire battalion of his army. Pathetic. You are nothing but prideful slaves. I guess we are lucky it's not you who is the Mizukage but me. I at least don't cower in front of a powerless civilian just because he has a fancy title. What's he gonna do to me? Hire another village to start a war with his own nation. Please." That was the longest speech Ringo delivered in the 2 years she was the Mizukage, and it was also one she said with such derision and contempt the council members listened, shitting their pants as they just waited for her to lose her temper and pounce, killing them in the process. The clan heads really experienced a fright that day. To give Ringo credit where it is due, she did tolerate their grumbling for the better part of a year. Enough was simply enough, causing her to erupt. After that verbal lashing, the clan heads thought long and hard about the meaning of her words, and that later on had a major impact on the entirety of Kirigakure. It took a few months for these words to have the desired effect. The clan heads were prideful beings and the source of said pride was their clans. You are nothing but prideful slaves. In the end, it was these words that made the clan heads look back at how their clans transformed in the past century. And many of them were horrified when they compared what had been with what currently was. They were not stupid. They just didn't look at the situation from that angle. They lived in the present, not looking at the past overly much. Only after they did look, did they figure out what Ringo was trying to accomplish. She was trying to bring back and implement to the village the independence the clans enjoyed a century ago. This led to yet another milestone in the history of Kirigakure. The clan heads, of their own volition, bowed to Ringo. Both figuratively and literally. Before, they followed her because she was powerful. Too powerful for them to do anything about her. Too powerful to even try such a foolish thing. Now they found a reason to respect her as their leader. A reason other than her overwhelming power. And suddenly, Kirigakure was unified more than ever. Well, sure, it all started with a misunderstanding. Ringo couldn't care less about Kirigakure's independence, but if she was to make her village into the best producer of forged weaponry, she had to get some leeway from the nobles and the daimyo. Nevertheless, misunderstanding or not, Ray was actually impressed and flabbergasted at how Ringo gained the loyalty of the whole village. When he put her up to this little forging development project, he had no idea she would have been literally worshipped by the village. Ah, well, all's well that ends well, no. At least, Ray no longer had to think about how to safeguard Kirigakure's loyalty and obedience, considering the ninja and civilians alike followed Ringo's word as if it was a holy scripture after they noted just how much better did she make the village and how low became the mortality rate of their ninjas. The best part? The woman had no clue. She simply couldn't care less. Chapter 264, Chapter 264, Time Skip, Sunagakure, Puppetry Department. And that concludes the report on the Puppetry Department training, Lady Kazakage. The vice leader of the said department reported to Pakura before being dismissed. The puppetry department was one of the very first things Pakura came up with. Sunagakure's main war tactic was simple. Puppeteers were one of the most important parts as they provided cannon fodder in the form of their puppets. The puppets were not alive, so having the enemy dispose of them was not a big deal. The puppeteer just had to pull a new puppet out of a storage scroll and the battle could go on. Moreover, the Suna puppeteers were also masters at using a wide range of poisons. One nick and the battle was usually over. And these puppeteers then were protected by Tessenjutsu users who were killing beasts at mid-range with their Kamaitashi no Jutsu. One can't really appreciate how strong the technique was unless seeing a man dismembered out of nowhere because invisible wind blades no one noticed impacted him. And once the Tessen user learned how to hide a wind blade in another wind blade. Let's just say the jonins of other villages rightfully feared engaging Suna on the battlefield more than they feared other villages because fighting against them could feel pointless at times with waves of disposable puppets swarming the front lines. Suna might not have been the largest of the hidden villages, but with puppetry, that was not such a big deal. Every puppet could be counted as an additional shinobi as long as the controller could keep up. When talking purely about a clash between Chunin-ranked ninjas, as that was the most frequent thing to happen during a war, puppets were actually superior and disposable. They could pull a hidden blade out of anywhere on their body, disassemble into individual parts, and again reassemble, twist at angles humans could never achieve, and much more. The only limiting factor of puppets was the puppeteer and the range of weaponry in them. In the current period of cold weapons, puppets were the best war machines the world had to offer. It was obvious Pakura would focus on improving the puppetry of her village. No. The puppeteers of Suna were never united. The skills were passed down either in scrolls or from master to apprentice. Which was incredibly ineffective in the long run. Sure, the puppetry stayed a secret this way. Broken puppets were easy to acquire on the battlefield and yet, no village could replicate it, no matter how they tried. That was only possible thanks to the extensive secrecy around the art. The puppetry department changed this aspect of the village, however. The puppeteers were now united under one department, whereas the prominent families in the craft received high positions to appease them. Other than that, however, the division was based on merit. The vice leader, for example, Shun Riku, was a civilian-born kunoichi. Somebody who would never be able to attain such a high proficiency in the craft to become a vice leader if it wasn't for the common library in the department where every puppetry clan contributed some of their knowledge, making a decent base for anyone wanting to learn the craft. Shun Riku, in only 3 years, jumped from an ordinary chunin into elite jonin who was knocking on the doors of the S rank. That was a pure talent for puppetry. Now that the talent was fed enough knowledge, it could flourish in full. The second coming of Sasori, eh? Elder Chiyo released a weary sigh as she appeared from the shadows in the corner. That woman is way too fanatical. She added with a sad chuckle. Pakura raised her eyebrow at the old woman, not commenting. Riku was one of her most loyal subordinates alongside the Suzumiya clan. The woman knew who was indirectly responsible for her sudden improvement. It's in the eyes. Chiyo started again after seeing the amused expression on Pakura's face. Riku is a stern and no-nonsense type of person. Well, she is basically channeling you, Pakura. Both women grinned, but Chiyo frowned. The woman is really like Sasori. Cold. Detached. Focused, with a frighteningly inhuman perspective of looking at things. Chiyo said in distaste. To think your reforms would bring to the village a person who can control hundreds of puppets at the same time while being able to fight in taijutsu with her own body. Chiyo's face showed a glint of bitterness. She was one of the people who believed that puppetry techniques should stay in the family. Yet, after the establishment of the puppetry department, the village experienced a sudden boom in the craft. More and better puppets were developed on a daily basis as more and more civilian-borns focused on the craft. Everybody could improve a puppet and register a patent, getting paid for it. With each tweak, the puppets became more unpredictable and dangerous. That was also one of the reasons why she compared Riku to Sasori. She was dastardly creative when creating her own puppets. She was not the vice leader because of her skills at killing with puppets but because of her skills at creating puppets. The assortment of weaponry in the woman's puppets was disgustingly lethal even for Chiyo's standards. Riku was Sunagekir's own one-woman army, loyal to death to Pakura. Pakura inwardly smirked. To be honest, the entire success of Riku could be chalked up to a mental jutsu she gave the woman for her loyalty. Sure, her talent for puppetry was undeniable, but it was that mental jutsu that allowed her to spread her focus to so many things at once. The access to trap-making techniques of the Suzumiya clan helped Riku a lot too. Not that Chiyo had to know that. In a way, it was disheartening for Chiyo. There was nobody who would dare to oppose Pakura at this point. Riku was not the only one whose loyalty Pakura had. Temari. Better not think about that. Chiyo shuddered when she remembered her last meeting with the 12-year-old girl. The Wind Mistress of Suna was downright terrifying for her age. She could do things some jonins in Tessenjutsu Corps had problems performing. No longer was Gaara the reason for concern as far as the Sabaka family was concerned. The scariest fact about the entire matter was that not that many knew about it. Temari was an ANBU since the day she graduated 2 years ago. But those who knew that behind the mask of the Wind Mistress of Suna is hiding Temari, couldn't help but start comparing the girl to Itachi Uchiha for the sheer potential for slaughter the girl's invisible wind blades possessed. Temari's record was stellar too. 42 A-rank missions finished without any difficulty in the 2 years of her service. By now, the girl should have been promoted to Jonin, but Pakura, for some reason, kept the girl in ANBU, hence giving her access to high-level missions, while officially keeping her at the rank of Genin. Chiyo was really curious, but she was not sure she wanted to know what the Scorch Princess had planned for the girl. Good that you mentioned Sasori. Pakura suddenly interrupted Chiyo's train of thoughts, causing her to stiffen because of the sudden shift in the topic. I need you to recall him back. She added with such an indifferent tone, Chiyo almost choked. What? What do you mean to recall him back? Chiyo asked, schooling her expression. Pakura just rolled her eyes. Don't even try it. I am aware Sasori killed the 3rd Kazekage and became a rogue ninja on your orders. I am also aware there is a spy, or a connection, you two have on Suna Council. The Yura guy, right? Chiyo was forced to take a step back from the shock she felt. No one was supposed to know about that mission but her and Sasori. Pakura dismissively waved her hand. I get it. The 3rd was a prick. I lived in this village too, you know. She snorted. As for Raza, I think you simply gave up when one idiot was swapped for the other. She shrugged. That said, I want Sasori to become the leader of the puppetry department. Call him back. I have a deal for him. Chop chop. Chiyo could only stare at her leader, for the first time in a few decades, gaping in astonishment. Chapter 265, Chapter 265, Time Skip, Sunagekure, Sasori. Pakura stood near the edge of the sand wall encompassing Sunagekure, waiting for the guest of honor to appear. She enjoyed her current situation. Maybe a bit too much. After all. Goddamned Kazekage. Freaking Scorch user. Is she made of heat? How the heck can she just stand there with such an unbothered cocky expression? Chiyo, who was next to her, quietly cursed up a storm as she tried to pull her hood to cover more of her head and provide more shade for herself. She was sweating like a pig. As someone who lived in Suna her entire life, the heat was not something that bothered her overly much, but Pakura, for some reason, made her come to the meeting place entire 2 hours before the agreed time despite her protests that Sasori never arrives early or late. Why is it so damned hot today? She mumbled. Chiyo had no idea that Pakura was using her bloodline to subtly warm up the air around them, increasing the discomfort of her companion. In the past few years, Chiyo was a big help to Pakura, but the old hag never made it easy to manipulate her. Pakura knew Chiyo was not on her side. She was more of a fence-sitter who just waited for a good chance to pounce. That was the biggest reason why Pakura only now asked Chiyo to call Sasori back. In recent years, Chiyo became a bit more loyal to Pakura herself, rather than Tsunagakure. It wasn't by much and Pakura doubted Chiyo even realized her small shift in demeanor but, thanks to that, Pakura could finally put a minuscule amount of trust into the old hag. Finally. Pakura suddenly said, causing Chiyo to raise her head and notice the hunched-over form of Hirako clad in the Akatsuki cloak, standing on the very edge of the sand wall. Smart. He is in a good position for both attacking and running away, depending on what would be needed. Chiyo inwardly praised while Pakura just raised her eyebrow at the man. Exactly on time. Pakura amusedly noted. You even hid for the last half an hour in that little crevice in the sand wall in order to appear here on time. I must admit, I am as impressed as I am exasperated. To give Sasori credit, his puppet body only showed his surprise by halting for a second before he was back in his normal and indifferent manner. I should have expected to be discovered. Sasori muttered for himself before looking at Pakura, you do have some skill. Both Pakura and Chiyo noted he did not say she was a good Kazekage, rather, he just agreed Pakura was a good kunoichi. Then again, some skill, in Sasori's dictionary meant he acknowledged her as a threat. That, in itself, was tremendous praise from the perpetually grumpy wooden doll. I see that you did not leave Akatsuki yet. Pakura offhandedly mentioned, looking at the black cloak with red clouds on his body, causing Sasori to let out a grumbling growl. As if I would leave my safety net without even knowing your offer. Chiyo may be my grandmother but I am not an idiot. If this deal is not satisfactory, then staying in Akatsuki is the most logical option. Yeah. You do not possess even 1/10 of Chiyo's care about Tsunagakure. Pakura smirked. That much she knew. The men cared only about one thing. His puppets. Pakura just rolled her eyes at Sasori. Let's cut to the chase. Neither you nor I have time to waste. Sasori appreciatively HN while Chiyo glared at Pakura with unveiled distaste. No time, my ass. If so, why did I have to wait 2 hours here with you? Fine. Tell me your offer, then. Sasori said. There is not much to it. Pakura shrugged, I want you to be the head of our puppetry department and work on enhancing the puppets of our village while training some apprentices. So far, the offer sounded as if Pakura was inviting Sasori to serve Tsunagakure again. Now that irritated the men to no end. Before Sasori could reject, Pakura threw a scroll at him. Sensing no chakra from it, Sasori caught it, cautious of any would-be trap. He looked at Pakura and saw that she beckoned him to open it. Sighing to himself, Sasori opened the scroll and... Chiyo could only furrow her eyebrows when she saw her grandson entered his interested mode after reading the scroll briefly. She couldn't help but wonder what was in the scroll. Finally, Sasori finished with reading and turned to Pakura, is this true? He asked, already knowing the answer. Before the meeting, he tried to scout the village a bit, which failed. That impressed Sasori, so he got into contact with his informants and got the gist of what was happening in Tsunagakure these past few years. He was flabbergasted when they informed him the new Kazekage decided to invest in agriculture and that fields were created on the top of the enormous sand wall surrounding the village. More shocking, however, was the fact it was the puppetry department that was responsible for the field. Who would have thought growing crops could be good training for novice puppeteers? Then again, Sasori had to begrudgingly admit, it was a good idea. Taking care of fields took a lot of effort and repetitive movements. Novice puppeteers would indeed learn how to manipulate their puppets and polish their chakra control over the chakra strings if they used the puppets to grow crops. Not to mention, it was not a waste of time since this made Tsunagakure completely independent and self-sustaining as far as food was concerned. Pakura put her left hand on her hip, you are not the only prodigy in the art Tsunagakure produced. She taunted, you are also not the most clever one, considering what you did to your body. Sasori stiffened while Chiyo's eyes slightly widened and her head snapped towards Sasori's form, I bet you silently regret it every single day. Sasori stayed silent, waiting for Pakura to continue. It's a pity, you know. If you applied yourself, you might have surpassed Tsunade in the medical field, considering what you managed to do to yourself. Pakura said, well, I mean Tsunade as she was before she met Rei. She mentally added. But because of your fixation on human puppetry, your creativity in making puppets plummeted. Sasori looked at the scroll he had in his hands. It was true. He focused on human puppets and the Keki Igenkai. He focused on perfecting himself. And yet, the scroll has so many incredible upgrades that would make puppets into literal art. Sasori thought, remembering his earlier years when puppetry was not about organs and muscles but about wood and screws. He did regret making himself into a puppet. While it made him more efficient, it also robbed him of most of his human creativity and perspective. He could control 100 puppets at once, yet, it was nothing special because neither of these 100 was special. Since he became a puppet himself, he did not create anything but human puppets. He was aware that limited his combat potential immensely. Human puppets were powerful, but there were not many strong useful bloodline ninjas that could be made into human puppets. And who knows? Maybe, if you are a good boy, you might even deserve rehumanization. Pakura threw him a bone. Sure, her tone and wording pissed Sasori off, but her words, now that would make his breath hitch if he still needed to breathe. Lucky for you, I know the perfect person to undo the damage you caused to your body. And with that, Pakura knew she had him. Sasori was not a complicated man. He loved puppetry. Offering him a chance to develop the art and create more powerful puppets was a good bait to poach him from Akatsuki despite the threat of death. The offer to make him a human again, to make him regain his own creativity again, that was just the finishing move. After all, even if he became a puppet himself, his living core was still made of a normal unenhanced organic matter, hence, it aged. It was not like he gained immortality when he became a puppet. Pakura did not need to be a genius to know them and regretted it. Naturally, Sasori only gave an affirmative answer after 10 minutes of consideration. Turning to the bewildered Chiyo, Pakura gave her a wink. Take him to the Kazekage office, would you? She ordered, getting Chiyo out of her reverie. Chiyo was about to answer when Pakura burst into smoke, causing her to owlishly blink and realize that the person with whom she waited 2 whole hours under the scorching sun was just a clone. The entire Sunagekure heard Chiyo's reaction to that realization. That bitch. Chapter 266, Chapter 266, Time Skip, Konoha, Shikaku Nara. It has been 3 years since Shikaku became the Hokage and he could proudly proclaim he no longer needed to work 16 hours per day. Nowadays, after the overhaul of the administration system, he managed to finish his daily dose of paperwork in just 10 hours. Now that I think about it. Why am I still working so much? Shikaku despondently thought while putting the pen down and releasing a sigh. Shikaku Nara. Don't you dare to slack. Your approval on these documents is needed in 2 hours. Resounded through the closed door to his office. How does my wife even know when I am taking a break? Shikaku inwardly grumbled. No. The real question is, why is my wife still my secretary? Then again, how does a proper husband fire his own wife without having to live through a hellish home life for the next few decades? Honestly, Shikaku was stumped. When he finished the improved administration system, he thought he would finally get his hard-earned freedom. Alas, he was so woefully wrong. Apparently, now that the administration of the village was no longer a mess, Tsunade thought it was time for rapid development. Needless to say, Shikaku cursed the woman with all his mental prowess. His paperwork that finally calmed down suddenly quadrupled as the development picked up the pace. I can't really complain too much, can I? Shikaku wryly thought in distaste as he remembered the reports from Jiraiya's spy network. Sunagekure started developing at an incredible pace and it was rumored their puppetry started to become a lot more dangerous. More and more Konoha ninjas, who encounter a Suna team, return from their mission with a report on the Suna team having at least one puppeteer in their midst. That was weird in itself and Shikaku thought long and hard about where Sunagekure got so many puppeteers. Sure, it was their specialty but training a good puppeteer was hard and it was usually a skill that was kept in a family. If Sunagekure suddenly started training puppeteers en masse, Shikaku didn't want to think about it. Even with their limited number of puppeteers, Sunagekure deserved a spot among the major 5 hidden villages. But now, there were rumors of the establishment of a puppetry department in Sunagekure that was spewing strong puppeteers one after another. In these 3 years, Suna also gained fame through a few of their ninjas. Names like Wind Mistress, Shun Riku, or Scorch Princess. It was honestly weird. 3 years ago, Sunagekure had so many problems and yet, now that the Kazekage changed, it was as if they were experiencing a miraculous recovery and sudden rise in power. They were picking up the pace and becoming stronger by the day. Allies or not, that was a very worrying thing for Konoha. Another cause for worry was Kirigakure. If having a threat on the left side of the map was not enough, the hidden village on our right side also had to decide to become a pain in the ass. Shikaku silently groaned. Unlike Suna, Kiri had no new famous ninja added in the last 3 years. That was not a relief though. After all, from the mostly useless reports of Jiraiya's spy network, Shikaku could piece together the fact that Kirigakure ninjas no longer sought fame. All of them now wore masks and actually acted like assassins. The only exception was the famous, easily identified people, like the 7 swordsmen of the Mist and the Mizukage. That was frightening in itself, how the new Mizukage could enforce such obedience in her new troops that they would disregard their desire for recognition. If that was not enough, though, the overall improvement of Kiri troops was also noted. Yet, Konoha had no real way to ascertain to what degree did Kiri's military improve. Kumo and IWA picked up on this newfound development drive too and tried to emulate Kiri and Suna. Yet, their leaders were not administrators. They were a muscle-brained fighter and a geezer set in his ways. Needless to say, the rate of development in Iwagakure and Kimogakure was really slow and could be outright disregarded. At least. Now that every village focuses on self-improvement, there is no time for war. Shikaka chuckled. He really wondered how the two weakest villages could improve so much in just short 3 years when the supposedly strongest villages failed to follow their pace. The most maddening was the fact these villages not only improved in military matters but also in their economy. 3 years ago, only Konoha could boast of being semi-autonomous thanks to the high rate of civilians present in the village. Now both Kiri and Suna were completely fine on their own. Kiri no longer needed funds from the water daimyo and was actually strong enough to keep the men quietly satisfied with what he had left of his influence. Suna, the new Kazekage, Bakura of the Scorch, was a friend of the wind daimyo. Unlike when Raza was in command, Bakura got whatever she asked from the wind daimyo. Not that Suna needed anything from the guy considering Bakura's affiliation with the Uzushio Trading Company. Yet another concern. Shikaka wanted to cry. In the last 3 years, a relic of the past started to rear its head. Uzushio ninjas. Shikaka was 95% sure they did not originate from Yuzu Islands though. If it was just one occasion, it would be nothing suspicious but a massive number of missions being assigned and accomplished by an organized group of people without any identification. Clearly, there was a new major player present in the world. This new party's troops usually wore no visible identification mark on their bodies and operated in remote countries, so information about them was scarce, but after a few years of activity, it was definitely noticed. The leaders of the 5 major hidden villages were very curious about who was the new player. The smarter ones surely noticed that the rapid rise of Uzushio happened just a few years before the appearance of these new individuals. Or, at least, that was the conclusion Shikaka came to after putting a lot of consideration into the matter. Not that he could actually accuse Uzushio of being a hidden ninja village when the fact they ceased all ninja activity was already established and proved by various inspectors from other countries. As far as international politics was concerned, Uzushio was untouchable. If anybody tried to attack Uzushio, a supposedly civilian village that focused on trading, it would be the start of a new ninja war. Uzushio had too many connections with the foreign daimyos. Too many profitable deals with other countries. Attacking them was a surefire way to give other nations a righteous reason and daimyos permission to gang up on the poor idiot who would try. Yeah, there is no way anything like Kumo, IWA, and Kiri pulled off in the past happening again. Shikaka thought. The new mysterious group of ninjas was not yet a threat, and they did operate in countries that were quite far from the hidden villages. Shikaka felt something wrong about the entire situation though. When even Tsunade forbade him to focus on them. Well, let's just say he found something fishy going on in the world and his daimyo was definitely involved. That only proved Shikaka's personal theory of these ninjas being from Uzushio. After all, Tsunade was a quarter Uzumaki, and if there was one fact he knew about Uzumakis, it was that the Uzumaki clan did not believe in such a thing as a partial Uzumaki. If you had Uzumaki blood, you were an Uzumaki. Simple as that. And Uzumaki always stuck up for each other. They were stubborn like that. Then again, thinking about it would be too troublesome, so he let it go. Hokage or not, Shikaka was aware the position lost most of its power when Tsunade took the reins. Even if he could prove that Tsunade did not work for the benefit of Konoha. What then? After all, she was the new daimyo of the lands on which Konoha was built. Tsunade's interest was Konoha's interest. How could he actually accuse her of being a traitor when she was literally the person who decided the definition of the word traitor around these parts of the world? It was easier and much more logical to accept Konoha now belonged to a senju that just happened to be an Uzumaki too. The world changed. Shikaka sighed as he signed another paper. What a drag. He added with a lazy grin. He couldn't really complain all that much. Even if Tsunade was in some way betraying what Hiruzen Sarutobi would dub the Will of Fire, Konoha was flourishing under her rule to a degree no other Hokage could boast of. Even a blind idiot would realize that. The village was wealthier, stronger, and, surprisingly more united. The Nara clan was under Tsunade's command from the start anyway. The agreement signed upon Konoha's creation would ensure that. There was no reason for Shikaka to worry about Tsunade's political moves in the village. No way to really alarm anyone who did not realize what was happening yet. His clan was in the clear, and that was what really mattered to him most. Yet, Shikaka could only marvel at how quickly clans like Aburame, Inazuka, or Karama, clans that were not really Senju supporters, suddenly became more amiable towards Tsunade and acknowledged her as their ruler. While he was slaving away under the heavy strain of the paperwork and his wife's nagging, Tsunade was clearly subtly moving her agenda forward, getting Konoha under her thumb. Shikaka found it laughable, yet admirable. For the first time since the creation of Konoha, the ruling concept of the village was followed to a T. A real dictatorship was slowly being established without anybody even noticing or saying anything. Chapter 267, Chapter 267, Time Skip, Konoha, Tsunade. Tsunade looked out of the window of her house in the Senju compound and sighed at the sight of Kurenai Yui practicing her chakra control at such an early hour. Taking the girl as her apprentice was one of the better choices Tsunade recently made. Kurenai was dedicated, she had a proper drive because she wanted to achieve her dream of showing she could be a good kunoichi. That coupled with a lot of talent and Kurenai was quite easy to teach. Fortunately, that meant Tsunade did not need to spend much time with the girl. She only needed to be steered in the right direction and showed the right exercises. Other than that, the girl would practice by herself till she dropped. Honestly, Tsunade hated holding her apprentice's hand, so Kurenai was ideal for her. After all, she was her mentor, not her mother. If she had to push her to train, then naturally, that meant the girl did not deserve her tutelage. A yawn tore out of Tsunade's mouth, causing her mood to plummet as she noticed the stack of paperwork she finished last night with her shadow clones. Rei was right. It didn't appear as much work individually, but her duties as Konoha's ruler and the Biri president added up to her necessary free time with her family, creating a killer schedule. Fortunately, she had shadow clones. Tsunade grinned at that thought, her mood restored. Shikaku always bothered her about her secret for paperwork. To be honest, she gave him enough hints. After all, he was supposed to be a Nara, so telling him, the clue is shadows, should have been enough. Alas, even after 3 years, the men simply couldn't get it. It was simply hilarious. Especially since shadow clones was the only technique the Nara clan couldn't utilize well because of its immense chakra cost. Oh, they tried. The technique had a shadow in its name, so the Nara clan naturally wanted to master it. When her uncle Tobirama made the technique, the Nara clan instantly tried to implement it in their combat style. Nobody ever told them Tobirama named it shadow clones on purpose. Needless to say, the Naras failed miserably. Well, figures. Tobirama made damn sure the technique spent so much chakra, a clan with innate low reserves and lazy attitude would be hard-pressed to utilize it. Nara Jonins could make shadow clones. That was not the problem. The problem was what came after that. They simply would not have enough chakra to efficiently fight with the shadow techniques. In the end, the shadow clones fell into obscurity where they stayed even till these days. In Konoha, there were at most around 20 ninjas who actually knew shadow clone technique. And not even half of them used the technique in their fighting style. For example, Jiraiya. He knew the technique. Not because it was helpful to him in a fight. He knew it because it was safe to peek at baiting kunoichi with it. As for using it in his fighting style, that was simply asking for too much. Even with Jiraiya's chakra reserves, he couldn't waste his chakra for shadow clones. He was primarily a summoner and ninjutsu user. Both needed a lot of chakra to work efficiently, hence, shadow clones became more of a hindrance in a fight. As such, Jiraiya seldom used the technique in an actual fight. Somehow, Tsunade could clearly picture Jiraiya getting a new apprentice who was good at the shadow clones while the old coot would totally forget they could be used for training too. With his porn on his mind, the usage of an obscure technique like shadow clones would be the last thing on his mind. The same with Sarutobi. The man knew so many techniques. He was primarily a ninjutsu powerhouse. Tsunade doubted Hiruzen actually used the shadow clones more than a couple of times in his life. Why would he use them when it was much more cost-efficient to use a devastating ninjutsu instead? It was no wonder the old monkey had no idea they could be used for paperwork. He simply did not think about it as subconsciously, he already wrote the technique off as useless luxury that is better not used in any way because of its cost. Thinking about Hiruzen Sarutobi brought Tsunade's mind on the track towards a happier topic. Shimura Danzo. During the last 3 years, she was using the old schemer as a stress relief. Every time she was too stressed, poor Shimura would lose something. Whether it is a new ally in the political sphere, some of his hard-fought influence, or an arm. Taking away his Mokutan arm was such a delight. It wasn't even hard. As a Mokutan user herself, Tsunade could simply overtake the arm and change it into a bona fide wood. After all, while it was similar to a human hand, at its base, it was still wood. Watching Danzo's arm suddenly separate from his shoulder during one of the council meetings was golden. His exasperated expression made my day. A pity the old coot is done for. Tsunade sighed. Unfortunately, she already finished with Danzo. After the men lost every way to revert the momentum against him other than actually leaving Konoha and building his power base outside the village, Tsunade decided she had enough fun. She locked his chakra, crippled both of his legs and his last arm before she ripped out Shirsue's eye from his eye socket. That eye was the only reason why Danzo had enough determination to fight back against Tsunade's machinations despite how hopeless it all seemed. That was the entire reason why she let him keep it so long. He must have thought he could just get me under his control if he really lost all options. Tsunade amusedly mused. She didn't kill the men, however. Right now, Danzo Shimura was a permanent guest at Konoha's asylum for the elderly. The only way he could run was to have somebody wheel him out on his wheelchair, and the only way he could eat was by having somebody feed him. That was much worse than death, considering the man was a ninja his entire life. Living in such a hopeless and helpless state would be worse than torture for him. Danzo no longer posed a threat to any development she decided to implement in Konoha. Honestly, there was nobody who posed a threat anymore. Sarutobi tried whenever he found something not according to the will of fire, but he didn't get far with his complaints. After all, he was retired. His opinion no longer mattered. Especially since Tsunade worked hard to get the neutral clans under her influence. Her very first target was the Kurama clan. That was an easy one. She even got Kurenai's eternal loyalty and gratitude by fixing Yakumo Kurama up and enabling the girl to be a kunoichi. That was really all it took for the clan to accept Tsunade as their daimyo. Even to this day, Tsunade is bewildered at how easy that was. From there, Tsunade went onward to the Aburame clan, which was tedious at best since they desired recognition more than anything else. And after the Aburame clan, there was the Inuzuka clan, which really only required Tsunade to slap the ever-living daylight out of the entire clan, showcasing her dominance. Thankfully, the Akimichi and Yamanaka clans followed the Nara clan, so Tsunade didn't have to do much when these two were concerned. As for the Uchiha clan, they no longer mattered. No matter what the civilians believed, one underage boy did not qualify as a clan. Sasuke would become important only when he grows up, and even then, he would first have to become important for the village in some way other than breeding stock. Only then would Tsunade start paying attention to the Uchiha clan. Alas, it was still a work in progress. Rei forbade Tsunade from implementing many reforms in Konoha simply because her hold on the village was not yet absolute. That was the reason why Konoha lagged behind Kirigakure and Sunagakure when it came to development. As much as Tsunade hated it, she understood the need for it. Shikaku Nara certainly suspected Tsunade's loyalties. Then again, that man was smart and lazy enough to not give a fuck while continuing to do his job. Tsunade could only imagine the shitstorm it would cause if the one who realized it was some Inuzuka. The Inuzuka clan would rebel in a week, tops. Tsunade dramatically sighed, why is it so hard to find smart people in leadership positions nowadays? She sat down in her armchair and pulled out a book while creating 2 shadow clones. It was time for her clones to continue their paperwork duty. Chapter 268, Chapter 268, Time Skip, Village on the Other Side, Missions. While Tsunade, Ringo, and Pakura focused on the respective villages under their command, Rei and Konan focused solely on the village on the other side. The biggest accomplishment in the last years was the finalization of the hideout network for the village. Since the village was so far away from any form of civilization, clients could not simply walk into the village to request a mission. The village on the other side was backed up by the Bairi Company and the Uzushio Trading Company, but that didn't mean they could go on without having any profitable venture. Rei didn't make a village because he wanted to lose money. As such, the ninjas of the village had to earn their keep too. Which meant missions. Missions not only brought money but also provided an experience to the ninjas of the village. No matter how good the training of the other-sided village was. No matter how superior its ninjas were. Without proper experience, they could still be beaten by unconventional means. The problem was, how to get clients since the village's location sucked in that regard. The solution was simple. Rei and Konan simply used the Uzushio Trading Company as a middleman. The missions were posted to the Uzushio Trading Company, who was then supposed to find people for hire to accomplish the task. That was a nice and broad way of saying, for a price, we will hire ninjas for you. At the first glance, this didn't seem like a business venture that would succeed, but once one really thought about it. Since the hirer was the Uzushio Trading Company, it was hard to track who really issued the mission unless the investigator went through the company that would in most cases keep quiet because it was a part of their service as the middleman. After all, if somebody is assassinated and his relatives want to get revenge, they will look for the assassin, sure. But they will look for the men who paid the assassin even more. This way, the request maker was the Uzushio Trading Company, making it harder to find the real requester. Even an idiot would realize the company was just a middleman, hence it was obvious the company in itself only handed the request to a ninja village and had nothing to do with it. It was simply a waste of time trying to get revenge against the Uzushio Trading Company that acted at most as a deliveryman. This service also proved efficient when the requester is unable to leave his town, country, residence, whatever. He can simply ask the Uzushio Trading Company representative in the nearest branch of the company to make a mission request for him. The nobles and richer people usually send their employees or servants to do these things in their stead anyway. Hiring the Uzushio Trading Company will cost them, but they have assurance the request will safely get to a ninja village. It was, after all, significantly easier to hunt down one servant on his way to request a mission than an entire company. Not to mention, nobody yet discovered that the Uzushio Trading Company used transportation seals to get valuable paperwork to the headquarters ASAP. This service proved to be a very valuable part of what the Usushio Trading Company offered to their clients. Essentially, the clients didn't care if the ninja was from Konoha or IWA. They cared only about the results. As such, the requests that passed the initial screening by the Usushio Trading Company ended in the village on the other side, waiting to be assigned to a team. Thanks to the extensive network of hidden outposts all over the elemental nations, the ninjas from the other sided village could teleport to any part of the world almost instantly, creating an image of mystery around them. After the people started to realize the existence of new ninja forces, they noticed these new ninjas were simply everywhere and nobody had any idea where they came from. Needless to say, it was frustrating to no end. The other hidden villages could only speculate these ninjas belonged to the Usushio Bakura because the thing they all had in common was that they only did missions where the Usushio Trading Company acted as the middleman. There were a few clever people who tried to probe the situation by trying to request a mission of hunting down the merchants of the Usushio Trading Company while using the said company as the middleman. Yeah, that didn't go so well. Anyway, many took this as proof of the new unmarked ninjas being from Usushio. Neither Rei nor Conan actually tried to dissuade that notion. If people wanted to think their forces were from a village that didn't even exist anymore, who were they to correct them? The ninjas from the other side, as Rei liked to call his troops, didn't wear headbands or flak jackets or anything even remotely telling they were actual ninjas. They always wore civilian clothes, ones that were heavily riddled with various seals to make them useful in combat. The entire act of wearing a headband seemed stupid, but in reality, it was not. It served as a deterrent against bandits and other ninjas. The priority for ninjas was not to fight ninjas from other nations but to finish their mission. Ninjas generally tried to do that without getting into a conflict. Many fights were avoided simply because the attacking side saw a headband and realized that the opponents are not easy pickings, and even if they are defeated, their village would surely investigate. Rei decided the ninjas from the other side did not need that. They looked like civilians. There was no reason for anybody to attack them. And if somebody did, they were trained enough to kill their way out of the trouble. After all, only ninjas who were at the very least Chunin rank in strength could leave the village for missions. Then again, having the strength of a Chunin in the village on the other side simply meant they were eligible to get the rank of Genin. It was the entire point of attending the academy to get to that level of strength and ability. Nobody can say the academy instructors in the village on the other side went easy on the kids. Sometimes, even Rei cringed at the brutality of the training and rued the day he handed the responsibility for the academy curriculum over to Conan, and worse, Mei. The kids were in no immediate threat of dying or even staying injured. The important word there was staying, because the curriculum was made to harm the kids in a way that would force them to improve. It was a no-brainer, really. Kids were adaptable and soaked up new knowledge like a sponge. There was a reason why so many prepubescent kids became legends in the ninja world during wartime. Conan simply got the marvelous idea to simulate that kind of environment while making it safe without telling the kids it was safe. Those who could get through it became a force to be reckoned with, and those that couldn't, well, there was still the option of working for the Bairi or the Usushio Trading Company, where they could still get training. It would just be a very downgraded version of what the ninjas from the other side received. There were not many civilians in the village on the other side either, since most of its occupants were from ninja clans Rei and his wives collected all over the elemental nations. That meant, the kids of those people were raised to be a ninja from the start, and failing at the academy was taken as a sign of shame. Sure, Rei would love to be an idealistic idiot and let kids be kids, but he knew what kind of world he was sending them in once they left the academy. As such, he allowed the academy to take education from an entirely different side and focus on making the kids into capable killers. In Rei's opinion, it was better to be an accomplished killer rather than be dead, raped, or tortured. In this manner, the forces of the village on the other side started to slowly build up, and the service of its ninjas was becoming more and more sought after through the Usushio Trading Company acting as the middleman. Chapter 269, Chapter 269, Rei the Sealmaster. Rei stood surrounded by his wives in his laboratory located in his mansion in the village on the other side. All around them were papers with sealing arrays haphazardly strewn all over the place, only the middle of the room contained a very complicated seal drawn onto the floor. Today was the day his long years of research will finally bear the fruits of his labor. You have finally finished it, huh? Conan hummed, a bit miffed. She didn't like the fact Rei was again in his research mode for the past few years. The last time he entered it, he made the artificial bijou. Sure, that brought a lot of joy to their lives and provided them with completely loyal companions that enhanced their strengths to an unimaginable degree, but the process of creating them was extremely dangerous. Conan still didn't forget Rei admitting he almost blew himself up while making the necessary seals for the creation of their bijou. So when one pleasant morning after a lovely night of merrymaking Rei told her he had a new important project, her sluggish and pleased mood instantly evaporated. Conan only barely managed to bite her lower lip in order to prevent herself from screaming her throat sore at Rei. Yet, Conan knew she couldn't stop him. As much as she wanted to, she knew his important research projects, as he called them, were really important for their future. Whenever Ray called a project important, it meant it would either raise their strength significantly or be a preventive measure against something bad from happening. That still didn't make these important projects any safer though. Conan could only hope Ray would be responsible enough to not actually emulate May and destroy himself alongside the planet because of some minor mishap. Really, sometimes I feel as if I was surrounded by kindergartners. Conan bitterly thought. Ray looked at Conan, reading her inner turmoil from her almost indifferent expression, and wisely kept quiet without answering her rhetorical question. He was well aware of her attitude to his practical approach when it came to testing his seals. Then again, he did have shadow clones. Ah, women. Why couldn't they understand that experiencing blowing yourself up was totally different than actually blowing yourself up? Anyway, Ray turned towards May. You look quite excited, he exclaimed. Pakura, Tsunade, Conan, and Ringo were all busy, so it was May who was helping Ray the most during this project. He still kept many things about it a secret, but May, under all that guise of childishness, was incredibly smart. Ray had no doubt she came to her own conclusions about the goals of his project. Yes. We spent years on this and now it is finally finished. May bounced up and down, and for some reason, Ray had a hard time tearing his gaze from her vibrant auburn hair moving up and down with her momentum and clashing with her wide green eyes full of excitement. It was only when Tsunade put her hand on the top of May's head while grinning widely did Ray finally snap out of his reverie. Look at her, Tsunade teasingly drawled, causing May's smile to stiffen. So excited that you are finally done, Ray. Yet, I wonder why she is hiding that deep sadness she is fee. A glint flashed through Tsunade's eyes, but May quickly turned around and put her hand on Tsunade's mouth, desperately silencing her with a pleading look. Tsunade's grin only widened when she saw an understanding glance from Conan and a raise of an eyebrow from Pakura. Ringo just glared at the back of May's head, but that was a common thing between the two redheads. As for Ray, he had 5 overly caring women. He got good at hiding things he didn't want them to worry about and discovering things they were hiding from him. After years of their relationship, that was bound to happen eventually. Even without the senjutsu-powered emotional sensing, which was becoming a kind of a passive sixth sense in Tsunade's case due to her uninterrupted continuous use of the senjutsu mode. And yes, that made it basically impossible to lie to her. Ray knew why May was sad and why he was hiding it. Since she was his assistant, for the most part, they spent a lot of time together in his laboratory, doing things that not always could be connected to his research or seals. Ray was just glad his laboratory was soundproof and actually had a bed. May could be really wild and willful when she wanted. It was obvious May knew that now the research was over, her convenient excuse to spend time with Ray was also gone. Ray, on the other hand, knew his girls more than even they thought. Heck, he practically raised May and saw every step of the development of her mindset. It was so obvious she didn't care about the seals at all. She was passable in the craft, but she couldn't care less. Sure, the final result probably did excite her, but honestly, Ray knew she sacrificed her free time and became his assistant in order to spend more time with him, rather than due to wanting to actually help him. What Ray didn't say was that the research could be done a year ago if May didn't join. That girl knew how to play his buttons far too well, distracting him from work. And when Yujito and Yugura finally married 2 years ago and announced Yujito with a child, in the following weeks, Ray didn't manage to do much seal work as he was deeply focused on exploring May. Fortunately, Ray's ability to control natural energy and absorb it into his body made him able to make himself fertile and infertile on command. He was not gonna bring a kid into a world when there was still the threat of the Otsutsuki clan hanging above their heads. Nua. Ray also knew it was just one of May's whimsical moods. After a few weeks, she couldn't even look Ray into the eyes for a few days from shame. Deep in her heart, she didn't really want a child. She only liked the idea of that happening. Once her brain kicked in, however, May quickly realized she was not ready yet. Just started. Ringo sighed, tiredly rubbing her eyes. I still have work in my forge. Ha. I bet you are so cranky because you thought he was calling you to do something more enjoyable than showing off the results of his research. May butted in with a sneer. Ringo clicked her tongue at May in irritation. Whatever. At least this way your bragging about all the time you get to spend with him will finally end, you nympho. What was that, you weapon pervert? A pressure suddenly enveloped the room, pressing on both May and Ringo, weighing them down while completely bypassing the other occupants. Now that made both girls quiet down and turned towards Ray in embarrassment as if they were little kids that were just scolded. Since the artificial bijou finally matured, Ray and his wives gained a lot of perks. One of which was the heaviness of their chakra, which in turn enhanced their intent. Not unlike the release of killing intent, Ray released his irritation with the full weight of his chakra behind it at the two bickering women. It was harmless, against them. Their bodies were enhanced to an incredible degree when fully matured bijou settled in them. The weight of Ray's chakra made them only slightly hunch over, unlike the air around them that was cracking from the pressure. I am starting. Ray decided to cut the chase, unwilling to give May and Ringo another chance to start arguing. You all have the 2 seals I gave you earlier on you. After a round of agreement, no matter if it was enthusiastic, grumbling, or muttering one, Ray sighed and kneeled on one knee, putting his hands on the edge of the seal in the middle of the room. Before his girls could even blink, the world shifted around them, becoming. All 5 women turned their heads in bewilderment as they looked around and could only think, what the hell? Ray just smirked, spreading out his arms, welcome to the outpost hidden on the other side of the moon. Chapter 270, Chapter 270, Complicated Home. Conan intently looked at the massive ball of mostly blue in the distance. So, that is our home. She tilted her head with a difficult expression. Instantly, all 4 remaining women turned to look at it, showing either astonishment, frowns, or disbelief. Ray already informed them about the universe, space, and things like that, but accepting it was another thing. For people of elemental nations, the world beyond their continent simply may not even exist, since almost nobody tried to get there, and those who did, didn't return. Hell, residents of some more remote countries still believed the world was flat. It was really mind-boggling how differently developed certain places in the elemental nations were. Alas, now, here it was. Their home planet was right in front of their eyes. Right there, they could see the elemental nations. They had the same shape they sported on many maps. It was unmistakable. The surprise though came from the fact the elemental nations were but a small fraction of land visible on the planet. The reason why nobody ever returned to the elemental nations after leaving to explore is clearly visible from here. Ray started, pointing to the distance. Our home is too isolated. The closest land to the elemental nations is to the south, and even then it is, by my crude estimation, at least 6,000 kilometers away. And that is a problem. Why? I could run that far on water. May pipped in, cutely tilting her head in genuine confusion. Ray smiled at her. She always overestimated others because she had a bad habit of comparing them to herself. It was something she picked up after being trained by Ray and Conan while having only them to measure her improvement. It's because you are not average, you dolt. Ringo snorted and rolled her eyes as she crossed her arms under her chest in a provoking manner. Before May could return the verbal fire, Ray interrupted the argument before it could even start. Yes. Water walking is not too exhausting, but even then, an average Jonin can travel up to 100 kilometers on the water before he runs out of chakra, entering a chakra exhaustion state, which, on the open sea, would mean he would drown. He explained, even those elite Jonins and S-rank ninjas with the biggest chakra reserves back at home do not have chakra reserves to get further than 500 kilometers on water. Unfortunately, Ringo decided to continue as she had some knowledge about these matters since she was the Kage of Kirigakure. Even the ships the Land of Water has right now, and everybody knew these were the best ships in the entirety of elemental nations, can't cover 6,000 kilometers on an open sea. That's plain suicide. You gotta count the storage capacity for supplies, the durability of the ship in case it is caught in storms, and many more variables that, yeah. Ringo shrugged, not happening. The ship would most likely fall into pieces halfway through the journey because of storms. And then there is that. Ray added with a wry smile, the dark blue patches strewn all around the elemental nations in the radius of 2,000 kilometers. What do you mean? This time it was Pakura who asked. Doesn't that just mean the ocean is extremely deep in those places? Why should that be a problem? Ray looked around and noticed that none of his girls actually had an inkling why that would be a threat. He sighed and rubbed the bridge of his nose. I should probably have expected this. They all grew up in elemental nations, after all. How could I expect they would think outside of the box? He helplessly lamented. For one last time, Ray glanced at Tsunade, making her owlishly blink. Shaking his head, he decided in which way he would explain it. Tsunade, Ray started, what are the 2 energy sources accessible to humans? At first, Tsunade scrunched her eyebrows, not understanding what that had to do with it, but nevertheless, she dutifully answered, chakra and the nature energy. And what else can use nature energy, I dare say, even better than humans? Ray asked again. This time, Tsunade's eyes slightly widened. She quickly understood what Ray meant, and the reason why he asked her was that she did research on this. Animals. Most of them have a way to innately accept nature energy into their bodies, becoming what we call chakra beasts. You want to say in these dark blue spots where the ocean is the deepest is a habitat of strong chakra beasts? Conan asked in a way that suggested she found it hilarious. Ah, don't think about it like that. Ray rebuked, chakra beasts get stronger as they age. The more nature energy they absorb, the stronger, smarter, and better they become. Naturally. Ray glanced at Tsunade. Naturally, she continued for Ray as she understood this had to do with the results of her research, they also possess chakra. Nature energy would kill them if their chakra was not balancing it in their bodies. They do this instinctively, and as such, they take in nature energy, improving their bodies, which, in turn, in time improves their chakra reserves, which then allows them to take in more nature energy, making them even stronger in one unending circle. She summed up. You want to tell us the chakra beasts are instinctively using senjutsu? Ringo raised an eyebrow at Tsunade. No. In fact, senjutsu was based on that ability of theirs. You gotta understand, the chakra beasts are doing this extremely slowly. Senjutsu is like drawing nature energy to the limit of your body on purpose for a quick boost that is not permanent. In the short term, it provides far more power. Because you are trying to stuff the most nature energy your chakra reserves can contain, however, it is dangerous. Tsunade replied. Senjutsu being derived from that also means that while I use senjutsu, my body is slowly but permanently absorbing nature energy, and is getting stronger, which increases my chakra pool. Yeah, that's why I actually started researching the chakra beasts in the first place. Summons are chakra beasts, aren't they? Pakura suddenly realized. Yeah, Ray grinned, summons are just chakra beasts who live in an environment that is extremely favorable for them, quickening the rate of their growth. For example, MT Mayaboku is said to be the best place to learn senjutsu because of the abundant nature energy there. He shrugged, hence the gigantic toads. And by the way, I think MT Mayaboku is actually located in the middle of the divine mountains of the land of lightning. So, what? Is that why we must sacrifice chakra to summon them? May mused, causing the people around them to stare at her in astonishment at the huge logical leap. Yeah. Ray unsurely nodded, I mean. I have never studied the summoning scrolls, but maybe the chakra the summoner sacrifices is indeed increasing the summon's chakra reserves, hastening its evolution. I mean, they sure as hell do not let people use them for free, right? A bit of chakra to get a massive animal fighting for you is also a bit too far-fetched. Anyway, Conan decided to return the conversation on its track. Let's get back to the topic. Deep in the ocean. Chakra beasts. Well, you see. The source of nature energy is the planet. Even this moon, Ray tapped his foot, is a source of nature energy. It is small and weak, but it is there, deep under the surface. Our planet is producing many times more nature energy. Plus the ocean is vast. There is enough space for multiple extremely strong and old chakra beasts that had centuries to grow without any natural predators and were a lot closer to the source than, for example, the summons. Do the math yourself. I see, Tsunade frowned, in the elemental nations, the chakra beasts were hunted down. Only in some special places like the Forest of Demons in the Country of Demons you can find relatively strong chakra beasts. Even these are quite weak and a jonin can easily dispatch them. What Ray is describing is a situation where these chakra beasts had nobody hunting them and as such, they were allowed to grow. Tsunade looked at Ray in astonishment. You are not trying to tell us they are as strong as Bijou, are you? Now that got all of their attention almost instantly. Ray, however, just shrugged. I have no idea. All I got are the legends from the southernmost islands of the elemental nations. After all, the legends of the sea dragons, water serpents, island eater, whatever, has to be based on something. What's stopping them from coming to the elemental nations, then? Pakura asked with a frown. The land of wind was located on the south of the mainland. If these chakra beasts decided to visit. The same thing that is preventing the Bijou from leaving the elemental nations. Ray said and paused, causing the women to lean closer to him. No matter how intelligent, deep down, they are still animals. They have their territories. Why do you think the three-tailed turtle stayed close to the land of water for so many years? Why did Shikaka stay in the desert despite loving destruction? It's their turf and they simply loathe leaving it. Our world is a lot more complicated than we first thought, huh? Tsunade chuckled. She didn't expect an answer though. You have no idea. So when a voice resounded from behind the group, they instantly tensed. Chapter 271, Chapter 271. On the Moon 1. Nobody would expect to be surprised by a stranger talking to them, on the moon. Hearing the voice, the girls instantly turned around, ready for a fight, and then. Conan furrowed her eyebrows in astonishment. Yuriko. What are you doing here? Hello, Conan. I work here, Yuriko answered with a small mischievous smile before she turned towards Ray. Hi, boss. I see you finally decided to show them around. She asked. Needless to say, even May was completely surprised by this turn of events. She helped Ray the most with his projects, yet, she had no clue Yuriko was already on the moon, doing something for him. The women instantly turned towards Ray, in their eyes a profound question of why Yuriko was the first one to know. As far as they knew, Yuriko was just a subordinate and a ninja of the village hidden on the other side. Somehow, she being the first to know about such an important project of Ray's was a low blow to their feelings as women. Naturally, Ray had no clue about this at that moment and as such, he simply shrugged and indifferently replied, I needed someone capable of using senjutsu and there was only Tsunade and Yuriko available. But Tsunade was far too busy to involve her, so Yuriko it was. He said, causing Yuriko to pout. He had no idea what kind of disaster his carefree reply just saved him from. Why would you need a senjutsu user? Tsunade curiously asked. Rei grinned and pointed at the necklace with 2 seals on her neck he gave her before they teleported. These seals are supposed to provide oxygen and ensure you will not be crushed from inside out due to vacuum. All 4 of his women except Conan widened their eyes when they heard what could have happened to them. They knew what a vacuum was. It was important for high-ranked ninjas to know because the 2 pinnacles of the wind manipulation were invisible wind blades. People who chose this way focused on density and compression, and then there was vacuum jutsu, which focused on getting air out of certain spots, creating a vacuum and then weaponizing it. That said, they never thought about what is outside of elemental nations, much less what is outside their planet, so neither really put many thoughts into the possibility of a natural vacuum being in space. Natural vacuum, such a term was honestly laughable. Knowing how devastating vacuum jutsu were, the girls could only wryly grimace at the thought of an airless state like that existing naturally. So, without this, Tsunade patted the pendant on her neck, we would instantly go squelch. She asked in trepidation. Rei grinned and wordlessly pointed at Yuriko, more precisely, her neck area that had no necklace. She actually wore a quite loose shirt and shorts. Unless the seals were tattooed into the part of her skin covered by her clothes, which was a ridiculous idea because the seals were not useful enough to make them permanent and hook them on her chakra system as was necessary with tattooed seals, or drawn directly on her clothes, which was unreliable as heck when it comes to seals that have to function 24/7. Then Yuriko now stood in a vacuum without any protection and was just fine. While Tsunade researched senjutsu itself, I was more interested in nature energy, Rei started explaining. He was not about to tell them his idea came from what he saw in anime during his last life where Naruto without any protection could survive on the moon. That would be ridiculous. Rei naturally had a good excuse for his knowledge. I found out, nature energy can strengthen the human body, not unlike what it does to the chakra beasts. That led me to a small realization. Rei meaningfully looked at his girls. We are still wary of the vacuum jutsu because they are the strongest crushing force our world knows. There is no jutsu as devastating as these, which is the reason why the wind was dubbed the offensive element. The only good thing about the vacuum jutsu is their small area of effect. Yet, how do we know it would work on us when we always evade these out of a healthy dose of respectful fear? You aren't saying you did something as crazy as trying out what would happen to you if a vacuum jutsu hit you, are you? Conan unamusedly asked, inwardly feeling a bad premonition telling her she was most likely correct. Rei turned towards Conan and sheepishly laughed while rubbing the back of his head. Well, yeah. Damn it, Rei. Conan sighed and started to rub the bridge of her nose. Seeing that his other wives also started to narrow their eyes at him because he did something stupid, again, Rei decided to continue with his explanation and hoped they would just forget about the matter. I absorb nature energy into myself and use it to directly strengthen my body for decades now. Honestly, the vacuum does nothing to me. Rei said and gestured that he did not wear the necklace with the protective seals either. Yet, there are some attacks that can do me harm. Rei glanced at Conan and Tsunade, despite the force behind them being weaker than what vacuum can exert. After that realization, I found out that nature energy works as a kind of a counterforce against vacuum. And senjutsu users use nature energy too, hence. He gestured at Yuriko who still stood in her initial spot. Oh, Mei nodded and took the necklace off, stuffing it into her pocket. Then we should be fine, no. We have our pets, after all. Ah, Conan blinked, so that's what you are trying to tell us. She understood, we might not be senjutsu users but thanks to our bijou that were made thanks to the nature energy in your dimension, we should be fine. Yeah, Rei sighed, then again, you are lucky it also makes you capable of surviving without oxygen, Mei. I really did not expect you to just yank the protective necklace off your neck. He shook his head before mumbling, and they call me reckless. So, should we proceed to the base? Yuriko interjected. As amusing as watching the interaction between Rei and his wives was, she still had some work to do. Base. Pakura turned towards her. Rei ordered you to make a base here. She looked around the barren, rocky terrain without anything interesting in it, not understanding why exactly they should care about the moon. It was a good place for a bolt hole that nobody could find, but other than that, she thought it was a waste of resources. Of course. Rei put his hands on his hips in a self-important manner. We already have Uzushio and the village on the other side under our rule. Why not add a village on the other side of the moon there too? It might seem like nothing special but the moon has a lot of metal deposits. Metals that may or may not be even stronger than chakra metal. Now we are talking. Ringo grinned, her eyes sparkling at the thought of metal stronger than chakra metal. The opinion about the new base on the other side of the moon quickly shifted to being a favorable one once Rei explained why exactly he chose the moon. Alas, Conan was not easy to fool. Plus, there should be Kagaya Otsutsuki sealed inside of this ball of rock. Isn't that right, Rei? She smirked, giving him a knowing look. Are you perhaps trying to get a new girl? Rei just shrugged, not expecting to be able to hide Kagaya's existence. After all, he did tell them about her. Then again. That doesn't really depend on me, now, does it? Chapter 272, Chapter 272. On the moon too. Ray and his wives followed Yuriko to the base. The teleportation point was a bit away from the actual base while the needed seal was buried deep in the rocky ground, configured to teleport people above the ground. It was all calculated to the extreme by Ray as a safety measure. This way, even if the base was discovered and destroyed by the guy who was supposedly living on the moon, the one Ray had no idea about since he didn't put much thought into the final movie of the Naruto series, there was still a chance the teleportation seal would not be discovered. After all, where would the guy learn sealing arts on the moon? As far as Ray knew, the area had quite the lack of teaching material going on. The group finally arrived and the girls could only stare at the houses made of hardened snow, only then realizing the climate was cold enough to sustain it. This is actually amazing. How come it is so strong? Ringo asked, knocking on the icy wall with quite a bit of her strength, surprised that it was as hard as the seal-enhanced stone walls the village on the other side had. It's specially molded with my senjutsu-enhanced chakra. You guys are not the only ones who experiment with their abilities, you know. Yuriko pipped in when she saw the women look at the structure she was building in the recent months. As for the size, Ray wanted me to make a small city. You know, prepare the place for new occupants and stuff. She shrugged. I guess Ray really wants to make another town here, huh? Pakura muttered to herself in disbelief, still not understanding what good it would make. Anything that needed secrecy could be done in the village on the other side. There was no need for an additional village away from their planet. Ray approached her and hugged her with one arm. Don't forget there is still the Otsutsuki clan. If I want to make a sealing barrier around the planet so they won't be able to find it, I can only do it from here. That's why it is so important that buildings are made here. A lot of work is awaiting me here. Ah, Pakura nodded, a bit satisfied with that explanation. She was actually planning to remake Sunagakure into a perfect fortress for her family in case something bad happened. That was the entire point of strengthening its forces. The village was perfect for that. It was deep in the desert in a hard-to-invade country and full of people who lived in this inhospitable land and knew how to ambush any idiot who dared to enter their territory. Ninja villages were not made to sustain lengthy sieges. Such a thing was impossible with superpowered ninjas playing the role of soldiers. Ninjas were not trained to fight in siege battles either. The villages were, however, all located in places that, for their native forces, were easy to defend. The general idea was to not allow enemies to get close to the village. And since the establishment of the first hidden village, a situation where a large force of ninjas managed to get to an enemy ninja village simply did not happen. The ninjas' way of the fight was designed to prevent such a thing. To discover approaching enemies and eliminate them before they got to the village. Honestly, there really was no better placement than the moon for a hidden village since their forces were already used to teleporting all over the continent anyway. You are finally starting to worry about the Otsutsuki clan? Conan asked. I thought we had time before they became a problem. We do, but that doesn't mean the solution is going to be easy. Fighting them head-on is not on the table. I have no idea about their forces, but they are supposed to be powerful. I won't risk any of you because of some misplaced pride. If I can solve the situation by hiding our planet with seals, then that would be enough for the time being. Even if we wanted to fight them directly, first of all, we need time. 6 people are not an army. Hence the elemental nations have to be united, Conan mused. Is that why you are letting Akatsuki do whatever they want? Partly. I do hope to use them as a bogeyman later on. I still do not know what to do about them, but their goal is perfect as far as a reason for the hidden villages to stand together goes. If we did not intervene, I can imagine a future where the villages would just ignore them while they hunted the Jinchuriki, only to get a harsh reminder when just 1 or 2 of them remained. After all, nobody would want a group of S-class criminals to get their hands on all 9 bijou. The problem is, the 1, 2, and 3-tailed Jinchuriki are affiliated with us. Conan summed up what made Ray indecisive. Yeah. We do not really need Akatsuki anymore, but I just don't know. If I try to make Kirigakure, Sunagakure, and Konoha into one strong block and have them sign an alliance, Iwagakure and Kimogakure will instantly join together. It wouldn't even matter if they hate each other. They would do it simply because of self-preservation. And that is a reason that can make their treaty more ironclad than anything else. We don't really need them. They are lagging behind Konoha, Kiri, and Suna anyway. Give it 5 years and they will be useless compared to our 3 villages. Still, conflict at home turf is going to be a problem no matter how developed they are. I just need more time to think about how to approach that problem. Frankly, the direction of my plans depends a lot on Kagaya and her reply to my offer. Conan nodded, deciding she heard enough. Seeing that the free-for-all information fest was over, the 4 discreetly listening women also pretended nothing was out of the ordinary. Yet, in the heads of Tsunade, Pakura, and Ringo, possible treaties between their villages started to form in a way that would benefit all of them. As for Mei, she just enjoyed the fabulous view. Walking through the street full of structures made out of clear blue icy-like snow felt otherworldly to the group. The constructs standing there were more like ice sculptures than buildings. It was clear that Yuriko put a lot of thought and effort into it. At long last, the group led by Yuriko finally arrived in front of a palace-like light blue building that stood in the middle of the newly sculpted town. Even Rei was baffled at the enormous size of that building. It was even bigger than his mansion in the other-sided village or the one in his dimension. The group looked at Yuriko, who looked a bit sheepish due to their gazes. Well, I might have gotten a bit carried away during the work. She shrugged. Right. Rei nodded. To be honest, he was just glad Yuriko found something that made her happy. Sure, after Conan saved her from the snow village, the woman looked and acted fine, but it was obvious she needed a long rehabilitation. And she did get it. Yet, it wasn't all that helpful. Another reason why Rei chose Yuriko instead of Tsunade was that he wanted to get her to a place without people where she could simply be herself. Looks like it helped, if only slightly. Rei thought in self-satisfaction. Chapter 273, Chapter 273, Nature Energy. Author note: so, I have watched the last Naruto movie and I must say I am not impressed, so if some facts are off from canon, don't blame me, laughing face. The group sat around a table in Rei's new moon palace. Could you repeat it? I think I must have misheard you. For a moment, I got the impression you said the moon is ready to go kaboom at any moment. Rei looked intently at Yuriko, who sheepishly smiled. Yeah, about that. She shrugged. I just investigated the strange chakra saturation you felt deep under the surface as you told me. It was more time-consuming than hard to find out what it is supposed to do. The idea is simple and many ninjas use it even nowadays on a smaller scale when they are hired for a demolition mission. The strange chakra is strategically located in weak spots of the planet, and upon activation, it will most likely act like an overpowered exploding tag, creating a lot of cracks in the foundation of the planet, making it crumble on itself. And the gravitation will do the rest. Conan nodded. Damn, that's so cool. How come I did not come up with that idea? Mei quipped. Maybe because that's too complex for you. Ringo snorted with a small grin forming on her lips. So, the moon is basically a floating meteor shower just waiting to happen. Rei summed up, inwardly groaning. If it's not one thing, then it's another. Don't I have enough problems with villains on my home planet? Now I have to pay attention to some dickhead on the moon who can make it rain in pieces on my villages. This is such bullshit. Rei thought. He knew there was some idiot descended from Hamura living on the moon and that he would cause trouble in the far future after the Fourth Ninja War. That, however, was the extent of his memory when it came to Naruto's last movie. Finding out the dude is able to use the moon as his weapon was a bit heavier revelation than he expected. Maybe you could let me use one of my planet-destroying jutsu now? Mei excitedly asked, finally getting an opportunity to be destructive and helpful. Unfortunately for her, Conan's pointed looks quickly told her that no, this was not her time to shine. In fact, they looked at her as if she just said something retarded. As for Rei, he found it funny enough to good-naturedly chuckle at Mei's proposition. Reaching out, he affectionately rubbed her head before saying, if destroying the moon was an option, then I would have no qualms about it. Unfortunately, the moon is incredibly important, Mei. Is it? Mei pouted. Didn't we go through what the moon causes to occur on our planet during our lessons when you were still genin? Conan asked with an edge in her tone, miffed that Mei didn't remember. Your jutsu would not work anyway, Rei interjected. The moon produces far too little nature energy for the effect of your planet-destroying jutsu to spread. All of them work by abusing the chain reaction and the endless supply of nature energy to spread destructive force. That would not work here. The nature energy barely penetrates the surface, so your jutsu would not have enough fuel. Rei suddenly stopped talking and his eyebrows furrowed. After a while, he finally exclaimed in realization, son of a bitch. Tsunade blinked while tilting her head. She understood nature energy the most after Rei. Now that she thought about it, considering the moon produced it too, calling it nature energy might be a bit wrong too, but... Anyway, thinking about what was just said, she couldn't help but widen her eyes. The moon crumbling jutsu under the surface on the moon works on the same basis as Mei's jutsus, doesn't it? Rei mutely nodded. There was no way to destroy a planet with a single jutsu. If the dude on the moon could do that, there would be no need for blowing up the moon. Coming down on the Earth and directly destroying it would have been enough. If somebody other than Mei found out there is nature energy on the moon and then realized a way to use that energy in a chain reaction. Hamura, you son of a bitch. Rei inwardly cursed. He didn't need to remember the last Naruto movie to realize who was responsible. There was only one guy who lived on the moon and almost reached the level of the Sage of the Six Paths. Wait, bitch. Rei tilted his head as an idea suddenly struck him. He didn't. He whispered, looking at Tsunade. What? She asked. The moon is just a big ball of rock. Even if it could produce the energy we know as nature energy, would it be enough for such a big-scale jutsu? I doubt our planet produces enough of the said energy to completely and instantly crumble itself from inside out. Continuously destroying it should be possible. Ray looked at Mei. It would take a few months even for Mei's jutsus, but it could happen. But instantly? I don't think our planet has enough energy for that. Plus, every philosophy on our planet regarding that energy is saying it is the energy of life and comes from nature itself. Ray started. Which may be wrong. Tsunade reminded, the moon does not have nature, not to mention much life, and yet, it is producing nature energy. That should be enough to disprove these philosophies, no. You are looking at the problem from the perspective of a researcher, Tsunade. Conan pipped in. In that case, why do these philosophies work for people trying to master senjutsu on our planet? If the energy had nothing to do with life or nature, then the senjutsu masters must be misunderstanding the whole thing and using a flawed concept, yet, it clearly works for them. Either the concept is right, or it is close enough to the truth to work while being entirely different. My senjutsu has a snow attribute in it. Would that even be possible without nature energy being connected to, well, nature? Yuriko asked. That was when Mei leaned closer to Ringo and whispered, do you have any clue what they are talking about? Ringo looked at the younger redhead and knitted her eyebrows, no. Just let them. They will get tired eventually. She shrugged. The debate about nature energy and the whole concept around it continued for a few more minutes. It was quite important. After all, if they understood what it was, then they could find a better way to use it and improve themselves, no. It doesn't really matter. Ray suddenly exclaimed, stopping the entire discussion, the important thing is, why is a dead planet like the moon producing enough energy to do what would be impossible on our planet? He swept the women around the table with his gaze, a knowing grin on his face as he had an inkling what exactly was powering up the entire thing. There must be a different source of the energy, no. Chapter 274, Chapter 274. The source. And the answer for the million Rio question is, who is supposedly sealed in the moon? Ray leadingly asked, and the whole group except Yuriko dropped their jaws on the floor when the realization hit them. You mean Kagaya? Conan finally managed to rein in her surprise. Maybe. Ray hummed. After all, a Jinchuriki can use the chakra of his bijou, and even if they are sealed in an inanimate item, the chakra can still be drawn. The limiting factor is that people never thought to make a technology capable of utilizing this chakra. Why wouldn't it be possible for Kagaya's energy to seep into the moon in small quantities? It would be prudent to make use of it, no. Moreover, Hamura was supposed to be the closest thing to the Sage of the Six Paths, and the guy lived on the moon. It wouldn't be weird if he got the idea and made a little something capable of doing exactly that. Wait, you want to tell me this residue of energy from this Kagaya is involuntarily releasing is capable of instantly destroying the moon? Pakura made a face at Ray, and you want to free her? Are you barking mad? Mei, however, just rolled her eyes and replied before Ray could open his mouth, Paku-chan, the residue from each of us could do that if it had 1,000 years to build up. That made Pakura a bit more subdued. Mei's boil bloodline steam jutsu worked mostly through the chakra residue a person is releasing at any given moment. Mei's bloodline was literally able to increase this released residue and shape it into the form of steam with various properties. Thanks to that, the group believed Mei's words instantly. She was the expert on that in the group. You would be surprised how much chakra seeps out of a person during the day. Especially us. Since we became Jinchuriki, our bodies are bona fide chakra factories. If we didn't have enough chakra control to keep it in, we would be like a sun to any semi-competent sensor. But, aren't we talking about nature energy here? Why would Kagaya's body release that? Tsunade crossed her arms under her chest and asked. She supposedly ate a chakra fruit. Considering there was no chakra people could freely manipulate before she was beaten by her sons, my bet is that chakra originates from nature energy of the planet gathered to form chakra fruit. That's my guess. Ray remarked. And since the chakra fruit is made out of the stuff, her body naturally releases it too. Conan nodded before shrugging, well, could happen. Who knows? I think you are forgetting the main problem here. It might be important how this is possible, but I think we have more pressing matters to contemplate. Ringo reminded. There is a guy capable of dropping a moon on our home. I think that demands some very violent actions. Agreed. We will know the answer to these theoretical questions once we get the device capable of using the residue for the moon-dropping jutsu. Ray agreed, getting the attention of the others. You want to do what? Conan turned towards Ray. Do you at least know how many enemies are there and where exactly they are located? Ray turned towards Yuriko, who smiled. I am stationed here a few months already and there was no contact with anybody. Ray made sure the first thing we installed were seals blocking detection through any means he could imagine. She started, taking out a file with a few pictures. That said, when we discovered chakra under the surface, I was tasked with investigating. I used my snow-natured senjutsu and looked around a bit using snow in tandem with sensory jutsu. Naturally, I can't cover an entire planet and I also had to make it unnoticeable, so there was that, but... Yuriko triumphantly slid the file towards Conan, who opened it and raised an eyebrow at a picture of a cave. She asked. An entrance. Yuriko corrected. I found this by a complete coincidence. One nice day, I got a signal from my fine powder-like snow sparsely covering the ground around one area that somebody stepped on it. Which was weird, considering there isn't supposed to be anybody on the moon. She chuckled. Imagine my surprise when I saw puppets walk around carrying supplies before disappearing into the cave. I didn't enter, but I know the puppets didn't leave either until 2 weeks later, and they returned in 3 hours with a new batch of supplies. Puppets. Pakura pursed her lips, and you didn't see any puppeteer nearby. When Yuriko shook her head, Pakura's eyes slightly widened. Suna puppeteers tried for a long time to create a jutsu capable of remotely controlling puppets. Even Sasori mostly failed in that endeavor, deciding to be satisfied with controlling 100 puppets via 100 chakra strings. Unfortunately, Pakura was not a puppeteer, so she could not help much in that regard, but Shunriku was making some progress. Needless to say, a technology capable of remotely controlling puppets was very interesting for Pakura. Clearly, whoever lives there is very advanced in some fields. Getting from the moon to our planet, since I doubt the puppets found these supplies on the moon, is also no small feat, Conan reasoned. We should probably assume the residents are fairly strong when it comes to chakra manipulation with a completely different jutsu than what we are used to. The group nodded. Being a ninja could be surprising, but stereotypes were a thing. One sees a Kiri ninja. He instantly prepares for hiding in the mist technique. Every single Kiri ninja knew and most used that technique to a great effect. One sees a Suna ninja without a war fan. He instantly assumes they are a puppeteer. It might not be always true, but puppetry is deadly enough to rather be prepared than be caught off guard. The residents of the moon, however, had millennia to develop their jutsu differently, which was noticeable from their advanced knowledge of puppetry. On top of that, it was plainly obvious they had a way to get supplies from the elemental nations, which meant they might have some knowledge of the jutsus from hidden villages too. In short, the group quickly assumed the enemy knew most of the widely known jutsu while having a totally unknown repertoire of their unique techniques. The group became silent in contemplation. They had an advantage because the jutsus most of them used were in no way widely known. That evened the playing field a bit, but still. There is no point in this. Tsunade sighed. We can't scout because we have to assume it will be discovered. Really, we have our bijou that are already matured and ready to go. If anything, we can use them to run away. Conan chuckled. Looks like we became quite cocky. She said in a self-reproachful manner, I still remember times when I was young and weak, we had almost no intel before most of our missions. She looked at Ray, who smiled in nostalgia. Yet, here we are contemplating and worrying about what-ifs because of no reliable intel. I think, we will simply have to wing it as ordinary ninjas do. The group smiled at that, remembering their early days. Whether they were from Suna, Kiri, or Konoha, being a ninja was almost the same. Everybody had a memory of at least one mission where they had no idea what they were getting into, yet, they had to go. So, when do we start? Tsunade asked. I think you misunderstood. There is no we in this operation. Ray said, causing the women to show discontent expressions. It was obvious they wanted to argue about it, but Ray had already decided. After all, he knew there would be only one man waiting for him, and he really wanted to see how he compared to him. For this, I am going alone. Chapter 275, Chapter 275, Entering. Ray stood in front of the entrance to the cave Yuriko found, painfully aware of the paper with a multipurpose surveillance seal inscribed on it through which his girls watched his every move. What the hell possessed me to say those words? He awkwardly thought. Needless to mention, when he said, for this, I am going alone, to his wives, all hell broke loose. In hindsight, that was a really stupid move, as Ray found himself outnumbered 5-1 and those odds were a bit too much even for him. But he was stubborn too and didn't just back down no matter how many puppy eyes, narrowed gazes, upturned lips, or outright ultimatums he got from his wives. In the end, Ray made a compromise that he would wear one of Conan's papers with surveillance and teleportation seals while he went in. He could do that much. He could understand their worries, after all. They thought he was gonna face an army, yet, he knew there was just one guy in his puppets. Then again, he had no plausible explanation for how he knew that. Here we go. Ray muttered before slowly walking towards the entrance, with his senses looking for any early alarm system that could be present. Finding nothing, his cautiousness only increased, as it could mean only two things. Either there was really no alarm system, which could be possible, after all, who would expect intruders while having a base on the moon, or, it was hidden so well, even Ray was unable to find it. The second option was in no way sounding appealing to Ray, though. Ray had no idea what he expected to see inside, but a plain cave was definitely not among what he pictured. He raised an eyebrow. So, they do have at least some security measures up, huh? He mused while looking around the completely normal small cave that ended with a dead end. It took him a few seconds, but thanks to his sensory abilities, Ray quickly noticed a small concentration of chakra near the back of the cave. Nevertheless, Ray was impressed as he barely noticed it. As expected from the predecessor of the Hyuga clan. He quipped with a smile while placing his palm on the rocky wall, pushing some chakra through it towards the seal he felt located behind the said wall. Something interesting. Conan's voice suddenly sounded in Ray's head, making him slightly jump. They did not use telepathy much, preferring to talk aloud, so this wasn't something Ray was used to. Yet, they could talk telepathically, and being in contact was one of the conditions his wives placed on him if he wanted to go alone. This is a chakra insulator. It blocks and disrupts chakra flow. Ray answered. Byakugan, Sharingan, normal chakra sensors, they wouldn't be able to find anything out of ordinary about this cave simply because there is nothing out of ordinary to sense as far as chakra-based sensing can tell you. It's quite a nifty trick. Be a dear, Conan, and do put this idea down on paper. We might use it for ourselves somewhere. Ray mentally sent Conan his thoughts on how the wall worked, making her go quiet while sending him an impression of agreement. Ray's chakra finally reached the lock behind the wall, causing the floor nearby to slide away, revealing steps leading further into a dark hidden entrance. One gotta be grateful for night vision no jutsu. Ray mentally chuckled before bravely but calmly walking down. As Ray finally approached the end of the stairs, he was again pleasantly surprised that nothing attacked him yet. He was also shocked that there were no traps awaiting him. He could only shake his head at the sheer arrogance displayed in front of him. Sure, he believed in the superiority of his village and that nobody would ever discover it, but that didn't mean he didn't trap the surroundings to all hell and back. If somebody not of his village did discover the area around his village, Ray made his damnedest to ensure they would not return alive to tell the tale. That was called taking precautions. Just in case, because such a case could possibly happen, no matter how small of a chance there was. Did you try nature energy sensing? There might have been different defensive systems. Tsunade advised. Ray's wives mostly watched, deciding not to talk to him overly much because it could prove distracting. Only when something important came up did they contact him. Ray was glad about that. In this particular case, however, I am using only nature energy sensing, Tsunade. Chakra sensing is useless down here. It seems the entire tunnel is made from chakra-blocking material. Could we mine it and use it to create weapons? Ringo asked excitedly. It's not as strong as you probably think, Ringo. You will see when I am done here. Ray replied, now, shush. He was about to leave the tunnel. What greeted him in the light at the end of the tunnel was marvelous. A large spacious underground place filled with a massive castle. It was one of the most amazing underground structures Ray ever saw, and he indeed made sure to look closely while taking mental notes. The building made him feel quite small, considering how massive it was. Ray could feel a headache creeping up onto him as he imagined the absolute pain in the navigating in the building will be. And that was before he even added all the enemy forces into the equation. There was no doubt a fight would ensue and this nice marvel would be somewhat demolished. Ray, however, wanted to make use of all resources found here, so there was no reason to rush. He could take his time noting everything important. On the other hand, he could also finally feel movement in the castle through his sensory abilities. It was obvious the second he entered the castle, the shitstorm would start. Then again, it is quite curious they still have no clue about my presence. I wonder. Ray stopped cloaking his chakra with his passive stealth seal tattooed on his back. He could instantly feel the puppets inside of the castle snap their heads towards his direction, some of them having their heads turned at angles that would kill a normal human. I guess, that is my answer. His sightseeing cut short, Ray, with a wry smile, stepped closer towards the entrance to the castle and tried to kick it open, only for ripping the door out and sending it flying back, crushing 3 puppets about to open it. Ray awkwardly waved at the remaining 2 puppets. Hey. That was totally unintentional. He disarmingly smiled. And the puppets rushed at him. Oh, well. That didn't seem to work. Ray thought as he sidestepped a woman-looking puppet lounging at him. The puppet was not done yet, though. It twisted at its waist by a complete 180 and tried to land a strike on Ray with a sharp blade popping out of its hand. Ray's eyebrows twitched. This was why puppets were dangerous. They could make sudden unexpected movements that no human could manage except maybe Orochimaru. You expect that you dodged its hit only for it to twist into a painfully looking position and strike again. Unfortunately for the puppets, Ray was not an average ninja. He quickly spun and grabbed the wrist of the second puppet that tried to stealthily hit him in the back with a sword, letting the momentum of the spin carry both him and his newly captured puppet. Ray then used it as a club to smash away the first puppet whose blade was just an inch away from Ray's belly. The 2 puppets flew away, hitting a wall before crumbling down onto the floor. A second later, a searingly hot fireball engulfed them, incinerating them to ashes. Huh, looks like they are still made of wood. Ray hummed, pleased at the effectivity of his fireball. The puppets had no strings, so Ray did not believe such a weak strike would be enough to make them stop. Who would expect puppets to show cunningness? He shook his head, turning around about to continue on his merry way only to freeze at the sight that greeted him. From all around, thousands of painted wooden eyes watched his movements. Chapter 276, Chapter 276, Ray vs. Puppet Army 1. The puppets and Ray awkwardly stared at each other for a while. When Ray decided to attract the attention of the puppets, he did so because he knew he could handle it, and this way, he wouldn't have to look through the unknown structure in order to round up all enemy combatants. Now, they would come to him. Despite such thinking, Ray was still astonished at the sheer number of puppets present in the initial wave. There must be a lot more puppets than I predicted. Ray offhandedly thought without any worry. After all, be it 1,000 or even 1,000,000 of average ninjas, in front of Bijou they were all just a slight nuisance. These puppets might be a bit stronger than normal chunins from what he saw so far, but there was no threat of fuinjutsu, and since they were puppets, even unexpected ninjutsu was not likely to appear during the fight. At Ray's current level, this was honestly nothing worrisome. The puppets had apparently enough of the staring contest as they as one jumped toward Ray, intending to swarm him with their numbers. Seeing the wall of wooden bodies approaching him at high speed, Ray inwardly sighed before slowly unsheathing his sword. In an instant, an electrical current sparked to life on the edge of the said blade, and with one fluid movement, Ray jumped backward, away from the entrance to the castle. The door he kicked away was quite massive, and as such, many of the puppets would be able to pass through. But on the other hand, the entrance was also a nice choke point. Ray swung his blade, sending a crescent-like cutting edge made of lightning element at the approaching puppets that were about to pass through the entrance, and therefore were very densely concentrated in one area. The elemental attack made short work of any puppet it passed through, decimating quite a sizable number of them at once. And just as intended, the castle has more or less no scratch whatsoever either. Ray mentally hummed in satisfaction as he watched the smoking entrance. From what he could see through the smoke, some puppets clearly survived the attack and were getting up, but most of these were in some way damaged. It was then a sound of breaking glass attracted Ray's attention upwards, causing him to widen his eyes and inwardly cringe at the damage caused to the windows of the castle as a multitude of puppets jumped through them, trying to surprise attack Ray. Stepping back, Ray swung his blade upwards, casting a lightning dragon jutsu on the blade at the same time and directing it with the swing above himself. The dragon made of pure lightning chakra coiled in the air, cutting and burning any puppet that landed onto its body, only dissipating when no more puppets jumped out of the windows. Thanks to the lightning dragon, no puppet landed in Ray's immediate vicinity, creating a small radius of the puppet-free zone around him. Such a show of skill would surely freeze Ray's attackers in fear, awe, or something else if they were humans, but unfortunately, puppets had no feelings, and as such, they didn't hesitate at all. Not even a second lasted after their landing, and they were yet again leaping at Ray while surrounding him with a volley of yellow balls they sent at him. Ray didn't remember what these balls were supposed to do from the anime. That said, he was not about to find out by letting them hit him. Tapping his feet on the ground, he imbued his chakra into it and made it rise into a rocky shield all around him, enhancing it mostly from inside with his chakra to prevent the rock from being sent at him as splinters. He had a nasty feeling the balls were some kind of bomb. Ray didn't even manage to finish that thought when a loud booming sound reached him as his rocky shield shook, showing some minuscule cracks. Now that created a frown on Ray's lips. It wasn't really that threatening to him, but he reckoned this army of puppets would be able to take down most forces of a hidden village back home if they attacked it head-on. They certainly had enough firepower if their concentrated attacks could create cracks on rock enhanced with his chakra while he put some effort into it. Sighing, Ray made his chakra in the rock erupt towards the outside, sending his rocky shield back at the puppets as dangerous shrapnel, tearing through their wooden bodies, again creating a safe zone all around the motionless Ray. With the time for gauging the enemy's power over, Ray decided to move first as he channeled lightning chakra through his body. Blurring towards the spot with three puppets standing close to each other, he appeared in front of them, already swinging his sword, bisecting all three of them at the waist before they could react. Ray knew being bisected would not hinder puppets as much as it would humans, so he made sure to pump his lightning chakra through the puppet the second his blade entered it, frying all internal mechanisms responsible for the movement of the chunks of wood. These three puppets would not be getting up anytime soon. Ray didn't have a lot of time to celebrate though. With his enhanced nervous system, he easily noticed three yellow balls of energy flying at him, causing him to jump upwards, evading them as they exploded. The air was no safe zone either, however, and Ray found himself under the fire of yet more puppets. Spinning in the air, Ray created a ball of spinning lightning chakra around himself, letting the yellow energy balls explode on it. Not unlike Kaiten of the Hyuga clan, the spinning lightning chakra redirected the explosive energy away from Ray, shielding him. As Ray landed, he huffed, "So, they would fire at me even if I was near their allies, huh? Guess the puppets are expendable enough for that." He realized. Don't forget to leave some unfried for research purposes. Pakura telepathically reminded him, her voice somewhat worried. Not for him. She was worried for the puppets. After being fried from inside out, they had no worth to her. Chuckling to himself, Ray sent her an understanding feeling before springing into action again, evading yet another volley of yellow exploding balls from the puppets. Clearly, they realized I am a dangerous foe up close and decided to focus on ranged attacks. Ray realized that the puppets had some basic intelligence if they could do such a thing. Looking at the thousands of puppets all around him, Ray wryly smiled, "This will take a while, won't it?" "Well, it's not as if you didn't need the exercise, is it?" Conan's smirking voice resounded in his head. Ray rolled his eyes and increased the amount of lightning chakra coursing through his blade. "Yes, yes. Laugh it up, woman," he grumbled before jumping back into the fray. Chapter 277, Chapter 277, Ray vs. Puppet Army 2. Cutting through a chunk of wood for the nth time, Ray put so much lightning chakra into the strike the puppet his blade impacted literally exploded in a shower of wooden splinters. It was already 2 hours since he started felling down puppets as if they were a forest, and with each additional kill, Ray felt as if he was getting back into the rhythm. It was a long time since he faced a lot of opponents, and even longer he exercised his blade techniques. Fighting against his girls in spars was good and all, but he already knew most of their moves. They didn't give him a chance to practice some sword styles either, since spars against them were in different power leagues and there were many better ways to deal with them than using a sword. Heck, using some otherwise powerful sword techniques against them would be outright foolish because they could just easily block or evade them. Now, however, Ray was surrounded by a multitude of mediocre targets with no tricky jutsu or bijou level chakra reserves, so he could let loose and simply have his body go through sword katas for kenjutsu styles he knew. It was really refreshing. As yet another puppet lost its head to Ray's sword, Ray thought, yes. I will definitely make Pakura remake these and then mass-produce them for training purposes. He didn't even put his mind into the fact that such a sheer number of advanced puppets would be able to take over a hidden village. For them, these chunks of wood were just practice targets. Ray sidestepped a stab from another humanoid puppet looking like a small creepy child, causing it to fly by his body. Hearing a clicking sound, he instantly spun on his heel, turning back, and saw the expected twist of the waist joint of the puppet causing its waist to turn backward. A pipe appeared on the palm of its bladeless hand, releasing yellow shine. Ray's fist impacted the puppet's head, sending it crashing to the ground and making it involuntarily aim the pipe towards the sky before it released the yellow explosive ball. Ray, much to his shame, fell for this trick once already, and he had no intention of giving Pakura more ammunition to tease him. At first, he was carefree and focused on the more artistic and cool sword katas he never used because there were more practical ones for a real fight, but when he got hit for the first time because he momentarily forgot that he was fighting against puppets and that meant they could twist their bodies at inhuman angles, Pakura just couldn't let it go and teased him. Ray just knew he would not hear the end of it for months, but he also acknowledged he deserved it. Honestly, from the current ninja puppetry point of view of Sunagakure, these puppets were kinda useless. Yes, they had all the advantages of puppets and their bodies could be twisted, dismantled, and put together mid-fight, as a few cases where Ray dispatched them without flooding their system with lighting energy showed. But, they simply lacked weaponry. At first, Pakura was excited when she saw their firepower. The yellow exploding balls were marvelous. Such strength. With the number of puppeteers Sunagakure possessed, if she could give every one of them 10 of those puppets. But the longer the fight went on, the more flaws with her plan Pakura saw. These puppets had massive firepower, but that was honestly it. They had no internal weapon systems, and their dismantling and putting themselves back together was also not up to snuff. Compared to the puppets of Sunagakure, they were simply disappointing. It appeared as if without a puppeteer controlling them, the creator of these puppets had to give up most of what made puppets deadly and focus on one destructive attack the puppets could be programmed to do even without being controlled. Pakura was still interested in the technology of puppets' remote control, but she now saw there would be much to adjust and research once she got it. Acknowledging that, Ray also decided to make it easier on her. Looking at the childlike motionless puppet with a cracked head on the floor, he noted his seal took effect. The puppet still twitched, showing it was trying to get back into the fight, but the paralyzing seal stopped it. The whole battle was littered with only 2 types of corpses. The first were puppets fried from inside out, and the second ones were these twitching, still functioning ones that were a gift for Pakura. Ray's lighting chakra coursed through enough of the puppets to know the remote control technology would be useless to her, as it took way too much place within the puppet's internal mechanisms. But, why would he tell her that? She had to be punished for teasing him. Meh, I will just give her the idea of using the spiritual part of shadow clones and merging it with puppets to create pseudo-puppet clones when she comes to me crying her remotely controlled puppets are impossible to outfit with even basic Sunagakure's puppet weapon systems. Ray shrewdly decided. While fighting, Ray's mind naturally trailed towards how he would recreate the puppets. Such a thing was inevitable, as the minds of many experienced ninjas worked in a similar way. It was a part of their training. During a fight, they always thought about how the enemy's techniques work, how to recreate them, and how to make them ineffective. Only the most skilled and experienced could recreate the techniques of their enemies, and that was also why even the basic matured Sharingan was such a cheat, as it allowed its user to bypass the needed knowledge and experience to do just that with a simple look. Rei, however, had enough knowledge and experience to figure out a few ways to make Bakura's desire come true. Now that I think about it. Rei looked around with furrowed eyebrows. How come I wasn't attacked yet? I must have been thinking for well over 20 seconds now. It was then a slow and contemptuous clapping sound resounded from above, making Rei look up in surprise. There, on the wall stood a white-skinned man, looking down at Rei while surrounded by the remaining puppets in a way as if he was a king surrounded by his obedient servants. Needless to say, Rei quickly got annoyed at the cocky look the dude was shooting him. Obviously, his enemy thought he could squash him like a bug. I mean, sure, I used nothing more than lightning-enhanced Kenjutsu, but I don't think I deserve to be underestimated so much. Rei disgruntledly thought, inwardly sighing. Clearly, the pale guy didn't think decimating a few thousand puppets was worth acknowledgement. Ah, youth. Rei amusedly shook his head, always thinking they own the world. The eyes of the pale guy narrowed at the gesture, yet, he tried to show he was not perturbed because of it. You have some skill, intruder. He coldly proclaimed, if you think someone like you can stand against the Otsutsuki clan, however, you are greatly mistaken, foolish mortal. Chapter 278, Chapter 278, Rei vs Tonari 1. And who are you supposed to be, boy? Rei cockily taunted as he put his right hand on his hip and raised an eyebrow in a condescending way. In his defense, the guy's stupid mug was just asking for it. I am Tonari Otsutsuki, the last descendant of the brother of the Sage of the Six Paths, Hamura Otsutsuki. Tonari proudly yet calmly exclaimed as if he completely missed the mocking undertone in Rei's question. And I am going to kill you. That's so. Rei hummed, inwardly a bit disappointed that his taunting bore no fruit. Then again, if the guy let himself be consumed by rage at the very first veiled insult, then that would be disappointing in its own way too. Well, good luck with that, then. Rei shrugged. There weren't many prospective opponents around Rei who liked to enjoy some pre-battle banter. Conan returned such an attempt with a wind-enhanced cutting paper. Tsunade liked to dash head-on during their spars, making it unable to chat before the fight. Bakura was the serious type. That left Rei only with Ringo and Mei. Ringo, however, simply refused to spar with the excuse of being too busy, and as for Mei, the less one said about her the better. That was one matchup where you simply didn't want to give her time to fill the surroundings with her chakra, so no banter either. Aside from them, Rei didn't fight much these days if one didn't count paperwork and scheming. Tonari was really a breath of fresh air in his otherwise dull non-battling life. That said, Rei's nonchalant act was not because he was arrogant. He simply felt the levels of Tonari's chakra and its density. Sure, the guy's chakra was incredibly dense, and it was no wonder no one could stand up to him in the future when he deemed to lift his bony ass from his moon throne for a visit. If Rei had to rate him, he would have to put the guy on the same level as Madara and Hashirama when it came to the strength of his chakra. But Tonari, as he was right now, did not have Tensigen. Heck, he didn't even have Byakugan. And as far as Rei knew, there was no Bijou subjugating bloodline either in the men. The strength of Tonari lied in his unpredictable and unknown jutsu and his strong chakra, which Rei felt wasn't threatening at all. After all, even without Blackie, Rei still had more and denser chakra than Tonari right now. The fact Tonari did not even check Rei's strength was not lost on him either. In Rei's opinion, Tonari was the perfect example of a strong guy who spent his entire life in the proverbial, closed cultivation, and never actually fought anyone even remotely close to his power level. It's so obvious, the arrogance in his eyes, the demeanor of superiority, he has total confidence he could wipe the floor with me at his leisure. Rei inwardly sighed while outwardly smirking at Tonari. You know. He started speaking, making Tonari raise an eyebrow at him. When you are about to fight somebody, Rei meaningfully paused, you should never give him the time to prepare his offense and strike first. The second these words left Rei's mouth, Tonari didn't have even a chance to evade as the breeze that had no reason to be present on the moon suddenly picked up and pressurized wind slammed right into Tonari's right cheek, bitch slapping him off of the castle walls into the area in front of it. I bet he didn't expect that. Rei snickered. Clearly, as far as unknown and unexpected techniques went, both could play that game. Tonari, shaken due to the sudden attack, stood confusedly up, showing that the attack didn't hurt him much despite the small bruise on his cheek adding a little bit of color to his face. The extent of the damage he suffered was a sting on his cheek and a small chance at an unlikely heart attack from shock, but that was about it. So, it is not only his chakra that is strong, huh? His body is also quite durable. Rei reckoned, his chakra is more of the physical variety then. There were many bloodlines where their users had strong chakra, yet, weak bodies. Strong chakra equals strong body only applied if chakra leaned more towards the yang. Figures. He can survive in the vacuum of the moon, so I should have expected a strong body. Rei settled down his thoughts and prepared for a more serious exchange since Tonari was getting out of his shock. Tonori's eyes finally grew serious, much to Rei's satisfaction. It was not about beating his arrogance out of him anymore. No, Rei simply wanted to see Tonori's techniques and how they differentiated from the usual jutsu. You will regret that. Tonori menacingly uttered, rubbing his cheek while slightly bending his knees in preparation for an attack. Rei, who seemingly stayed indifferent to Tonori's change of state, just motionlessly stood in his place, looking at Tonori as if he found him incredibly amusing. He knew that deep inside, it ate at the guy, plus it was fun pissing somebody who absolutely refused to let it show. In one swish, Tonori leaped at Rei, becoming a blur due to the speed he reached. And Rei, much to Tonori's surprise, sidestepped. Using the momentum from the sidestep, Rei's right hand was already on its way towards Tonori's right cheek, aiming to strike the bruise there to add to the already received humiliation, but this time, it was Rei's time to be pleasantly surprised when Tonori managed to duck under his strike and in a circular movement reminiscent of the Hyuga Taijutsu style, counterattacked aiming at the center of Rei's chest. Rei noted the faint glow of chakra build up around Tonori's hands and instantly assumed his opponent was about to use a jutsu to deal the maximum amount of damage in that single strike. Which meant, he needed to avoid that. Naturally, it was far too late to dodge physically, so Rei chose a different approach. Instead of dodging himself, he decided to force Tonori to abandon his attack. Swinging his fist at Tonori's chest, Rei made sure to coat it in a copious amount of lighting chakra, creating a Raikiri. Let's see if he has guts. Rei thought as the world around him slowed down, Tonori's fist approaching his chest while his fist was raising its way towards Tonori's chest. He watched as Tonori's eyes gained that understanding light and showed the first bit of fear during their brief fight. The guy noticed this would not be a cost-free attack. Sure, Rei would let Tonori land this blow, but that would mean getting his by a similar attack in exchange. Now, Rei only wanted to see how Tonori would react. Will he cease the attack and jump back, or will he continue? Rei really wanted to know. Tonori's fist was getting closer and closer to the point of no return, and the indecisiveness in his eyes was almost palpable. At the last moment, however, Tonori clearly deemed this exchange too pricey and flawlessly flowed from attack to evasion through jumping back. While Rei was a bit disappointed Tonori chickened out, he could respect it as it showed the guy had at least some measure of brains. After all, which idiot takes a blow head-on in order to land his own hit? Right. If you do that again, you are sleeping on the couch for the foreseeable future. Are we understood? Conan's cold voice resounded in Rei's head while he got the impression his other wives absolutely agreed with her. Rei's back instantly straightened out as he answered, yes, dear. His wives were seldom serious and almost never controlling. They let him do whatever he wanted, to a point, and his current situation was a testament to that. That said, Rei knew when he was beaten and had to actually listen to their complaints in order to preserve that peace. Women. He inwardly grumbled, trying to be quiet. Telepathy, pfft. Never again. We heard that. 5 voices chorused together. Apparently, even his thoughts were now compromised. Rei turned his gaze back towards Tonori, deciding to focus on the fight. The poor lad had no idea he would serve as a way for Rei to vent his current frustration. Chapter 279, Chapter 279, Rei vs. Tonori 2. Tonori watched Rei with a difficult expression that came off as a half scowl and half grimace because he was simultaneously trying to appear nonchalant. Right now, it was clear to him that he did not hold the proverbial edge in the fight, which was a totally new experience for him. Tonori spent a lot of time watching the ninjas from the elemental nations and comparing his skill to them, always getting the same result. He was simply unbeatable for them, and as such, he never thought somebody could give him any difficulty. Yet, the man in front of him was doing exactly that. What kind of freak is that anyway? Did he really try to go for double suicide there? Who does that? Tonori's thoughts were much more distraught than his expression involuntarily showed. Realizing this won't be as easy as he previously imagined, Tonori decided to get serious right off the bat. Rei instantly sensed a change in his opponent's chakra, mesmerized as it started to leave Tonori's chakra system and started to seep directly into his body, cloaking him in itself and changing the color from darkish blue to a much lighter shade of almost green. In fact, Rei could see the chakra with his very eyes because Tonori's body was as if bathed in it. Quirking his lips, Rei frowned. He didn't expect Tonori to be able to enter chakra mode without having Tensigen, but clearly, he could. Here I thought I could just chill, but no. The guy clearly wants to try hard it. How bothersome. The second Tonori's body finished charging up with chakra, he disappeared in a blur and Rei had a hard time blocking the brutal combo of punches Tonori unleashed on him. Evading and deflecting Tonori's fists, Rei tried to get a feel for his opponent's newfound power and speed, slowly adjusting his own tempo to match him while also checking how the chakra mode affected his body on a deeper level. As he did this, he couldn't help but grin when the thought of Tsunade telepathically watching this fight through his eyes occurred to him. He had no doubt she was doing the exact same thing as him, already trying to come up with a way to recreate the chakra mode for herself. Tonari tried to use his superior speed to get his punches through Rei's guard, aiming at the gaps in his defense, yet, Rei somehow always twisted his hands in a totally unexpected circular manner and blocked Tonari's blows with his forearm or elbows. This led Tonari to become rather frustrated, which only made him more rash during the quick-paced exchange, but as the technique and precision of his blows lessened, the power behind them increased. Rei found himself deflecting more and more, rather than blocking, moving all around the vast empty place in front of the castle while being happy he chose to pull Tonari outside for their fight. The surroundings were getting quite trashed up as cracks formed on the ground, and rocks were occasionally sent flying all around. Somewhere during their fight, Rei understood that Tonari's chakra-enhanced blows would be too much for his base body. Instead of taking hits head-on, he rather redirected them away from himself. As Tonari became more impatient, this was becoming easier, but also, the danger of injury increased as even a single hit could break a bone. That actually surprised Rei a lot. His body could withstand Tsunade's chakra-enhanced punches with a minimal counter-enhancement. And here, a guy was almost matching, if not surpassing in some moments, Tsunade's strength. The technique he was using was rather ingenious. Suddenly, Rei found a hole in Tonari's guard and instantly took it, sending a counter-strike at Tonari as he deflected his right arm to the side, aiming for his chin to incapacitate him. Smirk was starting to form on Rei's lips the closer his fist got to Tonari, who seemed unable to react. Only for his fist to phase right through Tonari. Rei blinked in surprise, momentarily not understanding what happened before a sharp sting in his abdomen pulled him out of his reverie as he found himself flying through the air due to Tonari's kick. Tonari watched in satisfied fascination as the body of his opponent crashed into the rocky wall, creating a crater there while sending a massive cloud of dust into the surroundings. He clearly heard the resounding crack when his kick landed. Calmly walking forward, Tonari thought that this fight was over. The closer Tonari got, the more obstructed his vision became because of the dust cloud, but he wasn't fazed by it. This was the very first time he fought against a ninja from the elemental nations, and honestly, he was surprised how strong his opponent was. Now he just wanted to savor the taste of his victory. A hand suddenly pushed through the cloud of the dust, grabbing Tonari's face and pulling him inside with a mighty yank. Before Tonari managed to gather his wits enough to react, he found his body spinning for a moment before the back of his head was roughly bashed on the rocky wall, causing a spiderweb of cracks to form. Instinctively, Tonari's hands took hold of the forearm of his attacker, who still held his face in a crushing grip and tried to push his hand away. The only thing Tonari could see was the frightening grin on his opponent's face despite the resounding cracks that came out of the forearm Tonari's hands were squeezing. Yet, no matter how clearly Tonari felt his hands crush the bones in Rei's forearm, the hold of his hand on Tonari's face didn't cease. Instead, it actually grew stronger, making Tonari feel very uncomfortable and almost painful pressure on his skull. "You're gonna try a lot harder than this, boy. If you think a bit of bodily mutilation is enough to end a fight, then you clearly underestimate the ninjas of elemental nations far too much," Rei jokingly quipped, completely ignoring the pain in his hand while inwardly comparing his current situation to what usually happened during his spars with Tsunade. That woman could be ruthless and tear his body to pieces at times only to get an excuse to put him back together. A few pulverized bones. That was what the guy who decided to destroy the ninjas expected to stop him. Wasn't that quite laughable? F-Phi-N- Tonari rasped through Rei's palm, causing Rei to lean closer, trying to hear what his opponent had to say. "Come again. I think I didn't hear you quite well," he nonchalantly said, pushing Tonari's head a bit to the left, grinding the back of it on the hard rocks of the moon in a way he surmised was very painful. This allowed Rei to get a better look at Tonari's right eye, and when he saw the look in it, his cheerful demeanor froze for a second. That, however, was far too late as a yellow flash followed by a strong pushing force smashed into Rei, tearing his forearm away from his elbow due to Tonari's grip on it while the rest of his body flew back as the yellow exploding ball hit his chest point blank. It was only when he was flying through the air did Rei realize that the look in Tonari's eye was far from someone who was caught in an inescapable hold. Somehow, that made him release a small involuntary smile of satisfaction. The fight was finally getting interesting. Chapter 280, Rei vs Tonari 3. Tonari was not getting away unscathed from his counterattack either. After all, his explosive yellow ball exploded quite close to his body as well. He, however, had the advantage of having his body enhanced by the chakra mode, and as such, he only suffered some superficial scratches and slightly burnt skin. Pulling Rei's torn forearm away from his face, Tonari gave it a disdainful sneer before he threw it to the side as if he was just discarding trash. Rei stood up and looked at the handless arm he now sported, getting amused at the small spark of superiority that entered Tonari's gaze when he noticed where Rei was looking. Then again, Rei was not here to entertain him. He instantly used nature energy in tandem with Blackie's chakra to stimulate his cell growth, regrowing his forearm and hand at a visible pace. It was kind of a weaker form of a knockoff from what Tsunade was capable of doing, but after numerous spars with the said woman, it was of utmost necessity to develop a skill like this. Rei lifted his gaze back towards Tonari, flexing his new forearm. "I told you it will take a lot more than that," he said, making Tonari frown. "We will see about that." Tonari quietly said, getting ready for an attack. Ray instantly reacted, readying himself too, but what he didn't expect was puppets bursting from the ground around him, flooding him with their bodies in an attempt to obstruct his movements as they grabbed his various body parts. Not for the first time during the battle, Ray inwardly wondered how exactly could he have been sneaked upon despite his sensing capabilities. He almost understood it by now and was pretty sure it had to do with Tonari's projection-like jutsu. I still don't know if he can project the presence of his puppet somewhere away, which would be awesome if applied correctly, or if he is simply projecting a feeling that nothing is trying to sneak up on me, which wouldn't be too shabby either. Ray thought. Clearly, Tonari was using his jutsu, they simply were of the more subtle variety. Ray was about to use a jutsu to get rid of the puppets restraining his movement, but Tonari was a step ahead and flashed near him, punching him in the gut, which sent Ray flying back despite the puppets rooting him in the place. The punch was quite powerful too, and the puppets anchoring him to the ground actually got ripped in half upon impact. Not that it prevented their remaining parts from clinging to Ray's body with all they got. Ray's body bounced a few times on the ground. Every time that happened, Ray made sure to twist his body at a right angle so some of the puppets were flung away from him. When the momentum from Tonari's punch was almost gone, Ray flipped his body mid-air, landing on his feet and sliding back a bit. Tonari was again right there, trying to maintain his current advantage and keep Ray out of his rhythm. His fist aimed at Ray's gut again. Tonari clearly wanted to strike the exact same spot as before. Ray, however, wasn't idle either and managed to use his right foot to land a kick to Tonari's unguarded knee, unbalancing him enough that his punch to the gut went off its intended path and only briefly glanced Ray's hip. Ray instantly followed up with an elbow to the face, breaking Tonari's nose and dazing him while a small blade made of lightning chakra formed on his other hand. He promptly jerked his right side of the body backward, propelling his left hand forward, aiming it alongside the lightning chakra blade at Tonari's chest. And for the second time during the battle, Ray was stumped when Tonari's form simply disappeared the second he almost got him. Instead of feeling flesh, blood, and burnt organs, all Ray felt on his hand was nothing. Tonari yet again used his projection to somehow fool him. Despite himself, Ray couldn't help but feel a grudging respect for that. Evading a killing blow 2 times in a row was something else. At least, I got to know he can't use the projection during attacking. If he could, he would have used it at the start when I tried to exchange a lethal blow for a lethal blow with him. Ray inwardly nodded to himself, putting the information he collected about the technique together. He was also looking around, trying to spot Tonari, but before he managed to do that, another batch of puppets burst from the ground, showing that Tonari was trying to employ the same tactics as before. This time, however, Ray was expecting it, and before the puppets could yet again engulf him, a shockwave spread from his body, smashing them to such small pieces that, puppets or not, they were no longer getting back up. Earth release, magnetic push. Ray thought. He didn't need to be able to sense the attacks. Expecting it was enough for him to deal with it. But I finally sensed a spark of something as the puppets appeared. He excitedly realized, and indeed, it was very brief, but his senses gave him an inkling where Tonari was hiding. Looking straight ahead, Ray assumed a relaxed stance while lifting his eyebrow in an expecting manner as he asked, "Are you quite done yet?" He might not have been able to see him, but he knew Tonari was right there, in front of him. The battlefield stilled. Tonari appeared in the spot Ray suspected him to be at and looked at Ray with a weird expression, not expecting to be seen since he was projecting himself inside of the castle. For some reason, his second assault was a complete failure. Ray was not caught off guard for the second time, and as such, Tonari couldn't follow up the puppet attack with his taijutsu. He really had a hard time trying to understand what exactly happened there, but so be it. Tonari sighed. Never in my worst dream would I think a ninja from elemental nations could force me to this state. You should be flattered that you made me do. He raised his hand with a grave expression, his palm facing Ray as he pulsed his chakra. This. Nothing happened. Ray smiled at Tonari, sensing where his chakra went. If you are looking to activate the nice devices of mass destruction inside of the castle, you are so shit out of luck. He laughed. While he was entertaining Tonari, Ray's clones already snuck inside of the castle and sealed away both the Tensigan ball thingy that was supposed to be some kind of mass destruction weapon and the activator for the accumulated chakra in the moon. Tonari would no longer be able to use either of them, and watching his disgruntled expression was simply golden for Ray. After all, there was a reason why he didn't go all out right from the start. Chapter 281, Chapter 281, Ray vs. Tonari 4. Tonari looked at his hand, his mind blanking out from not understanding why nothing was happening after he pulsed his chakra. It was only when he saw Ray's smug face did he understand what had exactly gone wrong. "What did you do?" he asked in a low accusing tone full of restrained anger. "I privatized your possessions. No need to thank me for taking your burden away," Ray nonchalantly quipped. "Privatized? You," Tonari realized what Ray meant and his expression twisted. "You thief. Return it," he shouted, his anger overcoming his reason. "Return the legacy of my ancestors, you filthy robber." For this, I am going to kill you in the most painful way possible. Return I dash. Tonari completely lost his vigilance at that moment and Ray instantly capitalized on it. For the first time during their fight, he enhanced his body with chakra and Tonari couldn't possibly react in time with his mind flooded with impotent rage as Ray slugged him right in the face, sending his body flying upward and crashing right through the roof of the excavated vast place where the Moon Palace was built. For that single punch, Ray held nothing back and used even Blackie's chakra to give it an extra oomph, which ensured Tonari was blasted right through the hard rock bed all the way to the surface of the moon. Fortunately for Tonari, his special chakra mode made such a blow just a slight annoyance. He was bruised quite a lot but nothing was broken or damaged enough to get him out of commission. Ray could only marvel at the hardness of the guy's body. This was the very first time he got a glimpse at the ability of the Otsutsuki bloodline and it had to be said, Ray was definitely impressed. The guy in front of him was far from pure Otsutsuki, yet, the innate strength of his chakra was incredible. This only made Ray dead set on following his previous decision of hiding from the Otsutsuki clan. His planet was simply not ready to face them if even a mutt like Tonari was capable of so much. Ray followed Tonari to the surface, glad the real battle would be fought far away from the underground castle. From the chakra levels Ray felt from Tonari, he knew the guy was so far just fooling around at best. His arrogance simply didn't let him see that he had to go all out from the start. Ray didn't fight to the fullest either as in his opinion, Tonari was not really a skilled opponent. He was just an overpowered child who never faced someone who could match him and was always told he is special. He was just your everyday spoiled brat. Ray really couldn't muster the will to go all out from the start against him. When Ray finally got to the surface, he found Tonari already prepared for the continuation of their battle. His anger seemed to cease but Ray had enough training in reading people to know Tonari was still seething deep inside. The punch just made him see that blind anger would not solve anything. Tonari's chakra pulsed to heights that even Ray's eyebrow rose at the absurdity he was feeling. It was as if the guy's chakra reserves expanded thrice over. An impossibility in itself according to the current common sense Ray was using. Then again, these things usually needed frequent updates and adjustments in the ninja world. I've had enough of this. Tonari proclaimed and as quick as his chakra surged, it again dropped and started seeping into the ground. Ray instantly prepared to deal with strong large-scale earth-based ninjutsu but when even 20 seconds later nothing happened, he had no idea what was going on. Tonari didn't move, he just watched Ray, waiting for him to do something in complete calmness. Ray knew his opponent did something but he had no clue what. This projection technique of his is starting to be a real pain in the ass. He thought. Being able to dodge attacks with it, full chakra sensing, and to some extent, even nature sensing was a massive advantage but doing that for techniques. Ray was just glad Tonari didn't yet realize what a powerful tool he had, otherwise he really just might be forced to take the kid seriously in this fight. This time, Ray was at a disadvantage. He knew that waiting would be of no benefit to him, so after observing for 20 seconds and getting no conclusion, Ray decided to attack. He stepped forward in preparation to lunge at his opponent. But his would-be attack instantly ceased as the ground shifted underneath him as if it was liquid. It engulfed his right leg and squeezed, only his chakra enhancement prevented his limb from being torn away. Ray quickly realized what happened. It was not that Ray couldn't find the area of effect of Tonari's jutsu. He felt nothing out of the ordinary because the entire vast area they were in was already under Tonari's influence when he checked for the first time. With the passive cloaking Tonari's chakra possessed, it simply seemed nothing special was going on despite him soaking the ground in his chakra. Cursing, Ray used a surge of his lightning elemental chakra in his right leg to break through the rock trapping it, and leaped backward, pushing some of his chakra into the ground below him to somewhat mitigate Tonari's influence over that area. Ray could feel the bones in his right leg creaking and winced. The rock of the moon was obviously a lot harder and tougher than the one on Earth. Being bathed in the residue of Kagaya's chakra would do that to a planet. This brought a nasty disadvantage for Ray though. He was a lightning element user, which was supposedly weak against earth element, and the earth on the moon was so damn hard he had to increase the potency of his chakra if he wanted to even scratch it. His previous surge into his right leg was supposed to utterly obliterate the ground around him, creating a crater, yet, it was only barely enough to free his leg from its bindings. Ray quickly realized that his strongest element was basically next to useless against his newly determined opponent. Tonari calmly watched, no longer smug, as Ray got out of his initial attack and secured some ground for himself. Tonari no longer played around, understanding his opponent was someone tough. Puppets would be of no use for him in this fight, not even as a momentary distraction. It was time to start using the real jutsu. Ray didn't have a lot of time to be idle. The ground around him decided to mercilessly attack him, creating spikes, tendrils, and sometimes even hurling itself at him in a mud-like substance that looked to be semi-solid enough to carry quite a lot of blunt force. Ray weaved through it all, evading attack after attack while also feeding the ground under himself with his chakra, fighting for dominance over the ground with each step. For a whole 10 minutes, Ray was on the run, evading Tonari's attacks that tried to flood him in waves of rock while he tried to find a weakness to this technique. Eventually, Ray indeed found it and started to seep his water element chakra into the ground in a way that prevented Tonari from instantly reclaiming his control over it. This slowed the pace of his attacks a lot, making the deadly dance of offense and evasion almost a breeze for Ray. Tonari naturally realized this flaw of his strategy and decided to change his plan. The attack from the liquid ground ceased, giving Ray room to breathe for a moment. That didn't last long, however, as the ground behind Tonari shifted, starting to rise in 3 piles towards the black sky of the moon, not stopping until 3 rock golems the size of Bijou stood in front of Ray, whose brain momentarily halted. "You gotta be kidding me," he muttered. This might really require Blackie's help, after all. Chapter 282, Chapter 282, Ray vs. Tonari, Finn. The ground trembled as the massive rock golems shook themselves awake and aimed their attention at Ray, who still tried to comprehend how the fight could escalate so fast. Not a moment earlier, their battle consisted of a bona fide slugfest, yet, now the kid wanted to pull out mountain-sized monsters into the fray. Needless to say, Ray was not about to face these golems with just his fists or jutsu. Yeah, screw this shit. A blackish chakra cloak instantly engulfed Ray's body, causing Tonari to feel a bad premonition that came true not a second later when the chakra cloak outwardly expanded, forming a mountain-sized 10-tailed black fox that promptly roared at the golems, fiercely shaking the ground for kilometers around. Tonari stood rooted in his spot, stunned into speechlessness because he didn't expect Ray to be able to match his golems. Despite his momentary lapse, the golems didn't wait for orders and promptly attacked, rushing at the massive Blackie. Each step called forth a new earthquake, rippling the ground under their feet in a way that let them get a massive momentum. Contrary to the normal expectations, the golems, while sluggish, were quite fast. It didn't take them long to close the gap between themselves and Blackie as they tried to tackle him to the ground. Blackie, however, was much nimbler and managed to sidestep the first golem before he jumped upwards, twisting its body in a way that the second and the third golem missed him by a slight margin as they crashed to the ground, spreading untold devastation all around their landing place due to their weight. Ray could almost feel Kagaya's chakra seep deep in the moving lumps of animated moon rock, and he couldn't help but thank his past self for not choosing the easy way out and simply getting one of the 9 already existing Bijou, as in this current situation, he had no doubt they would have been suppressed by that exact chakra, making this an incredibly disadvantageous fight for him. But since his Bijou was self-made, Kagaya's chakra residue acted as nothing more than an extremely strong enhancer for the rock golems. Blackie landed on the ground, and instantly charged a Bijou Dama, shooting it at the 3 golems still sprawled on the ground, creating a citywide new crater on the moon's surface. A brief flash of heat spread through the surroundings as a massive amount of dust flew into the air, completely obstructing visibility. Blackie and Ray knew a single Bijou Dama would not be the finishing move in this battle. But they wanted to see exactly how much damage it would cause. Unfortunately for them, when the dust cloud somewhat cleared, the 3 golems were already rising up, sending gusts of wind all around. They indeed sported a layer of molten and jagged rock on their surface, but it was obvious no major damage was caused to them. Ray briefly glanced at the place Tonari was at before he sent his golems to the fray and frowned. The guy already used his projection to hide, letting the golems do the heavy lifting for him. The golems tried to surround Blackie, who was standing still, waiting for them to come closer as Ray already conveyed his plan to him. When they finally approached, trying to get the fox into their grasp, Blackie again dodged by the slightest margin, but this time, he used his tails to trap the 3 golems. For each of them, 3 tails were used, binding their limbs and torso, trying to keep the 3 hulking and struggling masses of rock still with varied success. Blackie now had all 3 golems bound, but that also meant the golems had Blackie pinned down. In an instant, the fight became a comparison of brute strength, which was somewhat unfavorable for Blackie in 1 versus 3 scenarios. Seeing that, Ray decided to give Blackie a bit more help. He started to use a chakra from Blackie to charge a jutsu. Ray knew he wasn't good enough in the earth element to do much about the golems but slightly weaken them, which was simply not worth it. Wind element was also out since the air was giving these jutsus quite a boost. Unfortunately, there was a vacuum on the moon. Using fire on rocks wasn't much better, and lightning had already proved to be ineffective earlier, so Ray had no other choice but to use water. An arduous task, considering there wasn't oxygen and hydrogen in the atmosphere of the moon. Therefore, Ray had to form water just from his chakra alone. Thankfully, Blackie had enough chakra to do this. Clapping his hands together, Ray inwardly exclaimed, "Water release," crushing exploding shock waves. A massive torrent of highly pressurized water as if exploded outwardly from Blackie right after the fox unbound them from its tails, smashing into the 3 golems with such a force it flung them back despite their huge size. Large gashes were made on the rocky surface of the golems on the impact. The second one even lost an arm while the third lost a leg. Not that it mattered, as the golems regrew them almost instantly, but Ray still counted it as his win. The real aim of the jutsu was different anyway. Getting the golems away from him and Blackie was nice, but he really just wanted to remake the battlefield. The jutsu was finished, but that didn't mean the newly made water magically disappeared. Instead, the battlefield was submerged in a small ocean of water, reaching Blackie and the golems up to their knees, which was far harder terrain to move in for bulky and sluggish rock golems. Realizing its advantage, Blackie instantly jumped back into the fray, smashing and smacking the golems around like little children by using its innate agility. While the fight went on, Toneri, completely drenched and annoyed beyond all measures, watched the titanic battle from what he thought was a safe distance. Clearly, he was a bit wrong about that since the water still reached him. Who in their right mind would create an ocean of water on the moon, anyway? If not for his chakra cloak, Toneri thought he would have drowned right then and there. Well, there wasn't much of an opportunity to learn how to swim on the moon. Embarrassed enough, Toneri didn't like how his golems started to lose. It was already 10 minutes since the battlefield became too watery for them and they still couldn't get out of the onslaught of the fox. Should I create more golems? Toneri said to himself. No, it is just a battle of attrition. My golems might be disadvantaged for now but I will win. They cost far too little chakra to maintain and whatever jutsu that is, I doubt the thief can sustain that fox avatar for long. He reasoned, not really knowing what Bijou was. For now, let's just observe. Toneri was totally certain that in time, he would win. That's why he was completely shocked when he got a reply. Are you sure about that? An amused voice sounded from behind Toneri, scaring him out of his wits and causing him to turn around. Only for his head to separate from his body. Ray watched with bated breath as Toneri's now headless body slowly slumped to the ground, not disappearing this time, making him release a breath of relief. Nailed it. Ray whispered, flicking his sword to the side to clean the blood from it. To be honest, Ray found Toneri's projection jutsu really annoying as it prevented him from getting in the decisive blow whenever he had the opportunity. That's why he was not sure he could sneak up on Toneri and finish the fight in one strike. Ray even called out for Toneri before striking, all in order to momentarily distract the kid from using the said jutsu. Fortunately, it worked. Ray hummed to himself, watching as the three golems started crumbling into the watery fields, leaving only the majestic sight of a titanic black fox standing all alone in the devastated landscape of the moon covered in water. Chapter 283, Chapter 283. A Meeting 1. Ray stood in the throne room of the moon castle he privatized from the recently deceased Toneri, admiring the architecture while his clones were trying to research the two devices they stole from the castle during the fight. The device to start the moon crumbling was not really complicated, to be honest. All it did was make use of the pent-up Kagaya's chakra residue and pushed it into the weak crevices under the planet's surface. Sure, it was an ingenious use of a dumb concept to cause mass destruction, and really, that's what Ray thought being a ninja should have been about. Nobody knew about it, yet it could have been used to wipe out an entire planet. Any idiot could use it too. From a scientific point of view, when Ray looked at it from the perspective of what the scientists of the elemental nations knew right now, it was a very simple device. In any other situation, Ray wouldn't be interested in it at all, but when he found a peculiar set of seals drawn in a hidden compartment, Ray found out many surprising things. Apparently, Hamura Otsutsuki did regret sealing his mother on the moon. After all, why else would he build a device that would let him talk to her in her seal? What he previously thought was some kind of weapon was just a primitive walkie-talkie that used Kagaya's residue chakra to connect to her in the seal. The use of her chakra for the moon-destructing jutsu was added only later. What really made Ray a bit sad, however, was the fact Hamura never actually used the device for its real purpose after building it. He must have realized what potential it had. Ray mused. Quite the sight, this building. Conan suddenly appeared behind him, causing him to turn towards her. Only you? Ray asked, a bit surprised. Yes. Tsunade is playing with the Tensigen device. Did you know it is made of a massive number of Byakugan eyes? Kinda gross, but apparently, it would have been quite a good Christmas present for a medic ninja. Conan amusedly hummed. Well, Tsunade did want to play with Byakugan eyes for a long time now, yet she had no opportunity so far. Ray shrugged. Bakura is entertaining herself with the puppets, preparing them for transport and stuff. Conan continued. Already? She is quite impatient about that. Ray tinkered with the seal on the device while reacting. Well, she really likes her new assistant Shun Riku, and these puppets are the best gift she could ever imagine giving to that woman. Conan said, plus, you know her. She is always so serious about developing her village. She wistfully said. Conan might not show it, but she was quite jealous of Bakura. Bakura might not see herself as Suna Kunoichi anymore, but she did see Sunagakure as her home. Conan missed that feeling. She knew her home should probably be the land of rain, but she simply could not see it in the light Bakura saw Sunagakure. Conan found Bakura's sense of belonging quite enviable. As for Ringo, she found the armory, so I don't think we will be seeing her anytime soon. Conan chuckled, causing Ray to grin too. And May decided to explore the castle. Which leaves the two of us. Ray nodded, painting new seals on the walkie-talkie device with his chakra alone. You are not gonna explore? I thought that was why you made sure it wasn't you who stayed behind in our base. There were only 6 of them on the moon and Yuriko was the poor lass who drew the short stick and had to guard their base. Needless to say, all 5 of Rei's women cheated in their own way in that particular draw. Not that Yuriko would ever know. I already do. Conan spoke, I just don't see the point of doing it myself. My paper clones are enough when it comes to looking through useless trinkets. I'd much rather spend my time with you. She sat down behind him and put her hands around his neck, quietly observing him work while enjoying their closeness. Somebody gotta make sure you don't do something crazily life-threatening. Rei would never admit it, but hearing her say that, his smile widened a bit. This was how it always was and he was fine with it. Whatever would I do without you? He snorted. You would probably blow yourself up in your first week dabbling with seals. She offhandedly replied without any real heat behind her words. I did blow myself up in my first week dabbling with seals. Rei quipped. See what I mean? You are incorrigible. Conan said, and Rei could feel her gently kiss the back of his neck. They were together long enough to know what the other thought most of the time, and Conan was sure Rei needed a bit of her support right about now. Am I that transparent? Rei sighed, enjoying how Conan tightened her hug. You saw yourself in the kid? She asked. Well, to be honest, I could have ended that way too if I didn't meet you. Rei acknowledged. Tonri was strong, not as much as we are, and he was indeed touched a bit in his head, but he was also in a league of his own. This fight, it really made me think about why exactly I am trying so hard to create a better place out of elemental nations. Why did I even make my own village? In the end, I just want a safe haven for us. He shook his head. That's what we always did. Watch out for ourselves. Conan put her chin on Rei's shoulder. Are you sure contacting this Kaguya is a good idea? She worriedly asked. Maybe we just could let her stay sealed inside of the moon and forget about her. Conan didn't like Rei's decision of meeting up with this apparent goddess. First, she didn't believe in gods, and second, from what Rei told her about the woman, she was, like Tonri, a bit touched in her head. Unlike the kid, though, Kaguya was a lot stronger, which Conan thought would mean a lot tougher to negotiate with. Conan also had no idea what kind of seal was used to seal Kaguya and if it would be dangerous for Rei to pay her a visit with his consciousness. For her, it was simply far too dangerous to even attempt it, but Rei was already decided and she knew there was no moving him once he got going. She could only slightly redirect him and make sure he made no foolish mistakes. Rei sighed, we could make sure she never gets out, but I do want to talk to her. I am prepared for arrogance and haughtiness, but I would like to believe 1,000 years in a seal would mellow her down a bit. She could be really useful. He said as he finished a final stroke of a seal. And just like that, your communication device is done. Conan muttered, more to herself. Well, then, guard my body, will you? Rei exclaimed, taking in a deep breath to give himself a bit of a push of courage. He made sure to add many safeguarding seals on the device so his being would not be endangered, but one simply never knew about these kinds of things. Then again, with how much effort he put into it, he would at worst get injured. Just like that, Rei's body slumped in Conan's embrace, his consciousness venturing deep into the sealing space in the moon where the mad rabbit goddess supposedly resided. Chapter 284, Chapter 284. A meeting 2. Rei connected to the plane of the seal and the very first thing he saw was nothing. This obviously surprised him. So, Hagoromo was not even courteous enough to actually craft a seal space in here. Rei grimaced, imagining how it would feel to be sealed in a black space of nothingness for well over 1,000 years. Needless to say, he didn't like such a picture. At all. This doesn't give me much hope for an intelligent conversation with Kaguya, to be honest. Rei sighed. Every seal master who ever studied how to seal entities somewhere knew that crafting a seal space where they would reside was a necessity. It was the very first thing these people learned, and for a good reason too. Nobody wanted to seal a bijou or something of equivalent might only for the entity to go mad in the seal, becoming even more dangerous than before. Even those that hated bijou wouldn't dare to do this. Rei really worried about Kaguya's mental state, right about now. Then again, he had hope. She was supposed to be the closest thing to a deity his planet ever saw, so, just maybe. The pocket dimension of the seal was immense, and for that, Rei was grateful. Using the moon as the medium for sealing was clearly beneficial in this regard. Thanks to that, Rei wasn't faced with Kaguya upon entering his consciousness into the seal and had time to prepare. The first thing he did, what any self-respecting and non-suicidal seal master would do, was naturally, check the state of the seal. Surprisingly, the seal was holding up quite well despite its advanced age. Seals, in general, were created to last, but keeping something as powerful as Kaguya under a lock for 1,000 years, that was a feat on its own considering the average period of time a seal designed to keep a bijou inside a jinchuriki was around a century before it started to deteriorate. Rei quickly discovered why the seal was still working perfectly though. Simply put, Hagoromo disregarded literally everything but durability when it came to the seal. It was obvious he created it on the fly, and from what Ray could spot as he let his senses drift through the nothingness of the pocket dimension, it had a lot of rough edges. The entire structure was held together not by the ingenuity of the creator but by the sheer power of his chakra. The only ingenious part was where the seal separated Kagaya's chakra from her, so she couldn't pit her own chakra against the Hagoromo's in the seal, instantly breaking it. Ray couldn't in good conscience give Hagoromo much credit for that though. Anyone with at least one brain cell would do that, knowing Kagaya could just brute force her way out otherwise. That made Ray's mood rise a bit. A good seal master would be able to escape such a seal. It would take time and effort to find an appropriate way, but it was definitely possible. Well, that gives me an upper hand in the talks with Kagaya, I guess. Since she is still imprisoned, she probably doesn't have any knowledge about sealing. That's good. Ray nodded to himself in a pondering manner. It was then Ray looked at the section where Kagaya's chakra was siphoned and reused to keep the seal going. What he found made him grimace. So she is affected by the chakra fruit. Ray bitterly realized as he watched globs of a black substance being separated from Kagaya's gathered chakra before it was used to power up the seal. That might be a problem. These globs didn't really exist in Kagaya's chakra. They were just a representation, an image the seal created to portray that Kagaya's chakra was corrupted. Ray reckoned it would be impossible to identify if they were not inside of the seal. The only reason why it was now possible was that the seal needed pure uncorrupted chakra to power itself up, so it automatically separated what it didn't need. Ray observed the mechanism behind the process, and after a few minutes, he decided that he definitely had to use this part to his advantage. Pulling the chakra from within himself, he started feeding it into the seal, knowing it would alert its resident. Ray was not deterred, however. He simply continued tinkering with the seal even after he felt a new pair of eyes intently stare at the back of his head. Kagaya's presence was unmistakable. The second it engulfed Ray, he could feel her power despite it being sealed. The logical part of Ray knew he had nothing to fear from the woman as she was powerless inside the seal. The primal part, the part governing his nature sensing, however, screamed at him to get away fast. Standing near her was like being washed over by a tsunami during a hurricane. It was then Ray understood what Kagaya really meant when she said that all chakra belongs to her. She was a planetary level of monstrosity. The bijou, artificial or the real ones, simply felt like underdeveloped children compared to her. The only saving grace was that, judging by the way Kagaya let her presence freely flow outside of her body without any restraint, she really had no idea how to control it. Ray couldn't help but quietly chuckle. To him, it seemed the woman staring at him didn't even have a clue about her own power. It was so ridiculous it became hilarious. Then again, if she actually learned to control all that energy within herself. Ray subconsciously gulped, still ceaselessly focusing on altering the chakra purification mechanism in the seal. That brought a new dilemma for him. Should I tell her and teach her about her potential, or should I simply let her waste it? Ray really felt conflicted about that. Guess it depends on how this will go. Finishing with his job, the pocket dimension of the seal somewhat brightened as if some kind of previously unseen taint was reduced. Ray turned towards Kagaya, who was furrowing her eyebrows at him, showing him a weird expression as she tried to comprehend why she felt different than a second ago and what exactly changed. Quite cute. Ray revealed a small smirk as the regal-looking woman in front of him looked around like a little confused girl while slightly scrunching her nose. He cleared his throat, getting Kagaya out of her momentary reverie and causing a slight blush to paint her bone-white cheeks before her face again attained that aloof and cold regal look engineered to put a sense of inferiority in those who gazed upon it. Nevertheless, Ray still found the situation quite funny, so the smirk on his face stayed. They stood opposite to each other, measuring the other with their gaze in total silence while the atmosphere around them was growing progressively more awkward. Ray always knew he would meet this woman somewhere along the line, but now that he stood in front of her, he really had nothing to say to her. Jumping at her with his offer seemed a bit too abrupt too so. As for Kagaya, her situation was even more difficult. After a while, Kagaya slowly opened her mouth in preparation for speaking, but before she could let out a sound, she silently closed it with a disgruntled expression, throwing a ponderingly inquisitive look at Ray, who watched her internal turmoil with interest. He really didn't expect their first meeting would go like this. Screaming, arguing, trying to kill each other while he tried to persuade her of the cleverness of his proposal, yeah, kinda. But he would never expect having her adorably stare at him in speechlessness. Finally, Kagaya decided to cut the chase and spoke in a somewhat unsure manner while tilting her head. Would you believe you are my first guest since I was thrown here? Ray really had no idea how to answer that. Chapter 285, Chapter 285, Kagaya Otsutsuki 1. I must say, I never expected this meeting to go this way. Ray smilingly mused as he drank tea and watched Kagaya munching on various types of food with gusto and the enthusiasm of a little child who just received her favorite dessert. Much to Ray's surprise, after their initial awkwardness passed, the very first thing Kagaya asked him for was a bit of his chakra. This made Rei wary but also extremely curious. She was not asking for an amount that would allow her to do anything substantial. In the end, Rei gave her what she asked for and then watched in amazement as Kaguya materialized a feast through her creation of all things. Around the ankle-high table full of various foods that could be classified as females' wet dream were various fluffy pillows for seating, and Kaguya promptly flopped down onto one of them before starting to enjoy the food, impatiently inviting Rei to join her with her indifferent eyes containing a deeply hidden eagerness. He wasn't even properly seated when Kaguya forgone all manners and started enjoying herself. Rei had to admit, this was a totally new style of cooking. I didn't have anything to eat for 1,000 years. Kaguya managed to say before taking another spoonful of pudding into her mouth and repressing a blissful moan. The corners of Rei's lips curled upward whereas his right eyebrow rose at the childish woman. He expected a regal, cold, and dismissive princess that would demand the world out of him if he wanted anything in return, but what he got was this. As if sensing his doubts, Kaguya gulped down the pudding and spoke again. The thing you did with the seal. I have no idea what it was, but it worked. It was sudden, but I felt as if something was lifted from my consciousness and no longer felt like attacking you on sight, so, good for you. She hummed while her eyes distractedly trailed towards another plate full of sweets. So the influence on her psyche was more subconscious. Rei took into account her wording. She didn't experience any sudden flip that would shake her entire being when he purified the taint. Instead, she simply felt as if her emotions and outlook somehow slightly shifted. Then again. Rei scanned the modified seal with his mind. The chakra fruit became a part of her the second she ate it. It's not like the taint was removed from her. I just added a feature that negates its effects as long as Kaguya is inside of her seal on the moon. That naturally meant the second she is released, her outlook would shift back to her previous state. Clearly, Rei needed more time to ponder about these problems. Rei gently smiled at the woman. You are quite the pervert, aren't you? He said, observing with satisfaction as Kaguya momentarily froze before huffing and continuing to eat as a slightly pink hue formed on her cheeks. Since they sat down, Kaguya didn't look in Rei's direction once, focusing her eyes on the food, but she had Byakugan eyes and Rei was a trained ninja. Naturally, he didn't miss her gaze. Well, you will have to excuse my curiosity, but you are the first person I see after a long time. Kaguya grumpily muttered and, for the most part, retracted her Byakugan gaze from Rei as silence ensued between them. What Rei found cute, however, was that now her eyes actually flickered towards him every so often. It was only a few peaceful moments later when Kaguya spoke again, this time with a measured and serious tone. What exactly do you want from me? I doubt anybody would enter the seal without any agenda, so, what's yours? It was obvious she mistrusted Rei's intentions. Sure, they were cordial right now, but Rei reckoned that was mostly because there was no way to harm each other inside of the seal. Kaguya might have portrayed a childish and excitable front with how she acted. She might even seem easily manipulatable, but Rei knew better. The woman in front of him wasn't a naive fool. That's why he was glad the seal was a perfect neutral ground for both of them. Rei nodded, not seeing any reason to tiptoe around it. I came to propose a deal. He started. I can free you from the seal, he said that part slowly on purpose, observing Kaguya. Her eyes indeed showed a slight sign of brightening at his words, but the woman didn't let her hope shine into her expression. Instead, she had her perfectly indifferent mask donned as she waited for Rei to continue. But as you probably already realized, I won't do that just out of the goodness of my heart. Kaguya slowly nodded. What are your terms? She bluntly asked. And this was the part where Rei's demeanor completely shifted, much to Kaguya's bewilderment. He released a deep sigh and sheepishly chuckled. I don't have any. He said, completely aware of how ridiculous that sounded. Rei saw how Kaguya's face became blank after hearing him and instantly decided to continue to clear any misunderstanding that might or might not form between them. After all, he wouldn't want her to think he is trying to deceive her. Right now. I don't have any right now. I honestly don't even have a method to free you. He shrugged, ignoring how Kaguya's lips twitched in exasperation before the woman decided to stuff a piece of a dessert into her mouth lest she said something unflattering to Rei. They stared at each other for a moment, Rei awkwardly and Kaguya coldly. When Kaguya didn't have anything to say, Rei decided to elaborate. I am the best sea master in elemental nations. Rei noted how Kaguya's attention shifted away from the food and back towards him when she heard these words. If anybody can devise a way to get you safely out of the seal, it is me. As for the terms, I really don't know what to ask for, but I can tell you right now, I will not free you for free. There will definitely be a price. I just don't really have anything you could provide that I would need or want. Except completely fucking up the plot and making the biggest villain of Narutoverse my ally. Rei inwardly thought. There were many advantages to freeing her, even if he did it completely for free. Most of them were indirect, but that didn't mean there would be no benefit for Rei. But, Rei also knew that doing that would be extremely suspicious, and while Kaguya would have been grateful beyond words, she would also be wary of his intentions to no end. She was a former ruler and her political mindset shone clearly through during their talks. She understood mutual benefit, whereas having a stranger show her such a massive kindness was instantly a reason for concern and a start of some nefarious plot. Then again, Rei would not release her from her seal unless he was absolutely sure the woman posed no danger to him or his family. Kaguya felt stumped. She was happy that somebody decided to help her because these 1,000 years of utter powerlessness took their toll on her mind. But she also understood the underlying message in Rei's words. He would only help her if it benefited him, and she had no idea what she could offer him for such a service. With a slight embarrassment, she realized her thoughts must have been visible on her face when Rei smiled at her and spoke, "For now, let's not talk about it." Making a counter-seal to this, Rei gestured around himself, "Will be a long job anyway. Let's just get to know each other and talk some more about the past, shall we? I am really interested in why you ended up here." Chapter 286, Chapter 286, Kaguya's Past. Kaguya's mood soured when she heard what Rei asked her. "You don't know?" She threw an incredulous look at him. "How did you know about me being sealed in the moon, then?" "Well, there are legends, but I would like to hear your version of the story." Rei shrugged. He didn't put much belief into all that crap told in the legends. Now that he felt the incredible potential of the being called Kaguya in front of him, he couldn't help but think these legends were all bullshit. Hagoromo and Hamura had no chance to win against her, no matter if she didn't even start scratching the surface of her potential. For a second, a wistful expression appeared on Kaguya's face as she reminisced about her past, but it was gone as fast as it formed. With a cold expression, Kaguya distractedly reached for a cup of tea, not realizing how her hand shook. She took a long gulp from the cup and looked Rei straight into the eyes. Staring into his encouraging eyes, Kaguya gained a newfound determination. It was a surreal feeling for Kaguya. She wanted to have someone to talk about these things for more than 1,000 years now. Nobody, not even her sons, could provide any form of support for her, but now that she looked at the strange man who appeared in her seal, Kaguya wanted, no, deeply desired to let it out. Before she knew it, she started to pour her heart out to him. Rei patiently listened to her story and had to admit, the legends were mostly correct. The difference was, these legends had a different way of looking at things. Kaguya had reasons for doing what she did. She wasn't some madwoman who was turning humans into wooden soldiers for kicks and giggles. As she explained what she did and why, her cheeks never dried of tears. She started with how she was selected for the expedition to grow a chakra fruit. How she came to Rei's planet. How she didn't agree with the ways of her traveling companion, and how she betrayed him, knowing it would have been her undoing. It was a story about a naive, young, and stupid girl. She told Rei how she met her husband. How her heart fluttered when he talked about his ideals. How she, for the first time, fell in love, not realizing or paying attention to many important things. With hurt and tear-stricken expression, Kaguya portrayed how her happiness slowly changed into the realization that while she was the wife of her husband, he was a ruler and had a completely different way of looking at marriage than her. She spoke of long lonely days and short nights of a passion that was slowly but surely burning out. Of how her maid was slowly becoming more of a husband to her than her actual husband. Kaguya simply put all of her grievances and poured all of her feelings from her apparently unsatisfying marriage 1,000 years ago on poor Rei's shoulders, causing him to wryly ponder when he became an emotional support line as he silently listened to her. Kaguya eventually realized that she fell more for the fairy tale ideals of her husband than him as an actual person. Her infatuation made her blind, and that led her to a monumental decision. She confessed to Rei that she decided to take the chakra fruit and return back to the Otsutsuki clan. She was aware there would be a punishment waiting for her back home for what happened with her traveling companion, but Kaguya also knew that if she brought the chakra fruit with her, it would be a negligible one. Instead, she would actually get rewarded right after she suffered a bit. These plans were quickly destroyed, however, when one nice morning was ruined by a realization that she was pregnant. It was both a joyful and horrifying experience for Kaguya. While her maid was rejoicing like a small girl, Kaguya felt a myriad of emotions, most of them dark. She cursed her husband, she cursed her luck, she cursed herself for not being careful enough. Rei found it funny. From how Kaguya described it, by the end of their marriage, she felt no satisfaction from having sex with her husband. She just bore with it because she thought it was her duty as his wife. Now she realized she was still stupid at that time and that she should have rejected him completely, but it was already too late to lament about it. It was hilarious how she, a female Otsutsuki who should have had a hard time getting pregnant, actually got impregnated by a mortal, not when she passionately slept with her husband every night during the height of their love, but when the guy only graced her bed once or twice per 2 weeks for a quick release. Rei couldn't help but feel a bit of respect for her husband when he heard that. Thankfully, he could hide his amusement well. It wouldn't be nice to laugh into the face of a crying woman. Kaguya knew she couldn't return to the Otsutsuki clan anymore. For that, she needed to kill her children first, and that was simply not happening. She was happy to become a mother, but it also chased her into the corner. It's ridiculous. There is always something that seals my fate. she dejectedly said with such emotional depth. Rei sighed to himself and decided to reseat himself next to her, supportively embracing her small frame. Kaguya then continued with her story, her words and tone a bit lighter as she leaned her body into Rei, who felt a bit awkward. Then, the entire debacle with her husband trying to kill her happened. Kaguya understood why he chose to sacrifice her to avoid the war. He was a ruler and had his priorities straight. He had to think about the well-being of his people. But Kaguya had to think about the well-being of her children. She already forfeited her future and her life for them when she decided to keep them rather than return to her clan. And so, she ate the chakra fruit. Her life after that incident improved. She got stronger, became the ruler, and led humans to prosperity and peace. Deep down, however, Kaguya always felt anxious and insecure. Always awaiting the Otsutsuki clan to come and punish her, and her children. Eating the chakra fruit was the worst crime she could have done, and she had no illusions the Otsutsuki clan would not realize what happened. Her children were a big motivation for her. All she wanted was to raise them well, give them love, care for them, and make sure they would be happy. As such, Kaguya decided to make countermeasures against her clan. Much to Rei's amusement, he bluntly told her he thought her plan sounded dumb, and Kaguya blushed crimson red from embarrassment, unable to refute it. Army of White Zetsu. What good would that do against the Otsutsuki clan? They couldn't be even considered cannon fodder. Instead of trying to create an army, you should have tried to master your own power and train your body. Rei gently chastised the downtrodden woman in his arms. She sacrificed a massive amount of people in her quest to make an army, and for what? To create something as useless as White Zetsu. There was no wonder her legend portrayed her as pure evil. More like pure stupid. Rei thought with a carefully hidden eye roll. Leaning his head down and looking at the fidgety woman in his arms, Rei realized one important thing. In the end, she was simply a scared little girl who found herself shouldering the weight of an entire planet, knowing her clan would one day come for her. Chapter 287, Chapter 287, Kaguya Otsutsuki 2. Rei waited until Kaguya calmed down her emotions, which got him into a very awkward position. When she was distressed, their closeness didn't bother her, and instead, it provided a measure of comfort. But the more calm Kaguya became, the more self-conscious she got, and Rei could clearly feel her squirm in his arms. Deciding that she no longer needed him, Rei unhanded Kaguya and leaned a bit away from her before she also slid to the opposite side with a small blush, creating a gap between them. Inwardly, Rei enjoyed the current atmosphere between them immensely. He pictured his meeting with Kaguya in many different ways, but this was so unexpected that he couldn't help but marvel at his luck while getting the maximum amount of entertainment from the overpowered bashful woman. Rei decided to stay silent, making sure to make Kaguya squirm to the extreme, only deciding to intervene when he felt she was reaching the limit of her patience. It wouldn't do for her to explode. I don't understand. Rei suddenly said, picking a topic to distract the distraught and fidgeting woman next to him, getting her utmost attention. Why did you simply not beat your sons during your last fight? He threw her a meaningful, yet piercing look. Kaguya glanced at Rei, tightening her fists. I wasn't strong enough. Stop bullshitting me. Rei rolled his eyes at her in an annoyed manner. Bullshitting. Kaguya tilted her head, not understanding the reference, causing Rei's eyebrows to twitch. It means, stop lying to me. Rei explained. I can feel your chakra sealed in this seal. There is no way you were simply overpowered by your sons. He stated with a casual finality. Kaguya lowered her head as a self-deprecating smile appeared on her lips. I simply couldn't hurt them. They are my children, after all. That fact won't change, no matter if they betrayed me or not. Hearing her reason, Rei hummed and inwardly rejoiced at the fact both Hamura and Hagoromo were already out of the picture. That would have complicated the situation immensely if that's how Kaguya felt about them despite everything. Somebody could argue that Hagoromo was still present in the world, but Rei would only snort at that. A person like Hagoromo, a self-righteous bastard who thinks his ideas and vision are the best, would long ago intervene in the ninja world if he could. That meant while the old coot most likely could see, he could not affect the happenings, which was just fine as far as Rei was concerned. Let the dead stay dead. You know that both of your children are long dead, don't you? Rei carefully asked, wanting to confirm Kaguya's thoughts on the matter without making her realize his intentions. It wouldn't do to free her from the seal only to have her bring someone like Hagoromo back to the land of the living. That would suck so much. Rei was definitely not gonna do that, ever. Kaguya's expression soured as pain flashed through her pupilless eyes while her forehead creased, making her closed third eye visible for the first time during their meeting, startling Rei. He was wondering why she had only two eyes, but now he understood that her third eye socket was simply hidden. I figured, it's been more than a millennium, after all. She bitterly answered, evading Rei's gaze. Rei simply stayed quiet and waited for her to continue, not offering any comforting words or the like. It took a while, but Kaguya did, indeed, eventually continue, but I am also interested in what kind of world my children created. A small smile appeared on her face. I can't say I don't want to smash it to pieces though. She sighed. Their vision was the primary reason why we fought, and I am still somewhat livid because of that. Strangely, when I am near you, my anger as if left me. She calmly smiled at Rei. I see, so as long as the taint from the chakra fruit in her chakra is kept in check, there will be no murder-happy rabbit goddess causing problems for me. Good to know. Rei hummed, putting it into his mental notebook of seals he would have to develop. Would you bring them back to life if you could though? Seeing that he would not get an answer to his secret question, Rei decided to ask her bluntly. Kaguya was momentarily startled by Rei's question but then slowly blinked in a pondering manner before starting to slowly speak, mulling each word on her tongue with great care. I don't think so. Kaguya's face scrunched in hurt and self-blame. Rei was inwardly happy when he saw her expression though. The sheer emotions conveyed told him that Kaguya was not just acting. She genuinely felt deep in her heart that she wouldn't resurrect her children if she could, and it brought her a lot of confusion from which pain and guilt were born. There was no greater confirmation that Rei had nothing to worry about in this regard. Kaguya, not noticing the pleased glint in Rei's eyes, continued, I'd like to say I would. In a heartbeat. But I can't. I feel the desire, but I also know I wouldn't be able to persuade myself to actually do it. They betrayed me. Kaguya spoke in a downtrodden tone before lifting her gaze towards Rei. Does that make me a bad person? A bad mother? Rei gently shook his head in reassurance. I don't know. That is a question you have to answer for yourself. Your children, however, chose their paths, and the most you can do is respect their decision. He truthfully answered. As far as Rei saw it, both Hagoromo and Hamura were adults, more like corpses at this point, and as such, they had the right to decide for themselves. Kaguya mulled over that answer, bringing yet another heavy silence between them. Rei almost thought he got her into a trance when even after an entire half-hour she didn't move, but then, suddenly, a question was asked. How are you planning to free me from the seal? Kaguya distractedly asked. Rei blinked, looking at her, and noticed her face was still blank as if she was deep in thought. He realized she asked mostly to get her head thinking about something else than Hagoromo and Hamura. Rei happily obliged. I have to devise a counterseal that can unravel the one sealing you. There are many ways to do that, but, well, finding the best one will be difficult. He said. Kaguya slowly nodded. Wouldn't it be better to just give me enough chakra so that I can blast the seal from inside out? She curiously asked, distracted enough that her mood improved. Rei, however, just snorted in reply. You are not blasting anything, woman. The pocket dimension of this seal is literally located in the middle of the moon. Blasting the seal from inside out with pure force would result in blasting the moon itself apart, which would result in the destruction of my planet. He explained. So not gonna happen. Kaguya sheepishly averted her head, feeling embarrassed at her suggestion. But Rei naturally knew why she was so impatient. I reckon being in the seal alone must be lonely, so I can tweak it a bit so you can telepathically contact me. You know, to have somebody to talk to. He said while inwardly sighing. His next few years seemed to be deprived of much privacy if the happy gleam in Kaguya's eyes was any indicator. Why must she be too cute to not take pity on her? Rei lamented. Chapter 288, Chapter 288, Teams 1. Are you sure about this? Shikaka looked from behind his Hokage desk at the calm Tsunade who sat on one of his sofas for guests, sipping tea. Yes. Why? Do you have any complaints? Tsunade asked him in a tone that clearly said it wouldn't matter even if he had any, but she was willing to listen if he wanted to reason with her. Shikaka could only inwardly sigh at the antics of this insufferable woman. Honestly, this was becoming a recurrent theme. It didn't happen all that often, but when Tsunade wanted something, Tsunade got it. What really irked him though was that she always came up with some demand when he least expected it. Like now, for example. Tsunade pushing her way into the formation of the new genin teams was something Shikaka never expected to happen. It was his responsibility as the Hokage to set them up based on information from the academy teachers, and Tsunade should have no interest in it, yet, here they were. How to say this? Shikaka looked at the sheet with the teams, a small frown forming on his lips as he skipped all of the unimportant cannon fodder ones that posed no problems. Let's start with Team 7. Naruto Uzumaki, Sasuke Uchiha, and Hinata Hyuga, led by Kakashi Hatake with Anko Mitarashi being co-teacher. He stated, moving his gaze onto Tsunade before deadpanning. Now that's blatant favoritism. Yoshino, his wife and secretary, who dutifully sat opposite Tsunade on the guest sofas and was refilling her teacup, could only wryly smile while inwardly agreeing with her husband's assessment. That team, it was as if Tsunade said screw it and threw the best prospects from the year into one team. That was just not done. Ever. Giving them Hatake Kakashi as their teacher on top of that. Yoshino could already see the headache her husband will have to go through in the next few days due to the complaints of other clan heads, advisors, influential figures, etc. But the real problem. Why don't you just make the team and give them to be trained under Madarashi-san? Yoshino voiced her opinion. Normally, she would be instantly silenced. After all, she was just a secretary. Then again, being also Hokage's wife had its perks. From time to time, Yoshino intervened with a question or a suggestion and Tsunade was glad for that. She knew that Shikaku, despite his immense intellect, had a bad tendency to seek the least troublesome way in order to accomplish his goals. Unfortunately, the least troublesome didn't always equal the best. She can't do that. Shikaku answered Yoshino's question. Anko is not on the active roster of Konoha forces, and even if she was there, she never achieved Jonin status before she became the Senju representative, which kinda both pushed her proverbial influence to the highest places while also putting a complete stopper into the advancement of her career as a kunoichi. And since she never returned to the active roster, she is still just a chunin. Tsunade added. Couldn't you just? I don't know. Disregard the rules for this instance. Yoshino tried to be helpful and gave a suggestion based on the facts she possessed. Tsunade smiled. I could, but I won't. She was daimyo. What she said, went. It would only take one signature to put Team 7 under Anko's tutelage. Doing so would create some unnecessary minor problems Tsunade simply didn't feel like facing. We all know about Kakashi's approach. Tsunade said, making Yoshino dryly chuckle while Shikaku sighed in exasperation when he remembered that Kakashi dropped 5 teams so far without even considering them. The dude could preach about the lack of teamwork all he wanted, but Shikaku simply didn't buy that bullshit. Expecting 3 kids put together on a team to have passable teamwork without any practice was just ridiculous. Shikaku knew that Kakashi was simply pissed he was dismissed from ANBU, so he was currently sulking, 4 years. It was just one more instance of Sarutobi's foolishness coming to bite the next Hokage in the ass. He won't teach the kids a shit if they don't pass his secret personal evaluation. And only God knows what that pervert's criteria for passing actually are. Considering this team will be forced onto him because of the last loyal Uchiha. I don't think Kakashi will like it. Tsunade continued. She knew that for Kakashi to train his genin team properly, he would have to take a liking to them. In case that didn't happen, though, his genin team would be left to fend for themselves no matter how much the white-haired moron preached about friendship and camaraderie. It wasn't even that the guy was incompetent. On the contrary, Kakashi was incredible trainer. When he was still in ANBU, he was one of the best ANBU trainers in Konoha. He was the guy who trained newbies up to the ANBU standards, and during his reign, the Konoha ANBU was in its golden age. The problem was, Kakashi was too used to training competent and experienced ninjas. He expected them to desire to better themselves and put in appropriate effort without him butting in. He was used to just giving directions, not personally guiding them. And it worked. For ANBU. But genin teams were different. A Jonin sensei has to motivate his pupils to actually desire advancement. And even then, he has to make sure the focus and direction of his pupils are on the right track, because a simple desire to improve coupled with moronic training was not effective. If Might Guy did just push-ups the whole day, he would not become the best taijutsu practitioner in Konoha. The guy might seem stupid, but he had a lot of knowledge in body improvement through training, diets, and various other ways. Just exercising simply won't cut it in the ninja world. In this aspect, Kakashi lacked. He just couldn't care less if his pupils were motivated. Worse yet, even if they had enough motivation, he would never hold their hand and guide them in the correct direction to make the most of said motivation. He wasn't really doing it intentionally, though. The man had his issues and he simply judged others based on himself. Which honestly did not work, considering he was a rare type of genius. Holding freshly graduated genins to his standards was just stupidity. As such, you want to insert Anko into the team so they get at least some training. Shikaku nodded in understanding. But the problem is still here. People will see that as blatant favoritism and come to complain to me. He whined. Tsunade and Yoshino just rolled their eyes at him, then tell them she is there to take care of Naruto. The kid is Uzumaki, a relative to Senju. Having a Senju look after him should be normal. Even if Anko is only an honorary one. Tsunade shrugged. Hearing her reasoning, Shikaku started to ponder. Yes, that could work. It will still be troublesome to explain, but, yeah. He mumbled to himself, unhappy that the troublesome blonde in front of him wasn't persuaded to drop her idea. Well, at least she was willing to compromise. Chapter 289, Chapter 289, Teams 2, Politics, Yuck. But Shikaku reluctantly started again. There were many faults with Team 7. So many he wouldn't mind reshuffling all of the teams if it got rid of these incoming problems. Putting the Kyubi Jinchuriki, the heir to the Uchiha clan, and the heiress to the Hyuga clan on one team is. Shikaku grimaced. Team 7 was a political team. It wouldn't be bad if there were just two of them, paired with a civilian born, but all three. People in high positions usually like to look a bit into the future, and if Team 7 was formed like this, there was a high chance they would eventually become friends. Which, in turn, would create a strong political bloc later on when these kids grow up. And that's where the problem laid. Putting together Inoshikacho was fine. These clans didn't have much ambition other than keeping their current influence. They seldom tried to use the system in order to get a leg up. It was also a known fact these three clans were already allied, so putting them together in a team wouldn't create any future problem in the political sphere that wasn't already present. The same could be said about the Aburame clan. They were simply far too passive for politicians and other clan heads to worry about them. It was a stupid way of thinking because Shikaka still thought the Aburame clan was one of the most dangerous clans in Konoha, both combat-wise and politically, but people simply didn't see it that way. They were too used that the Aburame just stoically sat in their place and wordlessly observed the happenings without much input. In the team setup Shikaka previously made, he planned to pair Hinata, Kiba, and Shino because of that reason. Shino was the Aburame her. Kiba was an Inuzuka, and they were far too brash and not exactly clever, so nobody took them all that seriously. Plus he was not the heir, which meant even if he got along with his team, there would be no extremely strong political alliance later on. The only issue with that setup was Hinata Hyuga, who would almost certainly become a big political figure in the future. Then again, two heirs, where one was from a clan that didn't have that much influence, that was the limit for Shikaku. But Team 7 as Tsunade envisioned it. That was a political disaster just waiting to happen. Sasuke Uchiha, the last loyal Uchiha, the heir to the Uchiha clan, might have lost a lot of influence considering his own clan was non-existent anymore, but the kid was now a part of the top 5 wealthiest people in Konoha, since every account previously belonging to an Uchiha now belonged to the kid. He also had a clan library full of jutsu for himself. Simply put, if Sasuke played his cards right and became at least elite jonin, he could one day be a very influential person in Konoha despite lacking the influence of a fully functioning clan. Shikaka didn't think the Uchiha clan could quickly rise again. It would take at least 50 years for them to be sufficiently recreated, and that would only be the case if Sasuke decided to be proactive in that regard. God knew there were many morons in Konoha Council that would like nothing more than Sasuke becoming a sex beast focused on impregnating their daughters. Many would like to have a shot at a portion of the wealth of the kid, after all. But the Uchiha kid was the least of Shikaku's worries. He was like Kiba, unimportant. The real problems were Hinata Hyuga and Naruto Uzumaki. Hinata, in Team 7, she would have access to two heirs who will, later on, become influential. Coupled with the Hyuga clan's influence, Shikaku could already see some of the smarter councilmen having a problem with this setup. As for Naruto, people knew only that he is a Jinchuriki and that he is recognized as a part of the Senju clan. Being a Jinchuriki, that alone would make him a focus of higher-ups. Shikaku was supremely glad nobody knew the kid was the heir to the Uzumaki clan and the son of the fourth. How nobody put 2 and 2 together, he would never know. But, this stupidity of Konoha's citizens was certainly convenient. If people found out the real political weight Naruto will one day carry, Shikaku had no doubt they would stop at nothing in order to prevent his placement on the team with Hyuga Princess and Uchiha heir. Together, these three could create a political bloc that would totally suppress anybody who didn't agree with them. Shikaku glanced at Tsunade, and all three of them are under the tutelage of Anko Mitarashi, who is the apprentice to Tsunade. He inwardly cringed. God, am I glad that the Nara clan is allied to the Senju clan. If people had any idea what kind of frightening political moves this blonde menace is casually throwing around, I wouldn't be surprised if the Konoha's clans tried to pull the Uchiha move on us and all rebelled. He dryly thought. Sure, since Tsunade became the daimyo, the influential people in Konoha lost quite a bit of their pull, but Tsunade made sure to leave a lot of influence in their hands to keep them satisfied. Clans and councillors loved their influence. The formation of a political bloc that could suppress them to a degree where they wouldn't be able to take a shit without permission was something they would surely take offense at. Yet, Tsunade was seemingly doing exactly that, with no one the wiser. Senju, Uzumaki, Uchiha, Hyuga, Nara, and through my clan, she also gets the Yamanaka and Akimichi. I have no doubt she could get the Aburame clan on board too if she tried. Shikaka thought with a suppressed shudder at the political web the woman was slowly creating. What? Would you like it better if I put Haruno in there instead of Hyuga? Tsunade asked with no small measure of sarcasm in her tone, pulling Shikaku out of his thoughts. His eyebrows instantly furrowed when he heard her question, but his real reason was a short choking session as his spit got caught in his throat. Hell no. Shikaku exclaimed as he finally managed to stop choking. Right now, we are dealing with a political disaster. Swapping Hinata for Haruno is a totally new kind of catastrophe. He snorted, now I worry about the reactions of the clan heads and the politicians you so magnanimously allowed to keep their influence. If Haruno was a part of Team 7, however, I would have to worry about their life expectancy. I will take political worries rather than that any day of the week, you troublesome blonde. He replied indignantly despite knowing he couldn't put Haruno in that team anyway. Tsunade created many programs for the academy and Haruno Sakura ended in one of them. The girl had superb chakra control but other than that, she was useless. That was mostly because of her naivety and kitty fantasies but still. She was not cut out to be a kunoichi. Not unless she grew up a bit. Putting her in Team 7, a team that will undoubtedly be an assault-focused team would have been a seppuku-worthy mistake. As such, the girl ended up in the medical program, and once she graduated, she would be an apprentice under one of the medic ninjas in Konoha's hospital. She would be in a safe environment, contributing to the village by doing things she had a talent for. Thought so. Tsunade smugly said, in that case, what the heck are you still complaining about? Team 7 will be as I said it will be. Stop trying to change my mind, Shikaku. She glanced at the sheepish Yoshino, all know that you just want to talk me out of it because you are too lazy. She rolled her eyes and gestured at him to continue with the teams before taking a sip from her tea. Chapter 290, Chapter 290, Teams 3, Inoshikacho. Next we have the Inoshikacho trio. Shikaku stated with open fondness as he mentioned the team his kid would be joining, making even Yoshino break her professional demeanor and smile a bit. If it was previously, I would have protested but now. Shikaku trailed off. He still remembered how lazy his own son was when he was a kid. Since Shikamaru was 6, Shikaku could see that putting him, Ino, and Choji together would not improve them as a unit as it happened for him, Inoichi, and Choza. The personalities of their kids were simply far too alike. Shikamaru was lazy, resulting in the lack of motivation to even attempt to get better at the necessary things. Choji didn't want to hurt a fly, resulting in the very same thing as Shikamaru, and Ino. Ino might have seemed to be an exuberant and active girl that loved to tackle problems head-on and could motivate both Choji and Shikamaru into doing their best but Shikaku met the girl almost every other week during the Inoshikacho clan gatherings. The girl had no interest in being a kunoichi whatsoever. She simply wasn't raised to want to be a kunoichi. Inoichi spoiled her far too much. The girl also didn't have a reality check that is usually delivered to clan children. Shikamaru was putting down old and sick deer since he was 6 and Shikaku knew that Choza also had Choji kill pigs since that age to start teaching him about the importance of life and prepare him for the harsh realities of ninja life. Ino didn't have that. But Shikaku couldn't really fault him much. Kurenai with her special brand of dislike for his kind will probably rein him in quite fast. Shikaku shuddered and pitied the young boy who liked to let his instinct decide his actions. Shino Aburame is calm and level-headed with a great analytical mind. His insects will also fit right in with 2 genjutsu users and 1 taijutsu-oriented fighter. It was a good composition. A bit lacking in ninjutsu but if used correctly, they would be superior in subtle warfare. Neither Yakumo nor Shino should clash with Kiba personality-wise either. Shikaku nodded and stamped his approval on the file. Tsunade watched in distaste as that happened. In the whole roster of the new teams, Team 8 was the only one that irked her. In an ideal world, Tsunade would forbid Kurenai from taking a team and focus on improving her strength. The woman had the potential to reach the level of the second Mizukage with her genjutsu and Tsunade wanted her to be the next Hokage. She had no delusions that Shikaku would stay in the office for a long time. The Nara clan head clearly disliked his current place in life and most likely only went along with Tsunade's plans because of the respect he had for her and the Senju clan. That meant, Tsunade had to prepare for the day when he had had enough. Unfortunately for Tsunade, she had only 2 choices as of now. Anko and Kurenai. There had to be no discussion about Anko. As long as that woman never came anywhere close to the Hokage seat, the citizens of Konoha could live happily. That left only Kurenai and while there were many issues with her, Tsunade had to admit that every ninja had their own special quirks. Letting Kurenai take in a team was actually also a way to train her and that's why Tsunade relented in the end. Shikaku and Tsunade then spent the next few hours coursing through more teams. Unlike the time when the 3rd Hokage was in the office, the concept of dropping out of the academy was almost non-existent. There were 3 graduating classes and everyone graduated. While only half of these kids were assigned to a team with a Jonin sensei, that was still enough to create around 15 teams. It took time to sort through all of them and discuss the compatibility of the kids while suggesting reshuffling and improvements. That was not even mentioning the other half of the graduates that were directly assigned to a department. These were the kids that ended up like Sakura Haruno and their career was mostly decided as they were sent to be apprenticed under specific departments due to their talents. These were not supposed to be field ninjas. If these kids wanted to be a part of Konoha's ninja force, they had to train in their spare time and request a trainer or reassignment when they got competent enough. Still, 6 years ago, from these 3 graduating classes, barely 3 to 5 teams would be passed. Now there were 15 and all the graduates were actually trained enough to be competent. Shikaku had to admit that Konoha improved quite a lot during the time Tsunade was in charge. His eyes trailed to a file in the trash bin, the same file that Hiruzen Sarutobi politely handed him. It was a team setup the old man thought would be best for the village. Hiruzen didn't have much, if any, political influence in the village nowadays, but nobody could say the old man didn't try to influence certain things. That's actually where his joke of putting Sasuke, Sakura, and Naruto together came from. Shikaka knew most would pay the document a lot of attention because, despite everything, the former third Hokage still held a lot of respect in the village. But he also knew Tsunade would bash his head through his office table if he tried to implement Hiruzen's team setup, so Shikaka did the smart thing and threw it away the second the door closed behind Hiruzen. Better not think about it. Getting mixed up in the silent war between these old foggies will just reduce my nap time. Chapter 292, Chapter 292, Hard Lesson for Kiddies 1. Anko arrived in the classroom where the new Genin teams anxiously waited for their Jonin senseis. She obviously didn't show herself and hid in one of the corners on the ceiling as was a norm for ninjas, half expecting to be discovered. After all, it was the norm for the ninjas. Kids or not, they should have at least a basic degree of awareness and wariness, no. Well, she was sorely disappointed, and her team was in for a rude awakening once they passed their Genin test. That, she swore. Oh, well, at least my snakes will be entertained. Anko thought in a sadistic manner as she eyes her three new cute little Genins who shuddered from the sudden chill. Then, the Jonin senseis started to arrive and Anko's disappointment only deepened. From the 14 that picked up their teams, only 6 gave her a subtle sign that they spotted her, while 3 others had this sudden case of momentary stiffening, betraying that they also were aware of her presence. As for the other 5, Anko lamented how they became Jonins when she was still de facto Chunin. The classroom slowly emptied, leaving only the exuberant and always excited ball of sadly still orange sunshine called Naruto, frowning emo duck but who just wouldn't change his hairstyle no matter how many snakes Anko sent at him, called Sasuke, and thankfully no longer timid and always blushing Hinata, who became a total badass under the smug Anko's tutelage. Yes, this team was gonna rock. When they learned to detect sloppily hidden enemies. The Hyuga was in for some serious spanking sessions for this oversight. Of that, Anko was sure. 10 minutes passed and Anko blankly stared at the back of her brats' heads, wishing for them to finally notice because she was getting bored. And bored Anko was antsy Anko. 10 more minutes passed and the antsy Anko was blankly looking around the room, her fingers twitching closer to her kunai pouch while her eyes involuntarily narrowed. She desperately hoped her wait wouldn't be long because antsy Anko was quickly becoming pissed off Anko. 10 more minutes passed. Anko was utterly pissed. Jumping down from the ceiling and silently appearing behind the 3 carefully sitting brats, Anko quickly whipped a kunai from her thigh pouch and slashed at Hinata's jugular. Fortunately for the Hyuga girl, Naruto's senses were quite sharp thanks to all the training he underwent. It allowed him to hear the swishing sound as the kunai raised its path through the air. Reacting on instinct, he pushed himself from his seat, his body colliding with the unsuspecting Hinata, sending her tumbling down from her chain just in time to make Anko's kunai miss her neck by an inch. Naruto wasn't the only one who heard the kunai though. While Sasuke was too late to do anything for Hinata, he also reacted, and as her kunai missed the girl's neck, Anko found herself leaning backward to avoid 2 shurikens thrown at her neck and forehead with great precision. She was not given a breather though, as both Naruto and Sasuke followed with their attacks, Sasuke going for a high kick to the face while Naruto lunged at her legs, his nails already sharpened with Kibi's chakra. A very unsettling grin appearing on her face, Anko twisted her body and jumped. Sasuke found his kick missed its mark as a hand suddenly gripped his forehead in a vice grip before throwing him headfirst into the wall, while Naruto had his face promptly planted into the floor when Anko's foot landed on the back of his head while he was in the air. The 2 groaning boys didn't even see how their opponent manhandled them. "Ha, you suck," Anko boasted, "be more awa dash." Anko's hand snapped into action and caught Hinata's strike just an inch away from impacting the side of her chest from behind. If that landed, it would most likely shred her lung into a paste. Hinata tried to yank her hand away, but Anko held her wrist too strongly for her to do anything. In the last attempt, she tried to go on the offensive and struck with her free hand towards Anko's hand that held her wrist. Anko wasn't having that. During her training with Tsunade, her strength improved leaps and bounds, so it was relatively easier for her to simply yank the entire body of Hinata Hyuga upward, lifting her from the ground. Anko then spun on the spot, carrying Hinata with her momentum before gently, by Anko's standards, smashing her back onto the fortunately sturdy desk, causing Hinata to gasp from the sudden pain. She was beaten and she knew it. "As I was saying, be more aware of your surroundings, brats," Anko merrily quipped, noticing that Sasuke and Naruto were almost recovered. It wouldn't do to let them attack her again. Nope. Anko, with a smug smirk blooming on her face, pulled out a kunai and slowly put it on the neck of the still dazed Hinata, giving a meaningful look at the 2 boys whose eyes were burning with desire to beat the crap out of her for endangering their friend. Oh, they were pissed and Anko enjoyed every second of it. Cocking her eyebrow in a "what are you gonna do" manner, Anko waited for their next move. Silence spread in the classroom, only Hinata's pained breathing interrupting the serenity of the moment as the senior kunoichi beckoning the two freshly minted genins to do something with her gaze. Naruto and Sasuke were stumped. They had no idea if they should continue attacking and risk Hinata's throat being slit, and yes, Anko was a Konoha ninja but she was Anko. After the training she made them undergo these past years, they could totally see her casually slitting the throat of the Hyuga heiress just to make a point. Unfortunately for them, Anko trained them in a lot of things but none of that was teamwork and response to certain situations in the field, so this was a completely new experience for them. Naturally, the only other option was to surrender. The two boys didn't dare to hope to outsmart Anko. It was a less-known fact but the woman was frighteningly smart when she wanted to be. So much so that even Naruto feared pissing her off because it usually meant Anko got creative with her punishments. And creative Anko was determined Anko. Sadly for him, determined Anko was thinking Anko, and that's when the shit hit the fan. And in most cases, the fan was Naruto. Naruto and Sasuke exchanged brief glances and nodded, understanding each other in a way only longtime friends could. Honestly, Anko wanted to coo at them about how cute their behavior was but she still had a point to prove. "We surrender," Sasuke said in distaste, grimacing as if he just ate a bug while Naruto looked disgruntled but his eyes shone in determination, still trying to find a way to win this encounter. "Is that so?" Anko hummed. Fine then. She slightly lifted the kunai, her smile widening when she noticed the apparent relief on the boys' faces. And then, in one fluid motion, she plunged the kunai handle deep into Hinata's throat, its tip reaching the hard work of the desk. The two boys blinked in incomprehension as their female friend gurgled and spasmed on the desk, her hands instinctively but weakly grasping Anko's hand that held the kunai while she choked on her own blood that was gushing out of her mouth as she stared in clear horror and fear of death at Anko, who was still tightly holding the handle of the kunai, pinning the girl onto the desk through her throat. Naruto and Sasuke blankly stared at the sight in shock and denial until Hinata stopped struggling and her lavender eyes dimmed as the desk and the floor underneath it became painted crimson red with blood. Chapter 293, Chapter 293, Hard Lesson for Kiddies 2. Anko watched with a bloodthirsty grin as the gears in her new boys' heads turned and the horrible comprehension of what just happened dawned on them. She enjoyed the abject horror etched on their faces and the feeling of hopelessness and loss that filled their unmoving eyes focused on Hinata's corpse. But, she didn't need a rampaging Kyuubi on her hands so, unfortunately, her fun was over. Letting go of the kunai's handle, Hinata's corpse suddenly burst into smoke, leaving only a log behind, driving the two despairing boys into an almost heart attack-inducing shock. The amount of relief their faces showed. Anko couldn't help herself and chuckle at how naively cute they were. The teacher's desk suddenly burst into smoke, revealing the blushing and bound Hinata with fear-filled eyes while Anko's clone had her in her lap, leaning the girl's back on her chest while her hand was under Hinata's jacket, fondling the girl's left breast. Hinata didn't know what to do. She felt odd. On one hand, the things Anko did to her chest were very amazing and felt good. She didn't want her to stop. On the other hand, she just witnessed herself dying in a very cruel manner by the hand of the woman who was currently fondling her chest. That naturally drove the fear of God into the girl's mind. She couldn't even muster the courage to give a meager protest against the way Anko's clone treated her. "Do you know what you did wrong?" Anko asked Naruto and Sasuke, causing them to feel as if a bucket of ice-cold water was poured on them when they finally realized it was all just an illusion and Hinata was still alive. Obviously, neither of the boys had any idea why their asses were so thoroughly kicked and their ugly expressions showed it. Sighing, Anko decided to enlighten them. "Your eyes are fucking faulty, that's what." She gave an intense meaningful look at the Uchiha who stopped short when his brain realized what she just said. Sasuke blushed beet red when he finally realized that he didn't even activate his Sharingan for this fight. He was so caught up in the moment that he totally forgot. Too worried for Hinata that it never even occurred to him. "And you?" Anko redirected her gaze to Naruto who gave her an unsure sheepish grin and waited for his judgment. "No ramen for you for a month if you don't tell me what you did wrong in 5 seconds. Naruto's grin disappeared as if in a flash as the consequences of failure dawned on him and his face revealed even bigger horror than when Hinata supposedly died. Shit, shit, shit. His mind worked overtime. Shit, shit, shit. 1, 2, 3. Anko started the countdown while Naruto was outwardly panicking, sweat streaming down his forehead and his eyes wide in disbelief at his predicament. 4. Phi dash. Sensing. Naruto screamed in desperation, "I failed to sense you, Anko sensei." Anko silently stared at the gasping blonde who stared at her with intense worry, hoping he was correct. When she didn't say anything, Naruto was becoming more and more agitated, gulping hard and fidgeting. Only after 10 more seconds did Anko finally nod her head. "Correct. You idiot are one of the natural sensors in the village, yet, you didn't notice that Hinata was just an illusion. How dense must you be for that to happen? No ramen for you this week and that's final." Anko's words fell on Naruto like lightning from the sky. Naruto was aware he messed up. He was so worried for Hinata he never even considered the possibility that what his eyes perceived was not real. In hindsight, he should have known better after training under Anko for years. But, no ramen for an entire week. Wasn't that just Anko being unreasonably cruel for the sake of being cruel? His religion was at stake here. He gotta do something. And no complaining or I will change it to a month. Anko added and Naruto suddenly decided that a week-long break sounded good. The food of gods could wait that long for its most ardent worshipper. It wasn't smart to tempt the devil Dango blasphemer and get his access to ramen cut for longer. Nobody could say Naruto didn't learn when to be quiet under Anko's tutelage. And then we have the perverted peeker girl. The real Anko turned towards Hinata who was still being given the groping of her young life by the clone Anko. I am sure you know what you did wrong. Tell us. She beckoned. Hinata was half mortified because she indeed knew what Anko wanted from her. Saying it, however. It was embarrassing. Knowing what is good for her, Hinata ducked her head and decided to obey. I didn't peek. She started and then squeaked in a high voice when the clone Anko licked her neck mid-speech, causing the girl to blush from head to toes. Yes, with how much you use your Byakugan to look at what's in the boy's pants, I thought you would be the first to notice me. Anko remarked in disappointment, mischievously smiling when she saw the two boys give Hinata astonished but bashful looks. I do dash. I don't do that. Hinata screamed in an embarrassed stutter as her delicate Hyuga sensibilities were offended enough for her to momentarily even ignore the clone Anko's antics. And you can prove that, how? Anko gleefully goaded, causing the mortified Hinata to go completely quiet as she had no proof. Thought so, princess. Anko said in a sing-song voice. Anko was satisfied with her handiwork here. Sasuke was berating himself for being stupid. With this embarrassing experience, Anko doubted the boy will ever forget to use his Sharingan. Naruto was properly cowed and shown his place, which meant he hopefully won't cause trouble and try to prank anyone in the following month. And Hinata was embarrassed just shy of fainting, which, from what Anko knew of the girl after she trained her for years, would motivate the girl to get better. This could be counted as a very productive hour for Anko-sensei. And they said I would be a horrible sensei. Anko inwardly complained, not even realizing how close her methods were to Orochimaru's. U3. Ninja Lesson Number 1. Just because you are in a friendly territory doesn't mean you can completely disregard vigilance. You drop your guard as a ninja only in case. Never. Anko firmly stated, glaring at the three cowed genins. Noticing that her cute little genins understood the hard lesson, Anko's mind trailed off to the last part of her team and her expression twitched. Narrowing her eyes, Anko spoke, let's go. We have a lost Jonin sensei to find. She commanded in a tone that clearly stated complaining would not be tolerated, causing the three genins to fearfully nod. They realized that the pissed-off Anko was back. Chapter 294, Hard Lesson for Dummies. Anko walked through the village like a woman on a mission, followed by her three cute little genins as if they were little ducklings. She knew exactly where to find her target at this hour of the day and boy was he in for a rude awakening. Eventually, she and her entourage arrived at the place where the memorial stone was located, and voila, in front of it stood what Anko called a gloomy figure of average-sized white-haired perverted dipshit who liked to cover his face because he thought it was cool. Just her luck to have him in her team. The problem was, this bastard made her wait. Nobody was allowed to make her wait. Well, nobody except Tsunade-sama. Anyway, Anko narrowed her eyes at the unsuspecting Jonin who was paying his respect to the dead and the three genins behind her instantly knew there would be a bloodbath in the near future. They could only take a cautious step back, knowing this was inevitable. Anko's expression suddenly shifted into a pleasant smile. It was so sudden the three genins felt creeped out, rather than calm though. With a spring in her step, Anko moved forward, walking towards the memorial stone. She knew exactly how to solve this little issue of hers. Kakashi Hatake stood in front of the memorial stone, lost in his thoughts as he reminisced of better, happier times. He, for the nth time, asked himself why he even continued being a ninja. It was a dreadful job that took everything away from him, yet, he knew nothing else. He had nothing else. At least in ANBU, he found a semblance of home mixed with professionalism, something he desperately needed. Yet, even that small reprieve was taken from him. Today was a big day for him. He was getting a genin team but unlike the teams he got previous years, Kakashi knew there was no refusing this one. The last Uchiha, the Hyuga heiress, and the son of his sensei. The last one hurt the most. He never approached Naruto, believing he had no right after he accepted the order from the third Hokage to keep his distance. The most he could do was to watch over the boy in his capacity as a member of the ANBU. It was indeed him who took most of those missions, much to the bewilderment of his former colleagues. He tried. He really did. He kept leaving groceries for the boy when he noticed him eating only ramen. He sneaked academy books into his apartment when he noticed the boy lacked them. He tried. But even that was taken from him when the boy was taken in by the Senju clan. Kakashi could no longer provide even this meager support to the son of his sensei. On one hand, it relieved him that Naruto finally had someone who cared about him. On other hand, it made him depressed that he was totally cut off from the boy's life. Alas, such was the life of Kakashi Hatake. Losing everyone who ever mattered to him. As he was yet again drowning in his depressing thoughts, his line of sight was suddenly obstructed when, much to his surprise and horror, someone sat on the memorial stone as if it was a bar stool. Kakashi silently lifted his disbelieving wide eye, his gaze landing on the disrespectful ingrate only to find the resident snake mistress grinning at him like a Cheshire cat. Honestly, as mad as he was also too unnerved to voice his complaints. Hatake, tell me, what the heck do you think you are doing? Anko's calm voice resounded through the clearing as she tapped the memorial stone with her finger. Kakashi blinked. Paying respect to the dead? He smoothly replied, trying to calm the clearly incensed woman. Did I possibly miss the appointed time? He idly wondered. Hearing him, Anko's smile did the impossible and widened even more. Oh, and... She slightly leaned forward, continuing in a sweet hushed tone, do you think these dead fuckers care about you wasting your time in front of this stupid rock? She asked, pushing several vases with flowers with her foot, causing them to fall over. Kakashi visibly recoiled when he heard her question and saw her blatant disrespect to the deceased heroes of Konoha, feeling as if he was just slapped. Before he could explode in anger, however, Anko continued in a coaxing tone as if she was scolding a stupid child. Let me tell you a secret, then. She briefly paused, they don't. They don't care at all. Do you know why? Her cold narrowed eyes met the disturbed uncovered eye of Kakashi, who was simply far too stunned at the audacity of this woman he couldn't even utter a word, because they are fucking dead, you dipshit. She gleefully told him, but do you know who cares? The living. She started shouting, I will not have my time wasted by you. Do you understand, Hatake? She firmly stated, fully releasing her killing intent. Kakashi took a step back and gulped. He would never have thought somebody other than Kushina could be so damn frightening. Seeing the white-haired bastard was properly cowed, yet still silent, Anko decided to stop releasing her killing intent and push his buttons some more. Oh, I heard the stories. She tapped the memorial stone with her heel, your friends, right? Ah, former friends, sorry. She said in a mocking tone before switching into a pleasant one again, they are dead because you didn't make it on time, no. Now, no matter how stunned he was, Kakashi had his limits and he was starting to get pissed. Anko continued. Yet, what do you do now? Did you learn your lesson? Nope, you still waste time. You are still late to every damn thing. She said with obvious exasperation. Are you finished? Kakashi lazily asked, giving Anko an eye smile despite wanting nothing more than to rip her apart. No. This reaction would make her infinitely angrier. Contrary to his expectations, Anko didn't get mad. Tilting her head, she peered at him as if he was some kind of curious specimen, the same kind of look he received from Orochimaru when he met him during one of his missions. It made Kakashi inwardly shudder. No. Not by a long shot. Anko chuckled, I can't even put into words how disappointed the fourth Hokage would be. I mean, the guy was an idiot. Naruto barely grit his teeth, wanting to complain, and Kakashi did his best not to pull out a kunai and jump at her while she just continued without a care in the world, but one would wonder, what did he actually teach you if he can't even be on time? Well, I guess his death was a happy occasion for Konoha if you are supposed to be the result of his efforts. Damn, the guy must have been incompetent. As soon as she said that, Anko twisted her body with a smirk upon her face, evading the shurikens Kakashi threw at her, all aimed at lethal spots. Oh, you are on. Kakashi growled, knowing she was goading him, but she went way past his limits and verbally hit where it counted most for him. There was no other way in his mind than to show her she could not say whatever she wanted. Anko just lifted her eyebrow at him, clear amusement written in her expression, unable to contain his anger too. What a disappointment. She exaggeratedly sighed before turning to the three genin standing a bit away, you guys go and stand on the edge of this clearing. This will be your first opportunity to witness a fight between high-ranked ninjas. She ordered before turning back towards Kakashi with an excited smile on her face, or at least, a fight between an amazing and superb kunoichi and a supposedly high-ranking slacker. Chapter 295, Chapter 295, Anko vs Kakashi 1. Anko and Kakashi stood opposite each other in the clearing, Kakashi lazily hunched over in apathy but not daring to pull out his orange book while facing someone like Anko, while Anko was grinning like an excited kid who was about to kick nuts, or kick butts. Despite his bored outlook, Anko could clearly see in his soul uncovered eye that Kakashi was angry. That was good. She wanted him angry. It wasn't any sort of grand strategy from her side. Anko was not stupid enough to believe she could make someone of Kakashi's caliber mad enough it would affect his fighting ability. The guy was an ANBU and he certainly learned how to keep his emotions at bay during a fight. No. Anko wanted him angry because he made her wait. He deserved to be angry. You know. I liked you better when you looked at me with these dead eyes. Angry like a squirrel glare doesn't suit you, doggy-kun. Not with that pirate outlook. Anko chirped. Ha ha ha. Very funny, Anko-chan. Kakashi smiled, what a coincidence. I liked you more when you were a slut too. All this pretending that you are an upstanding person doesn't suit you. Despite the two just exchanging some casual banter, the atmosphere around them became tense and stifling, causing the three genins that observed them to feel uncomfortable. The two ninjas glared at each other from behind their pleasant facades, as if waiting for something to happen. Suddenly, a gentle breeze rustled the leaves in the crowns of the trees around the clearing and the two ninjas abruptly disappeared. All the indication the three genins got that the fight started was a barely noticeable blur before Kakashi and Anko clashed in the middle of the clearing, their kunais crossed, trying to overpower each other while their arms trembled from exertion. Looking each other straight in the eye, Anko and Kakashi snarled before their kunais separated with a loud clang reverberating through the clearing. Both jumped back, creating a distance between each other while not letting the other out of their line of sight. Nothing impressive so far. Kakashi cheerfully taunted, causing Anko to pleasantly smile. That's what she said. Poor you. She licked her lips and abruptly threw a shuriken at the unsuspecting Kakashi who was about to retort, causing him to shut his mouth and lean back, letting the shuriken harmlessly pass by his body, only to burst into smoke when it was close to his body, revealing a coiled venomous snake springing headfirst towards him. Much to Kakashi's horror, the snake was aimed at his crotch. It was relatively easy for Kakashi to sidestep the snake, but that meant a war. Kakashi ran at Anko with his full speed, engaging her in a taijutsu bout mixed with some kunijutsu here and there. Anko used her flexibility to negate, deflect, and evade most blows, occasionally using moves from her snake style to mitigate the force behind her opponent's attacks by taking the hit earlier than intended while returning one of hers at full power in return. It was obvious her taijutsu was not her main means of offense. Kakashi's style was more dependent on speed and fast but effective hits into weak spots. Unfortunately for him, Anko was his worst enemy in that regard as she was far too flexible for him to hit his intended targets. The two danced around the clearing, exchanging hits, swipes, and slashes, more often than not, missing the other by a small margin. Kakashi suddenly spotted a twitch of Anko's lips as his back hit a tree, getting a bad premonition. He was a guy who trusted his instincts and in this case, it saved him when Anko abruptly changed her style, and instead of her usual flexible and fast jab, she tightened her fist and sent a strong solid punch at Kakashi's chest. Normally, Kakashi would face it head-on. He sparred with Might Guy, so solid and strong punches were something he learned to counter quite easily. But his instincts forced him to dodge roll to the left, pushing himself up from the ground and back onto his feet. He was really glad he didn't take the hit head-on when Anko's fist impacted the tree, bisecting its trunk with sheer brute force as if it was a child's play, causing the eyes of Kakashi alongside the three watching genins to widen in bewilderment and fear. The three genins quickly came to their first decision as a team. To not piss Anko off. They were trained by her for years, but this was the first time they saw her use the super strength technique. Honestly, it made them wonder what else she could do they were not aware of. As for Kakashi, she knows Tsunade's technique. Kakashi mentally exclaimed, not liking where this fight was going. Okay, maybe letting her wait might have been a bit of an oversight on my part. He thought and gulped as Anko turned to him with an eye smile of her own. I will teach you, letting a lady wait. Kakashi he really wanted to retort that there was no lady present here, but his suicidal days were already long over. Since he found the joy of Ika Ika, he no longer desired to join his friends on the other side. Not yet, at least. And nobody can claim Kakashi didn't know when to keep his thoughts to himself. Anko dashed at Kakashi, using a completely different set of movements than previously. Her snake style was nimble and flexible, its movements adjusted for quickness and readiness to evade. Anko's current moves, however, felt heavier, less focused on speed. That said, while her current style indeed wasn't focused on quickness, Anko herself was very fast. Kakashi had only a split second before she was in front of him, already swinging her fist in the direction of his face. Kakashi leaned back, doing a bridge under Anko's swing before he propelled himself into a handstand and pushed his body away from the murder-happy woman capable of crushing a mountain with her fist. He didn't sign up for this shit. Anko didn't let Kakashi get away easily though. As he landed on his feet, she was already closing the distance between them. Kakashi barely managed to redirect her punch by leaning his body to the left while hitting her elbow, evading his demise by an inch. Seeing his chance, he grabbed Anko's outstretched arm and shoulder threw her away from himself. The second he let go of her, Kakashi's hands started quickly forming hand seals. Anko was in midair when she heard Kakashi's voice, fire release, great fireball technique, and a moment later, she could feel the heat around her rising. Twisting her body in a way that would get her closer to the ground, Anko sent a sharp kick to the ground under herself, causing it to rise and cover her body, shielding her from the flying ball of fire. That also allowed her to regain her balance and land on her feet. Both ninjas momentarily stopped, sizing up the other while taking a small breather. Kakashi was good, Anko had to admit. Rusty, but good. His instincts were top-notch and he clearly had enough experience to carry him through the tight spots. Anko was unpredictable, Kakashi inwardly sighed. Unpredictable was bad. Hard to deal with. He hated unpredictable. As he looked at the woman, he had to admit, she made him respect her during this fight. It would be foolish not to respect her, considering she could make him into a pancake with a punch. That said, the woman was utterly irritating. He still had to teach her a lesson too. Yes, there was no other way. Kakashi decided and pulled his headband up, revealing his Sharingan. Up for ninja lesson number 2. He smiled at Anko who snorted but readied herself. Chapter 296, Chapter 296, Anko vs Kakashi 2. Author note. Okay, so, as many of you probably noticed, this arc will not focus on Rei and his girls. I want to portray the situation in Konoha and Team 7 because of the upcoming Chunin exam which I plan to make into a kinda important milestone. I am sorry if some of you don't like that, but I must say, I had fun writing it and it was refreshing just switching away from Rei and his girls for a bit since I was finding it harder and harder to find something to write about. One of you asked me, I read through the comments on the last 10 or so chapters today, if I am taking a break from the plot around MC's group. And my answer is yes. I need this break, laughing face. I hope you will enjoy the arc as there will be much more action and combat involved. I honestly found out how unusual and dissatisfying it could feel for some readers because I am not involving the actual MC when I was halfway done with this arc, and by that time, I decided to just roll with it and properly finish it rather than rushing it. Kakashi and Anko initiated their second round by dashing toward each other, and Sasuke, who already had his matured 3-Tomo Sharingan open since Kakashi threw Great Fireball, instantly noticed Kakashi's own Sharingan. It made him feel a bit angry as he had no idea Konoha had a ninja who possessed the eye of his clan, but these thoughts were shelved in favor of getting new techniques. At first, Sasuke would never try to copy the techniques of other Konoha's ninjas, but Anko set him straight quite fast. Why do you even have those eyes if you don't make full use of them? Stop wasting my time and get such a bullshit concept as stealing is bad out of your head, or I will pluck your eyes out and give them to someone worthy of them, she said. It was one of the very rare times Sasuke saw Anko serious, and he decided listening to her was a good way to keep his eyes in his head. He didn't dare think she wouldn't do it. That was a gamble Sasuke would not participate in. Especially since this was Anko and he had no idea what went through the head of that woman. Sasuke instantly noticed their dash wasn't intended to end in a taijutsu exchange. Their muscles were far too relaxed for that. Relaxed muscles meant preparation for evasion, while tensed meant preparation for engaging in taijutsu. At least, that's what Anko taught him. He would have never thought to use Sharingan in this way, to predict what a person would do from the slight shift in his aura muscles. The two ninjas in front of him were about to fight with ninjutsu, and Sasuke couldn't help but be excited and happy from all the jutsu he would witness and copy. Kakashi started with Fire Release, Phoenix Sage Fire technique, blanketing the area in front of the dashing Anko with a volley of small fireballs, making her weave through them while disregarding the heat. Momentarily surprised that his technique didn't even slow his opponent down, Kakashi decided he would have to put more effort into it. Anko was far too proficient in Katan Release to be bothered by a slight increase in heat. She weaved through the small fireballs, using them to obstruct Kakashi's line of sight while she weaved hand signs for her own technique. This way, he wouldn't be able to copy it since he would miss quite a bit of hand signs and chakra molding steps. The same went for the duck-haired kid who tried to peek at her and was failing miserably because of the chakra contained in the small fireballs. There would be no copying of her personal techniques. Suddenly, Kakashi noticed Anko's chakra spike, causing his eyes to go wide as she abruptly stopped before taking a deep breath and spitting a purple smoke from her mouth. The smoke twisted at breakneck speed, creating a snake almost as thick as a tree trunk before it sprang in the direction of Kakashi fast enough to give him a pause. Shit. That's an A-rank technique. Why would she use something like that in a spar? He thought in panic before jumping back, trying to increase the distance between him and the quickly approaching snake. Kakashi was very experienced and instantly realized the smoke forming the snake is most likely highly poisonous. He had to avoid it at all costs. Anko focused on directing the snake, watching as it engulfed Kakashi's body. Something was off, however. It was far too easy. Her eyes suddenly gleamed before she quickly crouched down, putting her palm on the ground, earth release, pulse hardening. The ground under her slightly caved as a pulse of chakra was sent through it, compressing the earth enough to crush anyone trying to hide there. Anko watched with a smirk as ruffled Kakashi rose from the ground a few feet away from her, giving her a stink eye for what she had just done. Kakashi couldn't believe it. The crazy bitch almost squashed him like a bug with that earth jutsu. And he was supposed to work with her. To be on the same team. Is it too late to retire and start a career as an Ika actor? Kakashi inwardly mused while keeping his eyes firmly on the dangerous woman in front of him. When he heard there would be a Chunin as a sort of secondary teacher, he didn't mind. In fact, he was glad for being given a flunky who would do the troublesome parts of being a Jonin sensei for him. Now though. This is gonna be a long fight, isn't it? He sighed, steeling his resolve while mourning the loss of his time for Ika. Putting his hands into a cross-shaped hand sign, Kakashi called forth 5 shadow clones and had them spread out around the clearing. Fine then. I guess I can take you a bit more seriously. He cheerfully quipped. Anko chuckled at the cheap attempt to unnerve her. Unfortunately for Kakashi, she got a bit more snake-like under Tsunade's tutelage. His chirpy facade was fooling no one. She could smell the irritation, worry, and unwillingness from Kakashi. Anko crossed her arms on her chest and relaxed her posture. Hey, in that case, I think you won't need this. The air shimmered around the fingers of her right hand and Kakashi froze for a second before his hand involuntarily reached into his kunai pouch only for his eyes to widen in desperation. My Ika limited edition. He whispered in horror as the enemy got hold of the most important hostage present on the field. If only the poor little Genins knew Kakashi's train of thoughts. I give up. Kakashi ground out. He didn't like it. Him giving up meant indirectly admitting she was correct about Minato-sensei, but the stakes were far too high for him to continue. This was a limited edition personally signed by Jiraiya. The only in the world. Anko's eyes mirthfully flashed with mischief as she saw the distress in Kakashi's eyes. She lightly waved the book, looking at it with a lifted eyebrow before giving Kakashi a smug look. I think not. She said, and sparks suddenly went off around her fingers, igniting the book. The world stopped for Kakashi and all of his shadow clones at that moment as they watched his most valuable possession burn while the Ika murderer took pleasure in doing the heinous deed. Robotically turning towards Anko, all cheer was gone from Kakashi's face. I am going to kill you. He menacingly said in a low tone, completely serious. Anko smirked. Too late. 5 earth clones suddenly sprang up from the ground behind each of the 5 shadow clones of Kakashi, using their momentary distraction to subdue them without popping them. The real Kakashi snorted, palming a kunai as he also expected to be attacked, yet no attack came. So. You got my clones. Big deal. He narrowed his eyes at Anko, lowering his posture. His hands blurred as a lightning edge formed on one of them while his Sharingan menacingly followed Anko's every movement. He wasn't going to kill her, but damn him if he didn't make her stay in hospital for the foreseeable future. Kakashi was about to dash at Anko with his Raikiri in hand when she spoke. Shadow clones are a very peculiar thing. Did you know the main reason why they are forbidden and why Tobirama Senju added a safeguard that pops them after suffering a hit is because they transfer pain? Anko couldn't contain her wide smile. Let me demonstrate. Kakashi couldn't be bothered to listen to her drivel. He only listened to the first part before disregarding it and rushing at Anko, who just relaxedly stood in her place, not even bothering to assume a defensive stance. When he was halfway through the clearing, Anko's earth clones simultaneously plunged kunai into the crotches of Kakashi's shadow clones. Kakashi's mind received 5 experiences of castration at the same time, smashing into his mind like a truck. Losing his concentration, his Raikiri faded while he missed a step during his dash, causing his body to lose balance before it was sent rolling on the ground for a few meters because of his momentum. Anko watched in satisfaction as one of the most feared ninjas of Konoha curled into a ball, holding his crotch while whimpering like a kid. I still got it. She snickered before turning towards the 3 pale Genins. Since your Jonin sensei is, disabled, your true Genin exam will be conducted tomorrow. Be at the 3rd training ground at 10 a.m., prepared to fight for your life. And since I still have a pending conversation with your future team leader. Dismissed. Anko announced to the 3 freshly graduated Genins. They were so shaken they didn't even question what she meant by true Genin exam, as they decided a tactical retreat was in order. Watching her 3 cute little Genins run for their lives, Anko turned towards Kakashi, who was still whimpering on the ground and cheerfully crouched near him. Now then, I think it's high time to discuss the rules you will obey as my superior and the leader of Team 7, don't you think? Chapter 297, Chapter 297, Genin Test 1. Naruto, Sasuke, and Hinata arrived at the training ground 3 at 10 minutes before 10 a.m., anxious about this supposed real Genin test. They were not nervous because of the test. Far from it. They were ninjas and information gathering was a basic skill taught in the academy. They asked around and found out almost nobody fails the test nowadays. That, however, only put more pressure on them. No, they were nervous because of who was going to be testing them. Kakashi Hatake was one of the very few Jonins who failed fresh Genin since the reforms in the academy took effect. Sure, These genins were simply given a second chance and passed with flying colors because, apparently, Kakashi was a huge dick, but that was not really important. They witnessed the white-haired Jonin fight Anko, and the idea of being part of such a fast-paced fight was as scary as it was exciting for the trio. After all, Anko handed their asses to them hands down without even really trying, and Kakashi could go blow for blow against her. Judging by that, their prospects were not the best. Calm down. I don't understand why you are so uptight about it, bastard. Naruto lazily said from his spot under a tree where he carefree laid with his hands behind his head, not betraying how nervous he really felt. Why? Maybe because we are going to fight against one of the strongest Jonins in Konoha. Unlike you, I did my homework and gathered information about this Hatake Kakashi. He is famed as the Sharingan no Kakashi and is known for copying more than 1,000 ninjutsu. Fighting against him won't be easy, loser. Sasuke grunted, counting his newly purchased exploding tags to pass the long while. But Anko has beaten him so readily. Naruto whined. Sometimes you act so smartly I forget you are actually an idiot. Sasuke wearily sighed. Anko played dirty and dispatched him before he could use his area of expertise, ninjutsu. The man has Sharingan and was a ninjutsu prodigy even before he got that. So we just have to play dirty too. Naruto rolled his eyes. No shit, Sherlock. Hinata muttered under her nose. She was occasionally activating and deactivating her eyes to scan the surroundings. Being surprised by Anko once was enough trauma for one lifetime. As such, she was very aware that Naruto's clones were currently trapping the forest to high heavens and made sure to remember the position of every trap. They were given the advantage of knowing where they would fight, and not using it would be such a waste. Anko would no doubt flunk them just because. As if it was that easy. Sasuke snorted. Honestly, he was very interested in Kakashi after finding out the man possessed Sharingan. That desire plummeted when he heard what others had to say about him. Pervert, lazy as fuck, always late. Apparently, he pissed off quite a few people with his bad habits. When Sasuke thought a person like this possessed his clan's fabled dojutsu and was known for using it to great effect, he couldn't help but feel a bit ashamed to share this trait with him. God knows Anko-sensei would beat the crap out of him if she caught him reading Ika Ika before he became a full-fledged genin. He definitely didn't know that because she once caught him. Nope. The trio quieted down in silent contemplation, all going through the repertoire of techniques they knew while trying to devise a strategy based on what they saw Kakashi being capable of in his fight against Anko. Their information was severely limited, but it was still better than going in completely blind. When the clock hit 10 a.m., Kakashi finally arrived, boredly hunching down while trying to keep as far away as possible from the excitable and sadistic Kunoichi who followed him to make sure he wouldn't be late. Kakashi didn't like being on this team. At all. Especially so after the 3 hours he spent in hospital yesterday while his mind tried to reboot from all the pain Anko put him through. Unfortunately for him, he was under the threat of having his eggs scrambled, and Kakashi quickly learned to take Anko's threats quite seriously, so he had to listen to the ridiculous rules Anko gave him. 1. No pissing people off by being lazy and arriving in every meeting 3 hours late. 2. No pissing on people. 3. No pissing Anko off as that makes her cranky, and cranky Anko is stabby Anko. Consider yourself warned. 4. No imagining humping Anko's leg because she forbade you to read Ika Ika during work, you pervert. 5. No beating your genin up to relieve your frustration. In this team, only Anko-chan can bully others. 6. No playing fetch with pointy sharp metal with your genins. Use blunted ones. They hurt longer. 7. No teamwork crap until the team members are individually competent enough to actually make working together worth it. Anko called these things the 7 commandments of utterly amazing Anko-chan, and Kakashi wasn't sure if some of them didn't come from a book about training pets. Yo. Kakashi lazily waved at his 3 new genins, but his voice didn't contain the usual cheer. Instead, it sounded quite dejected. He then pulled out a clock from his pocket and set it up on a nearby stump. So, well, I wanted to give you a teamwork test, but it was pointed to me. He shivered as he remembered Anko's kunai approaching his ass while he was paralyzed from all the pain coming from his crotch. That 3 genins put together on a team are not supposed to have a passable teamwork, and it is my duty as your Jonin sensei to teach you how to work together rather than expect it from you right off the bat. Kakashi had no idea why he was explaining himself, but damn if it didn't feel good to complain in this roundabout way about the brutal team leader abuse going on in his team. Instead, you 3 will try to subdue me within the next 2 hours. Cue the 3 groans that lifted Kakashi's mood, so I can get a decent image of your current skill set. Don't worry and dash, I smiled before setting the alarm to go off in 2 hours, come at me with the intent to kill. The second he finished saying that, the ground under him suddenly exploded as 3 exploding tags went off right underneath him, sending rocks, dirt, and dust into the air. Sasuke and Naruto glanced at Hinata, who gently shook her head, gesturing with her head at a tree to their left where Kakashi was currently half-heartedly hiding by leaning on the tree trunk with his back while reading Ika Ika. Fortunately, Anko allowed him to read it during this occasion, as it would be a good motivation for the genins. Kakashi yet again wondered why did he agree to Anko's ridiculous rules and why did he need permission from the younger woman to read his porn. Nice plan, you three. He half-heartedly praised, you definitely deserve a point for eagerness and being murder-happy. Contrary to Kakashi's expectations, the three genins didn't react to his remark and just spread out, watching him with cute determined looks as if they had a chance. Let's get this over with. Might as well use this opportunity to show the Uchiha some jutsu while teaching him humility, teach the Hyuga her clan's fighting style is not God's gift, and make sure Naruto would never dream of pranking me out of fear of retaliation. He thought with a sigh. This was going to be a nice leisure 2 hours of fun. Unknown to Kakashi, Anko watched in anticipation from her hiding spot. Yes, the three genins were anxious and careful but she didn't train the three of them to be Kakashi's personal punching bag. If he thought this was going to be easy he had another thing coming. I wonder if Hinata will make good use of my advice about how to subdue men. Anko giggled, imagining the vast possibilities of Gentle Fist. Chapter 298, Chapter 298, Genin Test 2. Kakashi carefully observed the three genins from behind his Ika, mildly displeased, yet slightly impressed that he had to split his attention between his favorite book and his opponents. That exploding trap was ingenious and if he didn't have Jonin-level reflexes, he would have been killed there and then. It was obvious his cute little genins were a bit special. As he was waiting for the genins to attack, Kakashi suddenly stiffened. Only his instincts honed through numerous battles made him able to react in time as two clones of Naruto appeared from the ground, catching his legs while a small stone behind him transformed into yet another clone and took hold of his only free hand, limiting its movement range. Before he even managed to realize he was trapped, Hinata did something he saw only one other person do. She shunshined right in front of him with pinpoint precision, already striking with her gentle fist as she appeared. Kakashi's hair on his entire body stood when he saw where she was aiming. Not my crotch. He inwardly freaked out, using his only free hand to try blocking her. As he positioned his hand in front of his crotch and Hinata's strike found a purchase, a flurry of torn papers exploded in all directions, ripping the item Kakashi held in his free hand, making his eyes go wide in horror. My Ika Paradise Special Edition. No. Anguish filled his mind when he saw the ripped remains of his second most precious book. Sasuke didn't care about Kakashi's mental state. He continued with his attack and as the Sasuke in front of Kakashi disappeared in a puff of smoke, the real Sasuke jumped out of the foliage right behind Kakashi, aiming a high kick at his head. Sasuke's foot was about to hit when Kakashi suddenly spun at a ferocious speed that almost made him a blur to the three genins, shaking off Naruto's clones and making some of them dispel. He caught Sasuke's ankle before using his body as a club to smash Hinata away while letting go of Sasuke's ankle, sending both Ika killing monsters brutally tumbling on the ground. That was my second favorite book, you bastards. Kakashi menacingly said in a low tone, his lone visible eye twitching in anger. I am done with being nice. Screw Anko and her rules. Let's see how you manage in a fight against a real Jonin. Normally, Kakashi would not get mad. Normally, he would have a firm grip on his emotions. Normally, he would think getting mad at three genins who had no experience in emotional warfare or manipulation was beneath him since it was him who would be emotionally bullying them to toughen them up a bit. Normally, Kakashi would be calm and collected, always cheerful if only to piss the people around him off. Unfortunately for the three genins, his encounter with Anko and the following trauma made him crack and Hinata destroying his second favorite book was just the right spark he needed to ignite. Kakashi appeared in front of Naruto, kicking him in the stomach and sending him flying into the forest. Suddenly ducking under a kunai thrown by Sasuke, Kakashi stopped his pursuit of Naruto and focused on Sasuke, dashing towards him with the intention of beating the crap out of the kid to release his frustration. He was about to punch Sasuke's cheek when Hinata appeared in Sasuke's place via a quick kawarimi, making Kakashi's eyes widen when she spun into Kaiten, causing his fist to be deflected with enough force to rattle his bones and sending his body spinning away. Kakashi regained his balance and used the momentum of his spinning body to throw a kunai with the explosive note right at the edge of Hinata's Kaiten. The second the girl stopped spinning, the weak exploding tag went off, sending her body hurling back. Kakashi was not done yet, and turned towards the direction of Sasuke, only to see an empty clearing. He slowly blinked, his temper calming down due to the unexpectedness of the situation, and turned towards where Hinata's body was supposed to be located, only to find a smoking log. Damn, tough kids. Kakashi thought, knowing they did not avoid his hits. His eyes strayed towards the forest with unwilling apathy, they will make me work for this, won't they? He sighed. The fact he had nothing better to do anyway only reminded him his precious Ika was destroyed, causing a new determination to hunt them down to rise in Kakashi's chest as he entered the forest. Kakashi trekked through the forest, automatically using shadows to hide without even putting much thought into it. He was amazed that he couldn't find the three genins. I want to make their lives hell but they continue to impress me. Kakashi thought in amusement, to think they would take precautions against my sense of smell. No, the really praiseworthy thing is that they gathered enough information about me to know about my exceptional sense of smell. Suddenly he stopped, tilting his head before chuckling as he crouched down and took a look at the elementary attempt at setting up a trap. Next time set a tripwire in a place without shade. You need enough light to make it invisible. Kakashi calmly but loudly spoke before standing up and stepping around the tripwire, going further into the forest, occasionally finding the blatant traps strewn around the forest amusing. Naruto. I know you love pranks but this is just pathetic. At least try to hide the traps. Kakashi shook his head. Unknown to Kakashi, he saw only what Naruto wanted him to see as he stepped further and further into the center of Naruto's trap. Naruto suddenly grinned as the clone he transformed into a tripwire popped, alerting him that Kakashi passed by. This was it. This was what he waited for. He was an extremely good sensor and even before he trained that particular skill of his instincts and observatory abilities were very good. He naturally recognized Kakashi as Inu, one of his ANBU guards when he was younger. Naruto also remembered bags of groceries occasionally waiting for him in front of his house whenever Inu's shift ended. Or the academy books appearing out of nowhere in his apartment. Well, Naruto knew Inu was helping him quite a lot. Unfortunately for the poor unsuspecting Kakashi, Naruto was raised by Anko who imparted a simple piece of knowledge into him. If you want to impress someone, show them how much you improved. And Naruto took it quite literally. Hey, Inu-san. I am going to show you I am no longer that little boy who needs protection. Naruto whispered to himself with a fox-like grin before nodding at his clone, the Operation Doggy style is a go. He quipped, making it dispel which gave the signal for his other clones. Chapter 299, CH 299. Operation Doggy Style. Kakashi finally reached the center of the forest and found himself almost awed that he still couldn't find the 3 genins. He might not be using all tools in his repertoire but this was supposed to be a genin test. He was not supposed to be going hard on the 3 kids. Looks like they understood the underlying meaning of the test well. Kakashi inwardly mused, unable to suppress the small smile that formed on his face. It might not seem so but the bell test and the one he was currently administering were very different. The bell test's objective was to get a bell. That meant Kakashi could just laze around as long as he protected the bell well. It was the genins who were hunters. It was them who had to get the objective. In this test, however, Kakashi had 2 hours to test the skill of his genin team. Unlike in the bell test, the hunter in this test was Kakashi himself. It was his job to test them, hence, he had to force them to fight. Not the other way around. It irritated and pleased Kakashi at the same time that his team realized they could pass the test even if they hid for the whole duration of it. It would simply showcase their superior capability at stealth if they managed to hide from an ex-ANBU captain for 2 whole hours. If this test was translated to a practical, real-life situation, Naruto, Sasuke, and Hinata could be compared to 3 ninjas behind enemy lines attacked by a superior enemy and their goal is to survive until the alarm rings which could be compared to reinforcements arriving. Kakashi sighed, rubbing the bridge of his nose, I might be forced to take this a bit more seriously and properly track the kids. He thought wryly. I don't want to be mocked by my colleagues for losing to 3 new genins. He lamented. Well, whatever. Shrugging, Kakashi crouched down and started lazily weave hand signs. Kuchios no dash. Kakashi was in the middle of casting the jutsu when his senses registered a kunai heading towards him. In an instant, multiple things happened. Firstly, Kakashi mentally rolled his eyes when he realized the trajectory of the kunai was off. Honestly, he was a stationary target and the kid throwing the kunai still missed. It certainly must have been Naruto. Naturally, Kakashi was experienced enough to check if the kunai had an explosive tag attached but there was none and there was no chakra fluctuation coming from it either. The kunai landed an entire 3 feet away from the crouching Kakashi, making him furrow his eyebrows and feel embarrassed for his future pupil. Jutsu. Kakashi finished the summoning jutsu, summoning his 8 ninja dogs with an explosion of smoke for each dog. There were, however, 9 smoke explosions instead of just the expected 8, freezing Kakashi in his tracks as he realized the kunai was indeed a trap. He didn't manage to dodge in time as the smoke that exploded from the kunai engulfed his body. Kakashi instantly held his breath, not knowing what to expect from the smoke. He wasn't inside of the smoke cloud for long as his body instantly jumped out on instinct while his mind wondered how Naruto managed to create a trap kunai like this without causing any chakra fluctuations. Unfortunately for Kakashi, this was indeed Naruto Uzumaki the prankster king of Konoha's custom-made anti-Kakashi trademark. Kakashi didn't feel any different than normal and he doubted the kid had access to anything potent enough to get through his trained poison immunity anyway but... was it a dud? He wondered. Suddenly, his 8 ninja dogs pounced, right at Kakashi. Kakashi's eyes widened in shock, not expecting his own dogs to attack him out of nowhere. Yet, his mind couldn't, in the split second he had, react as it registered the dogs as his allies. Kakashi often played with his ninja dogs and that meant them playfully pouncing on him. Because of that, his body didn't react, and the 8 ninja dogs collided with Kakashi's body, sending it onto the ground before they started, wildly humping all over him. His legs, arms, belly, shoulders, not even his face was spared as the biggest of the pack decided it was a good target. The stunned Kakashi was only glad he wore his many face masks as the dog's balls started impacting his face. High in the treetops, Enko watched in disbelief at the helpless Kakashi who uselessly flailed his arms and feet while being literally dogpiled, suddenly bursting into uncontrollable laughter, deciding to reward her brat for such an ingenious and cruel way to prove his improvement in trap-making. Rei, who was surrounded by his wives, watched this historical event through the Hokage's crystal ball Tsunade confiscated as it was made by her family. He couldn't help but feel pity for the white-haired jonin. Nevertheless, his lips were twitching upward no matter how much he tried not to smile as Kakashi was having a bonding experience with his 8 dogs. As for Rei's wives, they had no problem laughing their collective asses off. That hidden seal on the kunai was quite good. Rei hummed in appreciation, wondering if Naruto chose to become a seal user focusing on trap-making. Back in the forest in Training Ground 3, Naruto, who was hiding in foliage while using multiple seals to prevent Kakashi from finding him, had to bite into his hand quite hard to not start outright laughing while he watched his carefully laid plan work like a charm. Mixing all these hormones of female dogs in the heat was so worth it. Ha! Inu-san, feel the hump of the Uzumaki hidden combo number 69. Naruto mentally thought while his eyes started to water as he barely held back tears of laughter. Hiding in a different spot, Sasuke watched in deadpan at the trap his numbskull of a teammate prepared. He had to close his eyes as he could feel a headache forming behind them. Shit. Sharingan gives me eidetic memory. I will never be able to forget the image of Kakashi being, ugh. Sasuke's complexion turned green as he mentally cursed Naruto. Not far away, Hinata was blushing while watching her future Jonin sensei's little pet problem, Naruto-kun, that was evil. She thought, feeling a bit bad for Kakashi before her eyes lit up with glee, Enko-sensei will definitely be proud. The cute little Hyuga was slowly falling to the dark side from all the cinnamon rolls Enko fed her through the years of her training. For 2 minutes, Kakashi's mind tried to comprehend what the heck was happening while he thrashed around, trying to shake off his 8 crazed dogs. Unfortunately for him, even though he was physically Jonin level, ninja dogs are a lot stronger than regular ones. He was also too dumbfounded by his situation to use his full power, and as such, it took his 2 whole minutes of being humped before he finally realized he could just cancel the summoning. The 8 dogs disappeared with a puff of smoke, leaving behind only Kakashi, who laid on his back, wordlessly staring at the sky with a blank mind and a deep burning desire to forget the last 3 minutes of his life. Only then his chaotic mind clicked, making him realize an important fact. His dogs, his beloved pets, and the friends that helped keep him above the water surface, away from suicidal thoughts during his most depressing and hardest times, were used to. A potent killing intent surged from Kakashi, engulfing the surroundings as his upper body sprang up into a sitting position while screaming in impotent rage, "Naruto! I am going to murder you." Chapter 300, Genin Test 3. Kakashi slowly stood up, gritting his teeth in anger. He was no longer willing to be accommodating towards his new genins. No matter how impressive their performance was so far. Naruto went too far with this last stunt. Contrary to what Kakashi shouted, he wasn't going for the kill. Enraged he might be, but tight emotional control was a necessary skill for a ninja. Nevertheless, he was going to make damn sure he beat some respect into Naruto. Summoning 4 shadow clones, Kakashi decided to take a small breather as they dashed into the foliage, intent to find the 3 wayward genins. These clones would no longer treat them as genins. No. Since Naruto was so adamant to make him serious, the fight was on. A bit further in the forest, Naruto heard Kakashi's enraged shout, causing chills to jump up to his spine while he briefly wondered if he went too far before his pride as a prankster quickly squashed these feelings down. After all, it was just a harmless prank, no. Kakashi wouldn't get too mad, right? He didn't even use anything lethal or permanent, date Bayo. Turning on his sensory abilities to the extreme, Naruto watched Kakashi like a hawk. Even after 5 whole minutes, Kakashi seemed to stay in the same spot, greatly puzzling Naruto. What is he doing? Naruto pondered in confusion. He couldn't be traumatized enough to give up. He is supposed to be a jonin. Naruto was aware that Kakashi was working on a time limit. There were barely 30 minutes remaining until the alarm bell announced the end of this exercise, yet, the hunter was still taking it easy. If it was his old self, Naruto would rush out to engage Kakashi, but training with Anko has beaten these bad habits out of him. This Naruto preferred to stay hidden if he had the option. After all, why bother fighting when you could just laze around? The bush near Naruto suddenly shifted, causing Naruto's guard to rise, only for Hinata to rush out, making him feel relieved. Naruto. Watch out. Hinata exclaimed in between her gasps for air, the veins around her eyes bulging out. In the next instant, a few things happened at once. Naruto's mind halted for a second when he saw Hinata's urgent expression. He didn't know why she was so distressed because his sensory abilities didn't alert him about anything nearby. It was only then he saw her Byakugan activated and registered what she said. Naruto's eyes widened as he pushed himself off the ground into a roll, only barely dodging a downward kick from Kakashi that spread many cracks through the place where Naruto's chest was just a second ago. That would have cracked my ribs for sure. Naruto thought with a bit of fear creeping into his mind. Hinata, without really thinking, sprang forward, intending to make Kakashi busy in order to give Naruto a second of a much-needed breather so he could find his balance and rejoin the fight. Unfortunately for her, Kakashi wasn't having it, and as the girl stuck with her fingers towards Kakashi's chest in the initial move for the 8 trigrams 64 palms, she found herself gasping for air as her eyes bulged while the air was forced out of her. Only when she was flying back did her mind distantly realize Kakashi used his superior reach to deliver a strong kick to her stomach, stopping her technique before she even started. Naruto watched as Hinata's body uncontrollably rolled on the ground after Kakashi delivered his brutal kick to her abdomen. He quickly stood up, creating 2 shadow clones, one going to engage Kakashi while the other went to check up on Hinata. As for the original, he knew Kakashi would target him so he decided to keep his distance for now. Kakashi, however, surprised Naruto by just standing in front of him, not engaging again despite his apparent momentary advantage. Before the original Naruto could think up a reason for that, he felt something grab his ankle, and his world spun before he felt a tremendous impact from his back brutally colliding with a tree, cracking its bark. Spitting some blood, Naruto felt his assailant prepare to swing his body again so he kicked down with his free leg, trying to hit whoever held him. Hinata regained her bearings and saw second Kakashi succeeding in a sneak attack on Naruto. Before she could jump at him, a kunai flew from the treetops to the right, aiming at the head of the second Kakashi who just leaned back a bit, letting it harmlessly sail past him. The kunai was just a distraction though. Sasuke was already mid-kick, heading towards Kakashi's head. With his previous leaning back, the guy shouldn't have enough balance to dodge. Except, a third Kakashi suddenly appeared behind Sasuke who was mid-air and couldn't dodge as the third Kakashi drove his fist into his stomach. That was not the end of it. After the first punch, Kakashi delivered the second. Then third. Then fourth. The combo continued, keeping Sasuke stationary in the air before Kakashi put a bit more strength into his 10th punch, sending the Uchiha's body flying back into the foliage. Knowing she had to intervene, Hinata dashed at the second Kakashi who held Naruto by his ankle with one hand while blocking his kick with the other, preparing to swing his body again. She threw some shurikens at him, trying to prevent him from doing it. That was the extent of the help she could provide to Naruto as she suddenly found her body being driven into the ground when the fourth Kakashi suddenly showed up out of nowhere, kicking her between the shoulder blades. Hinata had only an instant to curse herself for being too focused on Naruto and Sasuke that she didn't pay enough attention to her surroundings before she realized the fourth Kakashi intended to land on her back with his knees. Widening her eyes, Hinata realized that would break bones and quickly pushed her body to the side, evading the fourth Kakashi by an inch, causing him to pop in an explosion of smoke when his knees impacted the ground so heavily it spread cracks through it. Both Sasuke and Hinata were prevented from helping Naruto but he didn't count on them much, considering their opponent. The shadow clone that engaged the very first Kakashi that appeared was already done for, as was the one Naruto created to check on Hinata. 10 more Naruto's shadow clones rushed into the fight as Naruto recalled them from their job of placing traps around the forest. 5 went towards the original Naruto who still tried to get out of Kakashi's vice grip by thrashing his body. 3 went towards the Kakashi who used Sasuke as his impromptu punching bag. And the last 2 went towards the first Kakashi to delay him since Hinata's opponent already popped out of existence. The 5 shadow clones managed to force the second Kakashi to release Naruto's ankle but not before he delivered a bone-shattering kick into his chest, cracking multiple ribs in the process. Only Naruto's superior constitution prevented his ribcage from resembling a broken window. The second Kakashi then engaged the 5 shadow clones, instantly dispatching 3 with taijutsu before the remaining 2 managed to embrace him in a suicide attack with explosive notes attached to them. With a loud boom, both the second Kakashi and the 2 Narutos disappeared, leaving behind only a scorched ground. The 3 clones that engaged the third Kakashi weren't so lucky. The first of them experienced how it felt to have kunai enter his head through the eye before popping out of existence. The second managed to deliver a punch to Kakashi's side, unfortunately it was just a glancing blow as most of the force behind the punch was mitigated by Kakashi backhanding the clone, turning it into an explosion of smoke. The third clone of Naruto deviously went for a low blow, hugging one of Kakashi's legs. It would have been a great tactic too if Kakashi didn't already deal with the other 2 clones. As the third Kakashi was about to swing his kunai down at the head of Naruto's clone who was hugging his leg like a koala, his eye pupils dilating in realization it was over, a huge fireball appeared, engulfing both of them. A few feet away, panting Sasuke fell onto his knees, holding his chest that was full of broken ribs. The first Kakashi already dealt with his 2 opponents, looking at the 3 kids in an appraising manner. Naruto and Sasuke had broken bones while Hinata had a few bruises at most. Nodding to himself he spoke, and that, kids, was the ninja lesson number 1. Taijutsu. Now it's time for lesson number 2. He smiled while pulling his headband up. Sasuke's red eyes widened in alert and he opened his mouth to warn his 2 teammates, but he was too late as his world spun. Genjutsu. 3 screams resounded through the forest, making the real Kakashi, who still rested in the place where his dogs attacked him, genuinely smile as the nice symphony entered his ears. Alas, it was time to move.